There we fucking go, baby. Live fucking TV, am I right? Me not muting my phone, am I
I,
fucking right? I keep doing that.
hey, I get fucked up every time, but it's hard to seem to always either forget to turn on or turn off my mic.
Yeah, I get fucked
Always one of
up
them.
too, but I'm trying not to do it when I drive. Hello everyone, show faithful Amanda Splatts, the Desert Eagle of Flavor, rolling once again with Choco, properly dressed for the summer season here in the desert.
Yeah, hopefully there's a gift shop in this airport because I'm gonna need some stronger I'm gonna need some stronger FPS. How fucking hot is it over there, Christ?
Let me
I'm
check.
using like FPS 1000 or some shit. The air is so fucking dry over here.
Let me check to see what the weather is. I'm not gonna do too many resources on my fucking computer. You know, I'm actually carrying my streaming laptop in the airport with me. Oh, you're lucky. It's just 83 right now. It's not too horrible. But then, like, it's only 7 a.m. in the morning. So,
No, yeah,
prepare
see, the
for.
temperature isn't the problem. The problem is how dry the heat is. That's the problem. At least where I come from, it's wet heat, which is its own personal kind of hell. But uh,
Isn't that a little more conducive to mold, though? Because, like, back when I lived in Florida, I knew that was a huge problem. Like, it got fucking hot, too, but the mold was really bad.
yeah, but I guess it comes down to like how what flavor of breathing problems do you want? You want to breathe in mold or want to breathe in sand?
There you go. It's like you see the fucking haboobs here occasionally when the wind gets really bad. You ever experience one of those?
Thankfully, I haven't.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's kind of it's a dust storm. And haboob, HABOOB, and you know they're most common here in Mojave Red Soul, southwestern United States. So if you've never touched a haboob, yeah, that's fine. I don't know. I know the bit was supposed to end with saying touching a boob. I didn't plan anything around that. It's 7 in the morning. Give me a fucking break. The monster coffee I chugged on the way here hasn't kicked in yet. I
I just
meant
have a regular dog.
oh, where you go, dark coffee? Oh, sorry, man. I think there may just
And
be
I
a
just have
little
a
delay.
regular dog Folgers, but I brewed it wrong, so it's extra bitter. But that's fine.
Well, I don't. I think I've talked about this on stream before. When I drink coffee, I get cold brew, as opposed to just cold coffee. How they do cold brew is they actually do it like iced tea. They put the coffee grounds in the water and then they filter it out. I do this because that's a lot less acidic. Like I was drinking, just putting a pot of coffee in the fridge, drinking later. It was eating up at my insides. And I got fucking run over, so I mean, I'm already having problems with my insides. So anything I can do to cut down on that. But yeah, cold brew is a lot easier and seems to be getting a lot more popular too. Oh, live TV indeed. Hello, hey Jinx, Crackalack, hey Chili, nice to meet you. Chili Eyeshard, another VTuber, interacting on Twitter was saying that's the stopping by, man. Snowman in the fucking desert. That's not gonna end
I
horribly.
get it. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down,
Yeah.
and I'm putting it right back down because how the fuck you surviving in this fucking heat, man? Aren't you a snowman?
He, he, I, he's not quite bad, Mr. Frosty, but it's something. So, from what I understand, man, you are interested in the King and Truancy.
I played it once. I think you were on stream when I played it. I just wanted to see what it was like.
Yeah,
Cause
I,
you
I,
you playing? I noticed. Go
oh,
ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say I think I accidentally forgot to turn off the Steam overlays, and your pop up may have shown up playing King and Truancy demo. I thought that was kind of cool, but it's fucking weird. Like have you ever played Balatro?
Nope.
You're not gonna get a lot of the shit on how you're supposed to do things in King and Truancy. unless you played Balatro before.
Yeah, I noticed.
And you're not going to know how to play Balatro until you know how to play poker. So I've got, but I do think it's cool that we're kind of overlapping things that we're interested. Like you recently did Fights in Tight Spaces. I love that fucking game, man. I hate it, but I love it, cause like I said, last time I played it, I got up to the final boss, found out a full run could go like 6 hours. I really want to beat it because I got so fucking close. And now, as you've seen with Fights in Tight Spaces, you can continue or start a run at a chapter you've gotten up to. But if you really want to beat
Yeah.
the game, you really have to start from the beginning. Because every time you beat a boss, you get a power up, and you need those extra cards you get from the run itself.
So the thing is, I wasn't having that much trouble. Well, comparatively, uh, starting on chapter 2, when I changed my deck. When I changed like to the more aggressive deck,
Right.
I wasn't having that much difficulty. Much more. It wasn't that much harder going through it with the aggressive deck than it was going from starting from the beginning. Although I'm assuming that the difficulty, not stacks. I'm assuming that difficulty curve just keeps going
Yeah.
up because it's
Once it
assuming that you went through the whole thing.
as soon as you get to stage 4, the Assassin's Guild, it really spikes. Like if it's stage 3, the Ninjas Guild, you can kind of mitigate what they're gonna do if you know what's coming. Stage 4 it gets really bad because stage 4 you get the fucking riflemen who have riposte and have projectiles that go across the entire screen. So your first turn, no matter what, is gonna have to be moving out of the way of whatever they got. So you're really gonna need some of the run to get some move cards depending on your deck and you said you got the gunslinger DLC that'll help a little bit. But and then the fifth fight, it's like Kefka. The fifth final stage is just one long epic boss fight. Choco's audio is very low. Yeah, I'll go ahead and up that.
Uh, yeah, I need to. I
Well,
am speaking comparatively quietly. Give me a second here.
I've also re upped my OBS recently. I did not know you could put the bars, the different pictures, on the right and left sides of the screen as well as underneath. So now I got the audio levels to the right. That's going to be a lot easier to keep track of.
Okay.
It's like I said, I've been doing this for almost a year, and it's just practice. It's just experience. It's just fucking hammering away since I can't put a whole bunch of money into it right now. Just seeing what I
Yeah,
can
it's
do
just
from a technical aspect.
yeah, it's a
Thank you,
learn as you
Joey.
go thing.
Yep.
Like, hey, why do streamers always have these uh have these like these long intro screens? Oh, it's because they're they're testing shit in real time in the background.
You're getting ready, especially for someone like me with the fucking potato. I need to. I have Task Manager running right now to make sure things don't crash out. Although, I don't think any of them should. Because like I'm gonna start with just a little bit of oil casino games, so you can get a feel for what poker is. I mean, I know you know what poker is, but the flow will kind of help. And then show you some Balatros, and then once I've played a little Balatro, show you how that ties into the King of Truancy. Because you will, it's as what's his name, as Winston Churchill once put it, when you see it, you will shit bricks. I'd just say Winston Churchill or William Shakespeare, so like no one's gonna fucking blame. Stream elements, be a headache. Well, I'm just using vanilla OBS, Jimmy. Um, I'm not making money off of this shit. I'm not dual casting to Twitter or Twitch or MySpace or Newgrounds or anything like that or Goatsy. I'm just casting to YouTube, so I just need the bare minimum. I'm running a Intel i5 1235U laptop. So like For example, Fights and Tight Spices is about the absolute bare fucking minimum I can stream. Although I have been messing around with settings recently, and it seems to help if I have it drawing from like the software instead of the hardware, whatever it is. So that's just boggles the fucking mind. I really do get so much of a, I really do get so much more of a appreciation for how people do things right now, and how streamers do things now that I'm doing it myself. It's just so much that goes into it. And what's so funny, man?
So you said Goatee, and I had this thought like, is Goatee still up? So I looked it up, right? I believe it's the website was goatee.cx, and it's crypto now.
Fucking god. Everything is crypto now. Everything's computer. Crypto.
I can't tell if it's a shitpost or not.
If you buy Goatee crypto, can you really be? Can you really be?
Goatee AI, the keeper of the eternal gape.
Can you really be upset if they stretch your asshole out and fucking take all your money if you're going get buying the Goatee coin? Yeah, it gives a whole new meaning to the term inflating it on pump.fun.
I am not looking up pump.fun. Not on this fucking video.
It's a weird video streaming site.
I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm just not looking it up on this fucking thing. All right.
There you go.
I at least want to keep. I at very least want to keep the degenerate porn I search up to be the funny kind, and not the repulsive kind. I'm not trying to lose my fucking breakfast yet.
Right. Well, it's always in the last place you look, man. Shit, what did I have? Oh, I had one of those nights where, like, overnight, just kind of fucking bled into each other. And I had, they're called take-home balls, or pan balls. It's like little doughy balls with, like, uncured pepperoni in them. They're not bad, but they're tiny little fucking things. Like, you get the bag, and it's a huge bag. You open it up, and it's like 80% air. I'm a little pissed off.
Yeah. So now with the... Was it at Costco? I believe it was Costco. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Costco. No, it was a different... It's a different, store that I'm not going to name because it might dox me. I found that they sell these, like for $5. You can get, like... You can basically get 2 pounds of Slim Jims for $5. And I had to stop eating them because I realized that, like... I felt like shit after eating it, but... God, it's so good.
You eat 2 pounds of Slim Jim, you're gonna summon the power of Macho Man Randy Savage. No, that's what I got last time. Last time was, they actually have Savage-sized Slim Jims that are like 3 times as big as a regular Slim Jim. I tell you, I was feeling the power eating it, and then, like, on the toilet later that night, things got bad. I don't know why they call it a fucking restroom, man. I wasn't resting. I was fighting for my fucking life. Your life yeah. There? You damn right.
Oh god, the joke's going. I had a joke and it's going. Okay.
Me too. It was about Michael Jackson.
I only tend to have like really bad bathroom experiences with spicy food, so that's why I don't eat it so much. It's fine going out, fine going in, but not so much going out.
Yeah, it's like it's like when Kenny Omega and not yet. It was him and the Bucks and the New Day. They did the fighting game thing with the Street Fighter V with Mira Cody, and it was this epic thing because WWE guys and AEW guys were at the same event, and then like Woods got his ass kicked, so he had to eat a whole lot of jalapenos, and then of course the whole thing is just it's a work So Kenny started eating the jalapenos to prove he was tough too, and then Woods at the end, like Kenny was doing like his real out of character speech, and Woods was like, "Hey, I think we got to go, otherwise these jalapenos are gonna start coming out the other way." And Kenny was like, "Good night." Oh God, Kenny
Man,
Omega, man! I know you of all people. You saw the trailer
I
for
saw
season
Kenny
3.
Omega is such a perfect Alex.
Kenny is
He's like
fucking
one to
great.
one Alex. It's so good.
He's also 1-to-1 Ingrid.
I he 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 wears it well. I will admit.
I tell you,
He does it well.
as a wrestling fan, there were two people. Like I gave up on WWE a long time ago. I hated where the company was going, and there are two people in New Japan who
Wait, is
rekindled my
Kenny
love for
WWE now?
wrestling.
Oh,
No. I'm saying I used to watch nothing but
oh.
WWE. There were two guys who rekindled my interest in pro wrestling: Kenny Omega and Tetsuya Naito of Los Ingobernables de Japón. And
The Golden Lovers, baby.
there you fucking. Oh no, Golden Lovers was Omega and Ibushi, I think. Good Ibushi.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, my bad.
Naito was the guy
I
who he was kind of like the clean cut pretty boy. Nobody liked him. Then he went to Mexico, became a bad guy, came back,
yeah, he
and
became
became a
heel.
cool bad guy.
He does the thing with the eye. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. I only kind of watch wrestling in the sidelines. I every now and then I'll watch something like Lucha Underground or NJPW or what's the third one? The third one that everybody likes now.
AEW.
See, yeah, AEW, right? It's not something that I'm keeping up to date with, but I watch it every now and then, or I'll watch like an OSW or Kim's Wrestling Road video about some cool ass shit. Man,
Well, I treat it like VTubing. Like I don't
did you
watch
know
the
that 80s
shows themselves.
Japanese wrestling is fucking peak?
Oh, it is. It is some crazy stuff, man.
It's so fucking peak. Like every Wrestling Road video that I come across is like, oh yeah, here's some cool shit that redefined how wrestling worked. Oh,
The absolute classics, man. And the great thing about this era is that you can find a lot of them relatively easy on YouTube. Like any of the stuff that Vince hasn't gobbled up. No, Vince isn't gone. Yeah, he. Oh fuck yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like, they Vince McMahon was trying to get a foothold back in the wrestling business. Apparently, he tried to buy some kind of bare knuckle fighting thing. Like, just fucking call it a career, man. You're good. Fucking.
I mean, yeah, he's been trying to replicate his successes with wrestling for a while. He tried it with he tried it with the bodybuilding league. He tried it with a football league. I don't think if he tried it with anything else. I want to say he did, but it's I can't remember. But I do know about the XFL. And I do know about the bodybuilding.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just wrestling's supposedly like not a bad place right now because they're finally starting to push new guys or newer guys like Gunther and Jey Uso and stuff like that. And Cena's back, but he's the bad guy now. For the first time in like decades, he's the bad guy.
Oh yeah, he's a heel now. I'm gonna be that guy, and I'm gonna say I really liked John Cena's old heel run when he was just the white
Doctor
rapper.
of Thugonomics.
Yeah, basic thugonomics. I miss Winger John Cena.
I just was like,
With the
supposedly,
fucking Kangol cap, it's so good.
supposedly this run he's doing right now, it's gonna be done just to put one guy over on his way out. And thank fucking God. It looks like that one guy is gonna be Ron Killings. R-Truth. National fucking treasure. Hilarious guy. He's actually a really good rapper, too. He posts songs pretty regularly on his YouTube, but mostly been a comedy character. It looks like after all this fucking time, he's finally gonna push him to the world title after he's kind of been such a mainstay for all these years. People forget Ron.
Okay,
God, he used to be a
Ron Killing.
TNA
Is that our
champion.
truth?
R-Truth, yeah, same person.
Yeah, fucking K Quick, man. He deserves it. He really does.
Because people forget I'm looking it up right now. Ron Killing's first one, the last time he won a World Heavyweight Championship was an NWA TNA back in.
Yeah, he was a TNA. Yeah, okay. I was that was the other one I was trying to remember. He was TNA.
He won it
Yeah.
from Shamrock in August 2002, and then he won it again in May 2004. Although that's
20,000 too. Did he fall into a time warp?
although the second
Is he
one,
from the future?
the second reign, unfortunately, he lost it in like 2 weeks to guess who? Jeff fucking Jarrett. I fucking hate Jeff Jarrett for many reasons. But it's been almost 20 years since he's held a World Heavyweight Championship, and he is still fucking going at it. So I don't
He's still like really athletic too. It's crazy.
I don't care if someone swipes it away from a Money in the Bank or something. Just please let him go. Let him call on a career with brief stint with the World Heavyweight Champion because he's fucking hilarious. No matter what he's fucking like. my favorite after this moment. Well, one of the big ones where he's entering the Royal Rumble, and he grabs a ladder on the way to the ring. It's legal. There's no disqualifications in the Rumble. So he runs in there with a ladder. Everyone's getting the hell out of the way. He sets up the ladder. He climbs up. Hey, where's the briefcase? Oh, this isn't Money in the Bank. I'm just standing there with his arms up looking for the key. It's in the Royal fucking Rumble.
That's a good bit.
He's a national fucking treasure, man.
Yeah, no, he absolutely deserves it.
But like I was shocked. He actually is a really good rapper too. I know they were talking about his original run as K Quick. They wanted him.
Yeah, that's what I remember him from. I wasn't watching wrestling. I'm trying to remember because I remember having it was WWF Raw, the first one, which is actually pretty good. It's very arcadey. It's very it feels really good to play. And I remember K Quick from that, but he wasn't part of the roster at that time anymore. So I only knew about him from video games and some very short the short time I was watching TNA.
Oh, you mean Raw for Xbox?
Yeah, for Xbox.
That one was
specifically
like that. Although I liked Raw 2. I loved Raw 2 because
it has a lot more. Raw 2
yeah.
has a lot more content in it, but I remember it being slower. But that may have just be my memory of what the game was.
Well, it had that simulation / story mode where you could like make a lot of decisions, and it was like a 4-player simultaneous story mode. I thought that was really interesting. Too bad the actual mechanics of the game is still kind of garbage.
I still have a lot of nostalgia for it, just simply due to how the ring was very interactive. What I mean is that it does something that I wasn't standardized, and I still don't think is, where like you could basically knock people out of any grapple in the game except for the finisher, right? You can't interrupt the finisher, right? But
Right.
you can like punch people out and like counter grapple people that are in the middle of their own grapples. So like there's always something going on. There's always something to do in the game. And I thought, and like, yeah, like it doesn't look the best, but it's really fast. And it does that thing that, okay, I mean, okay, again, what do you value, right? What do you value in your game? It feels more like a fighting game than a wrestling game. Because even though, yeah, your character gets tired, your character does get gassed, but you don't reach that point where, like, oh, your character is gassed and literally cannot do a single fucking thing except just lay there and wait to get pinned.
Right.
The game doesn't do that. You're always in the fight. There's always something you can do. And you have, like, parries and dodges and shit. It's so cool. And, I'll have to, and, you know, for hey, here's a fighting game reference. one of the characters, it has a creative raster, because of course it does, right?
Hell yeah.
First things first, very asymmetrical due to how the models are made. You can't do a lot, but what you can do is that you can have basically anything be asymmetrical, because you can adjust parts by left leg and right leg and torso and head and body. So I like asymmetry. I think asymmetry is cool. That's one thing. Second thing is that I'm trying to remember how I'm trying to remember the time. I am trying to remember the timeline. There is a character in Fighting Vipers named Del Sol. That is a reference, who is technically a guest fighter, who is owned by a different company that was not Sega, but I don't remember what it was. But Del Sol was implemented into Fighting Vipers as a character because of a good relationship, right? Because Fighting Vipers also had fucking Pepsi Man, so there are guest characters in Fighting Vipers. I don't remember if it was one or two, because I don't think he's in both. However, Del Sol was also in
I'm looking it up right now. He's in Fighting Vipers too.
Okay, right. Okay, so what is the other game? Because there was another game that was never finished.
Canceled a Thomas arcade game called Force 5.
Yeah, Force 5, and then that was rebranded into another fighting game, because that game was never finished, so it was changed into something else, where like you had these fighters and you had these girls as their managers, and when you would win, the girl would be undressed. It wasn't explicit, but it's like, oh yeah, this is a thing. This will bring attention to the game. This will pump up numbers. And I think that game also was never finished, right?
Canceled fighting game.
It's only a Thomas Wave.
It was recently later reworked and released on the title Jingy Storm the Arcade.
Yeah, Jingy Storm.
In 2006.
I was gonna say Jingy Force. No, it wasn't Jingy Force. Jingy Storm, right? Jingy Storm, right? So anyway,
an unplayable. Oh, sorry to interrupt you. So I'm just fucking googling things right now, or braving technically. It says an unfinished playable ROM of Force 5 was leaked online in 2021. So
yep.
Who knows? Maybe you could do that on your stream.
I played it. It's a bit jank. I have not put enough time into it to know if it's good or not. But it's like, yeah, this feels jank. This feels like a mid 2000s fighting game. However, yes. I forget the exact circumstances, but yes. In WWF Raw for Xbox and PC, you can Del Sol is a custom character you can make in that game. Like, it is straight up Del Sol. Like it has the mask and everything.
Well, it makes sense. He's a wrestler.
Yeah, but it's like, oh yeah, but that's like, but again, I didn't know who Del Sol was at the time, so I thought, oh, this is a cool looking character. But it's like, yeah, no, like, imagine if there was like a wrestling game, and then oh yeah, you could just make King, by the way, not Tiger Mask, but here's fucking King, right? Or like, or like in Sega, when Sega released Giant Graham. Yeah, here's Wolf Hawkfield and Jeffrey McWild as playable characters, right? Or like Fighter Maker 1, here's just Skullomania. Like, just weird shit. But it's cool, right?
Yeah, it's brand synergy, and we didn't see a lot of that for a while until the Smash Brothers series made it okay to bring like 20 IPs into one damn game. Now you're seeing
the thing is that Smash is a crossover game and was built from the start as a crossover. Okay, well, not Dragon King, which is the original concept for it, but like blanking. I feel like that kind of thing is fine when like the game is designed as a crossover game. But the thing about, Raw and Fighting Vipers is that those were not designed as crossover games. And I'm trying to remember, like, I don't know how, because if I remember correctly, if I remember correctly, Del Sol was added in Fighting Vipers as advertisement for their own game that a team was making. I think because like for Force 5, I think that was the concept for it, I believe, but I don't quite remember. But that kind of thing happens like quite a lot, where a character is kind of a guest character, but also kind of not. So I guess it's like an advertisement character, I guess. Like Starkiller in Soul Calibur 4. Like, yeah, it's a Star Wars crossover, but also Starkiller was added in Soul Calibur 4 as an advertisement for The Force Unleashed, which was not out at the time just yet.
And then he
So he
ended
was
up.
called The Apprentice.
Didn't he end up being like ridiculously overpowered too?
I know Darth Vader was super good.
No,
I think
Yoda was pretty hard
was,
because you could barely hit him.
and that's the funny thing about that is like Yoda was actually the worst character in the game, but he was also incredibly annoying to fight. So it's like so it's like whether Yoda is seen as the worst character in the game or the best character in the game is purely dependent on how seriously you play the game. Like,
It's
if
all
you were tournament
perspective.
guys, like on that, he's a fucking chump. If you were a casual, Yoda's like the worst, the most bullshit character because he just stands there and all of your highs just go completely under him. And it's kind of funny. Yoda was fun, honestly. Fun to play. With fucking little frog just hopping around all over the place. He was like genuinely really fun to play though.
I don't know. I get a game like that, and I just do nothing but that. If it's got to create a character is my favorite genre. So if it's got to create a character mode, that's all I usually play.
I do like Soul Calibur's Creator Soul. Although I will say that depending on what you value in your Creator Soul, either Soul Calibur 3 or Soul Calibur 5 is the best one. Depending on like if you like the dress up aspect, then Soul Calibur 3 is the best one. I'd also say that Soul Calibur 3 is also kind of the best for roleplay, just because the character creation leans into the real time strategy side mode. Because how you dress your
Oh
character.
yeah, I love that. Where
Yeah,
it's like
Chronicles of the Sword, I believe it's called.
yeah, it's kind of like a real time strategy, but it's still got the fighting game mechanics.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to use the fighting game mechanics. That's actually completely optional, except for like certain boss fights. Generally, you can just ignore the the fighting game part and have it actually play out like a strategy game. But it also means, if you don't grind, you're kind of fucked. And also, certain classes have hard counters to other classes, which also, I think gets reflected into the fighting game. Where like, oh yeah, no, if you are playing like a samurai class or something, you have a hard-coded weakness against this other type of class, so you will do less damage. But if you're good enough at the fighting part of the game, you can circumvent that. Whereas if you're not, your unit will get killed.
Well, I forget what it was. The reason I actually decided to, I went ahead and did all the fights was because,
I wonder how that.
obviously, all my characters were created were big, powerful women, and I gave them like the giant sword move set, the generic giant sword, and I think there are like one or two moves where it's like, kind of like how Mara, just like a ridiculously powerful strike, and I found a good way to just spam those and either chop off tons of their life bar or just like knock them out. Fucking cheesy
Man.
way, man. It's not cheese if it works.
I mean, it could still be win and still be cheese, but hey, ain't nothing wrong with cheese. Even if you're lactose intolerant, you're still gonna eat cheese because cheese is amazing.
There you fucking go, man. I'm glad we could come to an agreement on something. But yeah, I haven't checked out 6 yet. I mean, I know it goes on sale regularly. I got 5. I did like the character create, like you could actually create like the existing characters and mess around with them and stuff. And of course, it had Dampier, my beloved, the fucking Dan Hibiki of Soul Calibur.
So, Dampier is not in 6. Which is
cool. I'm
kind of
glad
odd.
I saved my fucking money there. Good.
Yeah, but no, like I find that kind of odd because like he was in he was introduced in Broken Destiny, and then he was like a pre-order bonus / DLC. I think the only DLC character for Soul Calibur 5. But it's he's quite weird. Like like how he was included into the game is like really weird. I don't quite get it. I don't hate it either. It's like I like Dampier. He's fun.
I think people just got pissed off because of the RNG involved.
Well, that was his whole thing. That's his gimmick.
That's part of
The thing is like his
Thanks for
character is
stopping by,
like he's
Darren.
like one of those like hard.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Darren. Well, that's kind of thing about gimmick characters like that. gimmick characters like that should always be in the main roster because it's a really hard sell to put them in as DLC.
And County
You know
was
what I mean?
being on the only DLC as 5 was off the strength of his appearances of DLC in 4.
He was not in 4. He was in Broken Destiny, which is like the PSP version of 4.
Oh, okay. It's been a long while since I played it. Like back in the
Currently, Broken Destiny has like wait, hold on. Yeah, Broken Destiny's on fucking PS4 now. It's crazy. But you can't play it online because it has to because it's emulated. You basically, in order to play it online, you basically have to like reverse engineer how the game works because PSP online is only through ad hoc, and I don't know if it's been cracked yet. I think it has, but I don't quite remember. I'm trying to remember because I remember there were people that were trying to reverse engineer PSP netplay because of well, I don't know what the main deal was. It might have been Monster Hunter, but for me, it's like, oh, I want to play Alpha 3 Max? Did they figure out how it works yet? But because I remember trying it way back in the day, and it was terrible. Playing Guilty Gear on the Xbox in 2005, terrible. Uh, so
And I haven't
that is
followed
something.
emulation a whole lot, although I heard weren't they really like recently making really good strides at finally making PT emulatable? The Silent Hill tech demo.
Yeah, I know PT. I wouldn't know. I don't pay attention to horror games. I wouldn't be surprised considering how popular PT was
Yeah.
and the circumstances in which it was removed from from the PSN.
And of course, I am a huge fan of pretty much anything involving Norman Reedus. Used to watch Walking Dead. Death Stranding was pretty cool for what it was. Boondock Saints. That's one of Mother Splatts' favorite movies. Boondock Saints season that. All this plays kind of general the same type of character, but it's fucking cool. And then I think he also has a show about traveling and riding on his motorcycle. That's also cool.
I know you're making a joke about how there's a thing referencing that thing in Death Stranding, but Norman, that PT, not even PT, fucking Silent Hills was the first time I heard of Norman Reedus, and I think I watched Boondock Saints like soonish after that, but I didn't know he was in it.
Yeah, the first one was good. The second one, it was fine. It was a little weird. PSP Monster Hunter design, I think, was interesting. You bring that up, Chilling. I was thinking about. I noticed they recently released Monster Hunter 1 and 2 on Steam. I was thinking about picking it up. You ever played the Monster Hunter games, man?
I started with Monster Hunter Portable Third on the 3DS. It is. I remember. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no, I was in a library at one point, and I saw someone playing Monster Hunter on the 3DS, and it's like, oh man, this shit's really cool. Oh, this game looks great. I didn't know it was by Capcom. It's like, yo, that game looks cool. What's that? It's like, oh, it's Monster Hunter. It's like, oh, and soon after, I don't remember, like pretty soon after, like I think it was like a couple of. No, wait, did I have my 3DS at the time? I don't remember. No, I did. I did have 3DS at the time because I remember that's when around the same time in which a friend was telling me about Samurai Kagura.
Oh yeah,
So
I remember that game.
it's great.
Got geese and Rugal in it with tits. It's 10 out of 10.
And it had a crossover. Not any of the official games. It was like one of the, I think it was New Link, which is one of the Gacha slot games. It had a Fatal Fury crossover. Like you had Terry, Geese, right? Duck King. What was the fourth? Mai, of course, right?
Of course.
There was a fifth that I don't remember. It might have been Andy. I'm trying to remember. Anyway, yeah, cool ass shit.
I
Right,
sure
yeah,
knew
and I
who you
played,
could
and I
buy in Dead or Alive 5, or you can't buy in Dead or Alive 5 anymore. But you can still buy it in Dead or Alive 6. Just fucking weird.
Dude, I have it. I have the thing. I sent it to you. The download to just to unlock her in the game. It's fine. You get her and you get all of her costumes and it's perfectly fine, dude.
Yeah, I'll look into that thing. Still
I'd
trying to
have to
figure out
find
whether it's
out.
streamable or not.
Oh, DOA 5? If you bump down the graphics, it should be fine because it is an old game and it's relative. You might have to turn off the hit effects, but
I know I had to turn off the sand effects or whatever it was just to make it run because like I was
yeah, the
able to
sweat
play
and
it
water,
fine,
yeah, you have to turn that off.
except for the pyramid, the desert stage was really bad on my system.
Well, the cool thing about DOA is that you can turn off stages. That I forget where, but there is an option to for when you what is it? Oh yeah, so when you hit random, there is a on the in your options menu, there is like, oh yeah, here are all the stages. You can select and deselect what stages you want to appear when you hit random stage, and you can deselect the pyramid stage.
Oh, good.
So it never shows up when you hit random.
I'll have to tinker with that. Thanks. Good. No doing fights
Now
and patch
DOA
fixes later.
DOA has a lot of really cool shit that no one cares about because people just see and go like, ha ha tits, look at this degen pervert game. And it's like, bro, degen pervert games don't last for like 20 years. Especially not fighting games. You know how many degen fighting games there are that are fucking terrible and die to death because they were bad?
Yeah, yeah. DOA's not a deep gen hentai game. Now that's the volleyball spinoff. You're looking at that. I heard they recently
So
did a volleyball spinoff that only had like one DOA character in it.
Yeah, the latest one has a lot of OCs. I think the only DOA characters in it are Honoka and Marie Rose because Japan really loves those two. And I think it's not Venus Vacation. Is it Venus? It's like no, I forget what it's called, but like Dead or Alive 3, aka yeah, Dead or Alive 3 has like at this point has had multiple spin-offs and have proven to be more successful than the actual fighting games. To the point that well, it happened before with Lisa Hamilton, who actually debuted in Dead or Alive Extreme 1 and was later put into DOA 4.
Yeah,
I think it was
Mariposa.
Tamaki. Yeah, La Mariposa. One of the characters in DOA Extreme 3, I think it was Tamaki or something. She's like the Aikido girl. Again, she debuted in Dead or Alive Extreme and was then ported into Dead or Alive 6. Tamaki.
The volleyball
DOA.
guy. Yeah, Chili, the volleyball. Well, although
Yeah, it is
volleyball's
Tamaki.
like the least of. I'm playing
It's
for the
got-
poker. I'll be totally honest. I'm
Yeah,
playing for
yeah,
the
it's got volleyball, but it also has gambling, and one of them has pole dancing. I don't remember which one. But more importantly, fuck all that shit. DOA Extreme 2 has jet racing, and god damn it, when are we? I miss jet racing games, man. Jet moto and rave racing shit.
Wave race. That the physics were always a little weird, but once you got a handle of them, yeah.
Oh, the coffee's hitting. The coffee's hitting. I'll be right back. Remind me to talk more about DOA Extreme when I come back, because there are two very, very important things I want to bring up.
Well, as soon as I'll go ahead and mute you. As soon as you get back, I'll be at the casino. I'll see you at the poker table.
Yeah, I'll get changed then. I'll see you soon.
It's weird the Fugi doesn't show up here either. It's fucking weird. Refreshing the cache. There we fucking go. So yeah, while he's gone, for any of y'all new to the channel, I'm an old fucking hag. And one of the game series I had from my old computer, the old laptop, I called the Desert Celeron, is the Hoyle Anniversary Collection. You know, Hoyle, they do like cards and stuff like that. They had Hoyle card games, Hoyle board games, Hoyle puzzle games, Hoyle casino games, and Hoyle slot machines, which are fucking weird. I don't like slot machines. I don't like anything where you don't actually have a role in any of the outcome. I like having a say in how I'm gonna lose all my fucking money. But Hoyle board games became a big meme on this channel because they're you can play several different characters, and I was playing cribbage, one of my favorite games, cribbage, against a bear by the name of Harley. Get it? Harley Bear is Chester, George Ellis City. And Harley just kind of fucking jolly stomped me. Every time I went back to that fucking game, that bear would beat the crap out of me in cribbage. And it's only recently, very recently, I forget what the stream was, I finally beat him at cribbage. Best of 7. You gotta savor those little triumphs, man. The little fucking triumphs in those lives. Those games had a good gamba system. Chili, if you like gotcha, you better check out my homie Carl Malone also. Malone does a lot of gotcha shit. He does the Nikkei and things like that. He was doing Wuthering Waves, ended up dropping that. I'm not a huge fan of that shit. I'm not a huge fan of like blind boxes and shit. Like I'll pay for what I like fucking pay for. I want to know what I'm buying beforehand. So what this is Hoyle Casino games, and I'm a degenerate fucking gambler, if you can tell from the intro. It's just got a whole ton of casino games on it, and specifically poker. I'll tell you all the plan in case you didn't know what the plan is today. And the plan was for me to fuck up my overlay. I planned that shit. I didn't do game capture. I did window capture because it's old, ancient fucking game. Here it is. It'll look a little better if I center it. It would look better if my arm doesn't keep fucking shaking. Making sure the audio works. It had some background music, like some background sounds, like casino sounds, but it stopped fucking working because it's an old ancient game. And back in the day when I first started, almost a year ago. By the way, my 1-year anniversary is gonna be coming up, so I'm accepting marshmallows. I'll post the link. I'm just loading it up right now. It's verifying that I'm human. That's fucking weird. I'm a roadkill VTuber in the fucking desert. I need to verify I'm human sometimes. But here, if you got any questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, well wishes for my anniversary, you can send me a marshmallow. I will plug that shit till I start getting marshmallows. But well, he's gonna go ahead and pull. Oh yeah, that's why I had it moved over to the side. I was gonna pull up the hands of poker too, because basically this is the only real reason we're starting with Hoyle games, other than I love fucking Hoyle games, is because you need to understand poker and poker hands and video poker specifically in order to play Belletro. I pooched this list from pokercoaching.com, and I gave Minato a copy of this. What's most aesthetically pleasing? Most aesthetically pleasing. Good morning, how are you? Hey, Exuki Calf, we're doing fucking great. We're out in the desert. We're gonna play poker. Um, Choco wanted to learn how to play King of Truancy. To understand King of Truancy, you have to learn Balatro. And to understand Balatro, you gotta learn poker. So, you had to use had to hit the head, as they say back in the day. Go ahead and take a seat at the table. Shit, how much money do I have? Yeah, let's do 25 unlimited. That's nice. A little jazz music. A little smooth jazz for your poker playing experience. I know the one gambling game that is the Race of Aces. Never heard of that one. I'll have to look into it. Thank you, man.
Your boss may not give you a raise, but I will.
That's fucking weird. Okay, so any of you who know 7 cards, the thing that most people know is poker is, well, I'll just do this while I'm waiting for poker. It's usually called 7 card stud, where you only have 5, or you only have 2 cards in the middle. So you have 5 cards in the middle, and everyone has 2 of their own cards. I have to fucking squint to see this. Let's try full screen. There, now it's a lot easier to see. And it doesn't resize it for OBS either, that's nice. Though it does trap my fucking mouse. So, now what this is 5 card draw. What you know is, usually it's probably a 7 card stud. This is 5 card draw. Everyone gets a hand. Then, after your bets, you can discard any amount of cards. Now, look, we got 4 diamonds. We got a really potential flush here. Could potentially be really good. So, I'm gonna raise.
I'll raise you.
You got me with the Clint Eastwood voice. Fucking nice.
Come on,
Get
let's
the
build that pot.
aces out of the game, and you shuffle the cards, and you take on diamonds.
I got a fool.
Right up then, is that like a solitaire game? I'll call right.
Listen up. I call.
Gotta play to be in the band. I call.
Okay. Look, if we don't get a diamond, we're fucked.
1 card?
We're
That's a
fucked.
risky maneuver.
I have my eyes set on 1 card.
Was that? I said, is that the game you're talking about, Azuki Cap? Is that a solitaire game? I gotta fold, man. I didn't get the flush I was looking for. I gotta fold. Now I'm just doing this to pass the time till Minato gets back. What I really wanted to show him was called video poker. Because when you play Balatro, it's essentially video poker. And a pair of 2s. I could call it a 2s.
I call.
I'll call it 2s.
I'm thinking we should bet a little more. Raise.
I call.
I'm of 2 minds. Like blackjack is my thing. I'm mostly a blackjack player. I don't play a ton of poker.
Special person, but now I'm looking for that one special card.
I want to keep the ace just in case, but I got the pair of 2s. That could potentially stop me from getting something better. Because I'm not going to win anything with 2s with an ace kicker. Get 2s.
Who's Slip me a solo card.
It's better than nothing.
Listen up. I call.
If anyone raises, I'll
This
just
hand isn't going to
I'll
the top
get
of
out.
the charts. Fold.
Well, yeah, I'll have to look
Get out
into
the
that. Thank you,
checkbooks,
man.
people. I'm raising.
Shit. I hate folding and losing all this money. But it's a video game, so it's not a fucking problem. Ooh, pocket
To
aces.
fold and chill out.
They're aces, that's nice. Especially if we get lucky enough to hit
King.
the third one. Look, I finally start with something good and everyone else is gonna fucking fold. A raise by 50.
I call.
Alright. Keep the aces. That's a little stronger, but still parries. Okay. As long as no one raises. There
Who
we
knew
go.
you had such good cards?
I knew, baby, because I'm Amanda fucking Splatts. Pair of five. It's an okay start. Because playing poker at a table like this, some of it's about how you play. But especially 7-card stud. It's mainly about reading the other people at the table.
This hand rocks. A raise.
This hand rocks.
Time for a raise.
Shit. I hope I have something to build on the pair. I shouldn't do this. I should fold with just a pair of fives, but shit. Oh, everyone's calling. No one's raising. Everyone's just calling.
Nice hand, everyone. Thank you for the donations. I'll put them to good use.
Yeah, it's funny. Like they have a cast of characters for the other Hoyle games, the card games, and the board games. It's a different cast for the casino games. For one, the casino game cast is all humans, but they get a little personality. It's a... Oh shit! Oh shit! Flush
I
draw!
have a feeling I should raise.
I
so
got a
that
fucking
I
flush!
raise.
Right off the bat. I don't want to overplay it. I don't want to scare people off.
Get ready to flinch. I raise.
I don't want to scare people off. I think I scared people off.
I'll stick with these.
I'm good. The flush isn't the strongest hand, but it's really fun.
Get ready to flinch. I raise.
Plus, it got an ace-king on that, so if someone else
Make
has a
this
flush,
interesting.
they'll have to have at least like an ace-king-queen.
Listen up. I call.
Hell yeah, baby! Now, you see, Eddie also has a flush. But I won because I had a higher... Like, we both had an ace. So I had a king also. So we both had a flush, but since I had a higher ranked card at the top, mine won. That's kind of the deal breaker. Like, if two people have a straight, one person has 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One has 9, 10, jack, queen, king. The one up to the king is the one that's going to be counted. Oh, Choco's back here. I'll call.
I hope you all came to play, because I'm raising it.
I kind of have a bad habit of limping in with almost anything. Like, I don't think you're supposed to go in with, like, jacks or better. Unless you got, like, at
Send a
least
silver
jacks.
card over to the bride.
But, like, oh, you go in with a lot more.
The math doesn't lie. Fold.
Numbers don't lie, Samoa
Listen
Joe.
up. I call.
I'm a winner.
I like how her eyes darted around like she needed verification that she was a winner. Oh god, this sucks. If anyone raises, I'm folding.
I fold.
I know I said I'd fold.
I call.
I'll fucking do this though. I'll fucking do this. I don't want to go for the flush because I've only got the 3. I hope I get a pair of something I've already got in my hand, or a straight maybe. Pair of jacks, that's a little more respectable.
Listen up. I call.
Oh, there you
You're
go.
playing like a professional.
Amanda fucking Splatts, baby. As soon as Choco gets back, we'll get to the actual education. There's still a little time, just chilling. With a chat. And with this random assortment of a-holes.
Let's crank this baby.
By the a-holes, I mean the people on the table right now. Y'all aren't a-holes. Chat, you're cool. You're fucking cool.
Oh, I'm gonna concentrate on that cocktail waitress over there.
Whoa, Tommy, man! Tommy thinking with his dick, that's not a good idea.
Listen
You gotta
up.
focus on the game, man. You gotta focus on the cards. Part of the fucking cards, baby. Okay. But you gotta...
Roll out the red carpet. I win.
I see, I really do prefer 5-card draw to 7-card stud. Because 7-card stud, you don't have any choices. You don't have any options. You're just bidding and bidding and bidding. Trying to outbid everyone else. 5-card draw, you've got choices. I choose to fold the
No
shit out of this
siree.
hand.
I fold.
I think I'm up like almost $1,000. I'm doing pretty good for myself. Too bad Choco's not here. I got a jack and a king, I'll call.
I call.
Calling.
Shit, a lot of people are calling. But
I've got some ideas, but I'm gonna need 1 card first.
I need 1 card to spice up the party.
it's not bad. Got a
Maybe
pair.
just 1 little card.
That's why a lot of people like to keep a kicker. A kicker is like a random face card that otherwise you wouldn't keep, just in case it matches something that comes up later. I'll be a little ambitious.
I'll raise you.
See if I can get some people to drop out.
Just like my favorite Jimi Hendrix song, Purple Rays.
It's Purple Rain, you dumb little shit. Have you ever listened to music? Ever?
I call.
Purple Haze. It's Purple... No, it's not even You fucking idiot. You fucking dumb little shit. Purple... You're making a joke about Purple Rain. You said Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix is Purple Haze. Prince is Purple Rain. I don't want to play poker with you anymore. You're a dumb sack of shit. Well, here we go. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna. Little Texas Hold'em. This is what people traditionally think poker is. So people normally think poker is. And it did get really popular, real big back in the day. I want to check Discord quickly. There's somewhere like this. You know what? That's fair enough, Jinx. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Point annoying bald bird. Fuck, Nigel's here. Yeah. I remember a time in life where, for a small bit, poker players were considered athletes.
Even I can't act like this is a good hand. I fold.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, the cards aren't up to snuff. I fold.
Yeah, sound like Clint Eastwood. That's fine. Here's the thing about Texas Hold'em I don't think a lot of people understand. You're gonna fold a vast majority of your hands. A lot of them are gonna... Oh, shit, Michelle got full of the guy. Nice. You're gonna fold a vast majority of your hands. You're just gonna have a lot of shit. It's suited.
Listen up.
I'll call just because it's suited, and I'll see how many clubs they have on the flop. So the flop is the first three cards that come up in the
I'd hate
middle.
to miss all the fun. I call.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back, man. Oh, hold on. You're still muted. Hold on. I had to tab out of the window in order to get. I had to tab out of the window because I had to go full screen. I couldn't read it normally. So there, you're back. Your audio was back. You were talking about the toilet.
Okay, yeah. So I can't. Okay, first of all, bathroom in that airport is surprisingly clean. I understand that everything's a fucking gamble down here, so I didn't want to take no chances. I do not trust public toilets, so I do carry disinfectant wipes whenever I go outside. And when I go to public toilet, I wipe the whole thing down. The seat, the under seat, the handle, the paper towel, dispense. Like I wipe everything I touch. I wipe down because I don't trust that thing. I'm not getting no waste from no fucking public bathroom. Okay, surprisingly clean, but you know might not be clean enough. So just decided to be extra effective.
That's fair.
I had to get changed for a bit.
That's fair. I'm up $800, so you get to come watch me like
I read
fuck
somewhere
up
that I should
horribly.
raise in this situation.
I'll finish this one hand and then I'll go to the actual what I wanted to teach you. Just chill a little bit with the chat.
I'll call, but I hope it's a good flop.
Nigel here doesn't know fucking
I've got in my hand,
Prince
I should
from
run away
Jimi
screaming.
Hendrix.
I fold.
Nigel can fuck right off. I'm glad he folded. Oh shit! 3 of them.
I'm no wallflower.
So I went ahead. I put it on the screen, but you see a much clearer version I sent you in Discord. What you really need to know for Balatro are the poker hands and the levels of the poker hands. I think you might not know I have the pair of threes.
I'll raise you.
Because the more poker hand, the better your poker hand, the more powerful it
That
is.
pot's bigger than Michael Jackson's ego.
Too soon, Nigel. Too fucking soon. First, he doesn't know one black artist from another black artist. Now he's talking about. I don't like you, Nigel. I don't like you, Nigel. You can fuck right off, man. I'm leaving. I'm going to the video poker. So the reason I'm doing video poker is Balatro. There, as I've showed the chat, there are many different types of poker, even though they have like generally the same stuff. Balatro is essentially video poker. You're playing by yourself. And I believe Jack's back, Jack or better, is the most simple type of video poker. So, alright. We've got...
Hold up. What's T on this fucking...
10. Apparently there's not enough room to put a 1 or a 0, so T is 10.
I thought ace was the... Wait, are there? I don't remember
A is
playing cards
ace.
having a 10. Yeah, I know A is ace, but normally that's 10 because it's not 1. Right?
Right, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
I have never seen a 10 in any of the playing cards that I've owned. Is that a new thing?
Nah, it's... Like, 10... I don't know how to answer that. Basically, the ace can be considered 1 or the highest. Then there's 2 through 10. Those are called the number cards. And then Jack is kind of essentially 11. Queen is essentially 12. King is essentially 13. And... So basically... The rank doesn't match too much unless you're doing like a straight or a pair. What is essentially... You ever played Rummy?
No.
Because it's kind of like that. Ooh, got a pair. This is just specifically for this poker. Traditionally for video poker, you're not playing against anyone. And the reason I'm showing you this is because this is the best analog to Balatro itself. You're playing against the computer, and your payout depends on what your hand is. Which is exactly what Balatro is with a lot of extra steps. The answer is yes, 10 has always... Yeah, thank you, Jinx. I didn't want to be rude and fucking say anything. But, yeah. So I got aces, which is better than a pair of jacks. So I got payout. Max it. We got the $20 machine, so... Now, you get a weird hand like this. You gotta think about what you can do, what you can prioritize. We don't have anything that could potentially be like a pair. We've got 3 clubs, so there's an odds we could get a flush. If we've got 3 of the same suit, I like to try to go for the flush. And nothing fucking happened. Burn through my fucking savings right here. But basically going over what the actual hands are. Obviously there's a pair, which is 2 of the same. Then up above that, you got 2 pair. 2 separate. Now that's like if they're all 4 of the same, that's 4 of a kind. That's way better, but not 2 pairs. Just and then on top of the 2 pair, you got 3 of a kind. So those are pretty simple. After that, you got the straight, which is like 5 of like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9, 10 jack. Ace can be high or low with that. So it could be ace 2, 3, 4, 5, or 10 jack, queen, king, ace. Basically, with the straight, it's 5 in a row. And it has to be all 5 of the cards together. And then you got a flush. As you know, there's the 4 suits, the clubs, diamonds, hearts, and spades. If all 5 of the cards are a flush, or the same suit, that's a flush. Then you get the ones that's a little weird. Full house. See, a full house, it's when you have 3 guys and 4 children, but it looks like 3 children because one of the children is played by 2 children. And only one of the guys is the father, though. The other 2 are his friends. And then you have the one weird twin child, and there's a dog. And then the one guy brings in his wife. new wife, and then they have twins who are both on screen at the same time, and they just completely fuck up the entire thing, and everyone stops watching. Everywhere you look, everywhere a hand to hold on.
I never actually watched Full House.
Although in poker parlance, it's basically 2 of a kind and 3 of a kind at the same time. So your hand is full with minor stuff, and then 4 of a kind, that's self-explanatory. Straight flush, that is both a straight and a flush. So like 7, 8, 9, 10 jack, but all of the same suit as well. And at the top is the royal flush, which is a straight flush, but 10 jack, queen, king, ace. Royal flush is basically the strongest hand you can make with just 1 deck of cards. That's not always going to be the case in Balatro. But this is basically, at the very, very simple core, what you're doing in Balatro. You're playing video poker.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll let you play just a couple hands before we go and switch over to Balatro. Just want to get you familiar with the basics. Okay, so we get 1 discard. We've got Ace, King, 9, 5, 3. What do you think we should hold? I'll tell you, there's not a lot of good options.
There are not. I'm gonna go. Okay. Hold on, let's see. Okay, so I mean, I already have. I mean, to start with, we have 2 pair.
No, we
But-
don't.
2 is. Oh, same rank. Right. Okay. No.
Right. A pair is like 2 3s or 2 5s or 2 8s. If you want to get something that has to do with the suits, all 5 of them have to be the same suit for it to count. That's what a flush is. But those are a lot rarer. That's why it's so powerful.
So we got 2 spades. So at the very least, we got 2 spades and 2 hearts. 5 cards are the same to any order. I'm not gonna risk a flush. But Ace and a King. Those are high-ranking cards.
And this is specifically jacks or better. I mean, you don't get a payout unless it's at least a pair of jacks. Now, Balatro does have the option you see at the bottom for the high card, which is essentially absolute garbage. So normally I would just take the ace. But some people would take both the ace and the king, just in case it matched out.
that was my first instinct, is to keep the ace and the king.
Right. And that instinct was good. We made our money back. Good shit, man. I'm down $500. Okay, so here's a bit of a quandary. We got a couple things you can do here. We got a pair of 9s, which is not enough to make jacks or better, but you could work off it. We got 3 spades. We got a 9-10 jack of spades, so potential flush or potential straight. Got a couple options. What would you like to do?
I'm trying to remember the...
By the way, anyone who's watching, this is an old game from like 2011, 2012, I think. So there's no actual online multiplayer. It's just an old bitch plugged in a CD-ROM.
I'm looking at the rankings. I'm trying to see like where Jack is on the royal flush. Or
Well, the poker hand ranking, that's for all poker hands. The specific one we're playing, jacks are better. You don't get paid unless it's a pair. Specifically a pair of jacks, queens, kings, or aces. Or anything higher
I don't
than
know why I
that.
said royal flush. I meant to say straight. Like, There is a potential straight.
Well, there's a
already
potential
have the
straight
9 and the-
flush. 9, 10, jack, they're all spades. So
That is true.
but then again, you do need 2 cards to either both be in that run or be in the flush to make it. You've got a pair of 9s also, but that's not going to be enough to make jacks. But it could be a start of 2 pair or a start of 3 of a kind.
Well, the problem is that I do for well, here's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to remember the rankings of the Royals, because I feel like, because if I keep the 9, the 10, and the Jack, wouldn't I need like a king? Wouldn't I need for that Jack to count into the straight?
Well, for the
Wouldn't I
straight,
also?
for the straight, you would need either a 7 and an 8 for 7, 8, 9, 10 jack, or an 8 and a queen for 8, 9, 10 jack queen, or a queen and a king for 9, 10 jack queen king. For a flush, you would need 2 more spades. And for a straight flush, you'd need either the 8 of spades and the 7 of spades, 8 of spades, a queen of spades, or queen of spades and the king of spades.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so it's
Yeah, this is the tough one. I'd
so
have
ace,
problems
so
with this
ace is
one
the wild,
myself.
So ace is the wild card in this scenario, right? So
No,
at least for the flush, it's-
aces wouldn't have anything to do. It doesn't reach far enough to reach the ace. If
oh,
you're
so
going
this
for
doesn't
the
have
straight.
aces?
Ace would be like ace 2, 3, 4, 5, or 10 jack queen king ace. We got this 9 sitting here, so it wouldn't reach as far enough to get the ace.
Okay, so ace is either first or last.
Right. On
Okay.
the full spectrum of all 13. Full spectrum of all 13. This one we wouldn't reach that far. We need 7, 8, 8 queen, or queen king.
Okay, I'm gonna take a risk on the spades. So get rid of the 4 and the 9.
So we could get a flush. We could get a straight. We might just get another jack and get a pair.
Could get 4 of a kind. Wait, no, we can't. That's stupid. I was thinking of the flush. There's possible. Okay, who do you got? Jack and an oh, I got ace.
We
That's-
fucked up.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're gonna lose a vast majority of your hands, because
Yeah.
it's a fucking business. At the end of the day,
Ooh,
it's still a
there's
fucking
straight.
business.
We could get a straight. So we got a 4, 5, and a 6. But also a king and a queen. Ooh.
A king and a queen of the same suit too. That is a hard part.
Yeah, but the likelihood of getting those higher ranked royal guards are also statistically pretty low.
Right.
So I feel like going for the low end, the straight on the low end, with the 4, 5, and 6, is a better.
Right, because if we get a 2 and a no, if we get a 3 and a 4, a 4 and an 8, or an 8 and a 9, that'll be the straight. See what happens.
5, 6, 7, yeah.
I'm trying to hold up my reactions until
5,
I
6,
see it
7,
on the
8.
screen. So fucking
Off by
close.
1.
That's the heartbreaker when you try to go for a straight or a flush with 3 cards. When you get one of them. Okay, this one is interesting too.
Wait a minute.
You got a
Hold
10
up, I'm
jack
reclining a little bit.
queen and
Oh, I
an
can't.
ace.
Never mind. Okay. Okay.
You got a
King,
lot of
jack, ace,
options here.
Ooh. I feel like the flush is the easiest one to go for
Okay, so
in my brain, but I'm not committing it just yet.
right, so we have 3 spades, so we need to get 2 more spades. On the other hand, we have ace, king, queen, jack. So we just need a 10 to get a straight. That's what's called the close-ended straight, where there's only one card that could make it a straight, like when it's right at the end of the spectrum. As opposed to an open-ended straight, which is like 5, 6, 7, 8. You can get a 4 or a 9 to do it. So you could potentially get a straight here, but the straight would only be if you get a 10. On the other hand, you've also got the Jack, Queen, King, and Ace. If you match any of them, that's a pair, and that's Jacks are better.
I guess Royals. What is it? I keep wanting to say, oh, it's a Royal Straight, but that's not on this list. But you can see where I'm going with, right? Because
Technically, yeah, I get it. It's like a royal flush, but without the flush element.
Yeah, but it's like that is so statistically unlikely that. Well, yeah, there you go.
There you fucking go. Ooh, this is the weird one.
2, 3, 4, 2 3s, 2 4. Could get it straight here, but
Yeah, this is another nail biter.
I also have a pair though.
You have a low pair with the 3s. You've got a potential straight, but it's a closed-ended straight. The only thing that could make this a straight is a 5.
Okay. I'll play it safe. I'll keep the pair. I'll keep the pair. Yeah.
All right. No. Oh wait. I got it. Since you're watching, I'm trying to stagger mine. Because I think it's only 3 or 4 seconds behind. That's not bad.
Not that bad.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And none of the cards would have made a second pair anyway, so
Right.
I don't feel bad about that. 2v5, Choco, King, Queen. Okay. Two, 3. So I need for straight. I would need a 4.
You would need a 4 and an ace or a 6.
Yeah. I might as well shoot for the straight. I can't think of any better hand I could get with these chords.
Normally, I would just keep the king. Some people might keep the king and the jack to try to pair either of them. But if you have that jack sitting there, that'll stop you from getting certain things as well.
Well, yeah, I could, but I'm like, if I'm trying to think of statistically, like what are the actual chances of getting these? Fuck.
So close. I fucking hate that when you go for two of them and you get one.
King and a jack, but also a queen and an ace. I mean, it would not have completed a flush, but like,
Right.
not a straight is what I mean. It would not have completed the straight, but like that's really close.
Yeah, so fucking close.
Yeah, but close ain't good enough. So okay.
Oh, this one is kind of a garbage hand. Like, you've got the ace, that's obviously sticking out, but there's not a lot else.
I mean, there's a potential straight because there's 7, ace, and a 10. There is a potential straight there. But
No,
that's not
no.
fucking.
The only potential straight would be 3, 5, 7. But you need a 4 and a 6.
I forgot about the ace.
Aces,
Because I was thinking, oh yeah, 7,
aces
8,
aren't
yeah,
wild.
7, 8, 9, 10, ace. Right,
well,
right,
it could be
right,
ace
wild.
3, 5, but then you need a 2 and a 4.
Ace of spades. Fuck it, ace of spades, keep it.
Alright, see what happens. Oh, fuck, so close. So fucking close. 4 spades. Oh, that's the fucking heartbreak. Don't you think this game would be a lot easier if you had more than 5 cards at once? What if I told you that Hoyle Video Games, Hoyle Gambling, has a special version of video poker where you can
Multi-hand?
play poker in the fucking multiverse.
Interdimensional
Yep.
Jesus.
We're going to play 50 hands of poker at once. Now watch how this is
Ooh.
done. So I'm gonna get a pair of 2s. And then,
2, 8, 4.
you see, it's gonna give us 50 hands. And it's gonna tell us, and we're gonna get a payout depending on what those 50 hands were. We're playing poker in the multiverse right now. You see, some of them were pairs. Some of them we got 3 of a kind.
Yeah, and I see.
But we don't get credit for every single one. I believe we have to hit a certain threshold. Oh, we even got a full house in one of them. Yeah, we're playing poker in the multiverse now. We're playing big brain
Well,
poker.
I feel like at this point it's just coin flip.
Yeah,
So-
it is pretty much. That's what makes it fun.
All right.
Okay, so
Ooh.
you got 3 of one suit, or you got an ace.
I'm
I'll go and let you pick. What do you want? Do you want to go for the flush, or do you just want the ace?
I'll go for the flush.
All right, let's see. Place your. How many multiverses will we get a flush in? Let's see.
4.
None.
Damn it!
We got a bunch of jacks are better, but that's about it. It's so hard to get a straight or a flush on this 3. Ooh. Oh, sorry, I'll wait. Keep an eye on the screen. So here's one for you. Do you got 4 for a flush, or you got a pair of 7s? By the way, while you're thinking, I really love how this is laid out. You look at the top, it's 7 by 7, that's 49 hands, and then the one right in front of us is the 50. I think that's really smart how they laid that out.
So here's the thing, right? Okay, so 5, 7, and 8. So there needs to be a 4 and a 6, but also 5 and the potential straight here would actually be a straight flush because we're all the same hand. Because we're all the same hand. Suit, right?
Right.
Uh,
To do a straight flush, we would need the... First of all, you would need the 6 of diamonds. You need the 4 and 6 of diamonds, or 6 and 9 of diamonds. Nice.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, the 2 pair is a guaranteed. Not. I was gonna say payout, but you know what I mean, right? That's a guaranteed hand. Is the 2 pair, the 1 pair.
No, actually, this is set to jacks or better. So we're only going to pay out if it's at least a pair of jacks.
Oh, okay.
Although getting
So
a pair of 7s,
so the
that
2
could get
pairs-
us a 2
so
pair
the 1
or
pair
a
is
potential
basically-
3 of a kind.
So a 1 pair only counts in this machine if it's jacks specifically.
Jacks, queens, kings, or aces.
Okay, royal pairs.
Right. Jacks are better to
Okay.
open.
Okay, so jacks are the lowest rung of the. Okay, all right.
In video
So-
poker. Now, in Balatro, I'll say you can play anything, even just a high card, no hand garbage. But traditionally in video poker, it's jacks are better.
Got it. Okay, so and having an ace is really though. Holding an ace is really fucking strong. You know what? I just want to. I'm gonna go for the straight flush just to see if it happens.
8, 5, 7.
In this multiverse, I'm gonna see if this straight flush happens.
See, let's plumb the multiverse, see what we can find. We did not get any straight flushes. We got 4 flushes though. You see, of the 50
You know what?
of the 50 credits we put in, we got 32 back. It was worth a
You know what?
shot
I'll
though.
take that.
We didn't get any straights though either. That's okay.
That's yeah. I was hoping for a straight, honestly.
Oh shit! I don't have enough money now.
You don't have enough to do the full board.
Now we're just doing 20 foot. We're doing half the multiverse right now. Though we do have 2 pair, so that's 25 2 pairs. Maybe that'll help. 1 full house. I go in there with 2 pairs into the multiverse. At 25 hands, 1 fucking full house. What the shit? No, I can't stop there. I don't give a shit.
Okay, 3 2. Okay, I see. 3 of a kind and then 1 pair is what a full house is. Alright, I see. Okay.
This one's obvious.
Okay. 3 of a kind. Play the rest out.
Not doing nearly as good as I think we can go back into the multiverse now again. Thanks. Thank you, multiverse. Very cool. Alright, I'll let you do this one. I went ahead and just picked up the easy ones just so we don't run out of money. I figured probably just do a couple more hands of this just to get to the practice, and then we'll go ahead and start the Lotro.
Okay, so potential royal flush, potential.
By the way, I noticed you changed your Fugi while you were gone. Very sassy.
Like I said, I had to get dressed.
There you go.
I had to change clothes. Okay, so 10. So what was the? I'm trying to. Okay, it was like 10. Jack, King. No. 10. I'm trying to think of this straight in my head because there's obviously Jack and King, so there's.
Right. So a
It's
straight it
Jack,
would have to
King,
be.
Jack.
One of them would need to be a queen, and then you'd also need a 9 or an ace.
Okay. I'm trying to. I'm trying to remember the order, right? It's Jack, Queen, King, Ace, right?
Correct. With a 10 on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially the royal straight or the royal flush. And that's special because 10 Jack Queen King Ace same suit. That is literally the highest hand you can have without using wild cards or anything for standard 52 deck.
You know what? I'll sue for it. Keep the Jack, the King, and the 10. The 10 is where. You know what? Yeah, keep the 10.
Right, let's see what happens. Oh, we got 2 straights, and I think that alone covered it. Because we put 50 credits in, we got 115 back. So we hit it twice out of 50 multiverses. It's not too shabby. You see here.
Okay, good, because I could.
Oh, good here.
Because
So,
I got greedy when I first saw the hand. I was like, oh, it could be a royal flush though. But I knew that wouldn't happen.
so here's the
not-
10 jack.
no, no.
Here's it if it was a 10 Jack Queen King Ace, and 9 10 Jack Queen King. It's nice we got the 2 so you see the contrast. Still not back where I was.
Wait, what? Hold up. That also wait. No, they have to be the same. Okay, no, they're okay. Okay, wait, no, wait.
I'm moving up.
One pair.
Yeah, because if you spend more money and you bet higher, you'll make your money back faster, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ooh, at least we got a pair of aces here.
So there are two. Oh, you did that one already. Ooh. God, that's a good fucking 2 aces.
Oh, cool. Just fucking gives me a straight right here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
100 credits, just double my money. And that's how bad it gets, though. That's how deceptively you're gonna lose a ton of money. Like that, I quadrupled my money by just getting a straight. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an interesting
you-
mechanic for Hoyle. If you make enough money, then they give you a new quote-unquote card. And if you go bankrupt, you can go back to that. Basically, this is a checkpoint. If you make enough money in Hoyle card games, you get a checkpoint. And I think I hit a checkpoint at like 10,000. So, I back in the day when I played this alone for hours at a time, listening to the news and shit, I think I got up to 1 million, and I think a black card with 1 million is the highest checkpoint you can make. So it's good I got that. Because I'm thinking of doing one of these streams, but with open voice chat so people can distract me while I'm trying to gamble. I was gonna, for anyone who's watching my, I tell people to keep an eye on my upcoming stream, waiting rooms. I was gonna do it this week, but I am so enamored with Mushroom Musume coming out that instead this Wednesday I'm just gonna get up really early and try to do 2 runs back. I'll push the casino games back to later. It's just such a cute little game, cute little visual novel. It looks like you've added a ton of shit. So I'll let you handle this one. This one's kind of
This
tough
one's. So there's multiple straights here, or could go for a flush. And I'm thinking, which I mean, I feel like a flush is more likely just due to the number of the cards, right? Statistically, because I know that's possible, but I also feel like. I mean, flush is statistically more likely, but
right. It's interesting if you do the math. If you get 3 things for a flush, you need 10 different. There are only 10 more cards in the deck that would satisfy that. If you go for a straight, there are 8 cards in the deck to satisfy that, but you need a combination of the 2 of them. It's a lot of psychotic mental trickery, and then you lose all your money anyways.
yeah, but it also depends on which straight I want to go for. Because I could go for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could go to 2, 3, 4, 5s, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right?
Right.
So it's like which. And again, the 7 and 8. I'm going to. I'm gonna go for the flush. So
Alright.
keep the
Keep
3,
the
the 7,
clubs.
and the 8. Yeah, the clubs.
Let's see how it goes. No flush, but we got enough 3 of a kinds. That's fucking strange. We got 2 7s in this multiverse and 2 8s in this one. So we put in $25, got back, or 25 credits, got back 24. So that's. Oh, still don't have enough to do all 50. I'll do 1 more. Ooh, this is a good one to go out on. We've got 4 to a straight,
Fuck.
but we've also got a low pair. What do you think would be better to build off of?
Well, like you said, like the machine says, pairs only work in jacks, but only work in this for jacks are better. So
Yeah, you kind of hobble when you're playing jacks and better. A lot of people go for any pairs. You kind of hobble yourself doing that though, because the best you can hope for
Yeah, exactly. For
is
video
is
gold, you're right.
either two pair, getting another one for 3 of a kind, or if you're really lucky, get 4 of a kind.
Yes, two pairs statistically more likely.
Right.
So, but straight though, right? So do I gamble?
Well, this is an open-ended
pairs
straight
or the
also.
straights?
You could make it with a 6 or a jack.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, how much of that tiny little bit of security do you want to give up?
Well, because I'm trying to think, right? Wait, what's the payout on this? Oh, it doesn't say.
No, I don't think it says until you actually get paid out.
So, obviously, the two pairs are more likely, but also that could lean into 3 of a kind or a full house, right? So there are more potential hands I can get if I keep the pair. But the straight is worth more.
Yeah. Plus, this is a 7, 8, 9, 10. So if you don't get the straight, but you get a pair, you're still not getting anything if it's something that pairs with something that's there.
Yeah.
But then again, if you do hit the straight, you could hit it on either end.
Yeah, that's why I'm really thinking about going for the straight. Because they are still, it is still like I need like these 2 cards, but I feel like because they're lower value cards, they have a higher chance of statistically showing up because they're lower value number cards rather than like the high value royal cards. Unless this is true random, not weighted random, but I believe that this is true random. So
in a real casino, it would probably be weighted, but this is the PC game, so it's probably completely random.
You know what? I'll play dangerous. I'll aim for the straight.
Let's see how many multiverses we get it in. We get it in 2 multiverses. And we get $8 back. We spent $45 or 25 credits, got it back. That was not.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's kind of brutal.
It wasn't worth.
I lost $10,000 doing that shit. I think we better leave. Staff starting to look at me funny.
How much is 50 hit? How much is 50 hands? How much is that to draw?
That's $5,000, I believe.
Oh, per.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's $100. I moved up to the $100 a hand table, so that'd be $5,000 each. Like if we were to bet max right now, we just barely made 25. Ooh, shit. Yes.
Ooh, that's good.
Okay, now I think we can play 50. Keep the fucking zone.
All right. Ooh. God, a royal flush is in the works.
It'd be easier to get a normal flush. We could potentially get a royal straight, or if we just keep the ace, jack, king, that would be a royal flush.
But also, okay, so royal flush. But here's the thing. Oh yeah, straight. Yeah, straight. No, not straight.
4
what's
would.
it when you have,
we have 4 for a normal straight, but we would need a queen to be close-ended.
Or okay, but all of the cards in this hand except the 10 are spades.
Right.
What's the one for you having all cards of the same? That's a no, not a flush. Yeah, that's a flush.
That is
So
a flush. Yeah.
flush is the highest. I feel like flush is the highest likely.
Morning, just morning clanker.
Yep. Yeah. I feel like the I mean the worst you can get is nothing. But of the hands that could get here, I feel like flush is the most likely.
All right. Because you were
Simply because it just requires another spade.
because you were saying royal flush. We could go for a royal flush, but that would involve getting both the queen of spades and the ten of spades. I think it would just be safer to try to go for the regular flush.
Yeah.
We got it 8 times out of 50. But we got enough pairs, jacks are better, that we came out ahead 58 credits. Nice.
So that's positive, right?
Yeah, just barely positive. But when you're playing 100 better, that's making $800. So, I think it's time to cash out. We'll leave on a win. Leave on a win. And now I've got to reset everything because it's an old 2011 game, and that's going to re-fuck up my graphics. Move OBS back to the right.
Oil. Let me look this up.
So yeah. So not only the casino, the Hoyle, that was part of a 4-pack that I got back in the day. The Hoyle Anniversary Collection. It also had slot machines, which I never played. It also had board games and card games. They are currently reselling all of them on Steam under the Encore Collection. They changed the name. Might have lost the rights to call it Hoyle. Problem is, they don't update them at all. Like, if it was something like they did with Dr. Lunatic Supreme with Cheese, where they updated it and made things easier to work with Steam, I would have bought them. But no, it's just literally just an exact port of Hoyle. So it still runs and feels like a 2011, 2012 game. So I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I looked it up and I saw a bid for it on eBay. The actual CD-ROM disc. I'm trying to remember when was the last time I saw a PC-ROM disc.
Yeah.
That wasn't at Walmart, I should say. I get.
Yeah, they got all the fucking hidden puzzles and Nancy Drew Hardy Boy shit at Walmart for some fucking reason. I guess because Grandma's still
I'm always
shopping
tempted to buy one of those just to see if it works.
Well,
Because I did relatively recently get an external CD-ROM drive for my PC. Because there are a lot of old PC games that I have that I want to see if they still work. Just for the sake of nostalgia. Also, like 100 games in one, like all that dumb shit that sucks. But
I'm trying to remember the last actual CD game I got or played was I think it was the 7th guess. Back in the day, for any of the fetuses watching, there was a whole genre called FMV, or full motion video, where there was actually very little gameplay involved, because everything was video, like actual human beings moving around and stuff. And the 7th guess was a puzzle game, where you had FMV people walking around and talking and stuff, go through a whole big mansion. It was slow as hell. And then it just had a bunch of puzzles you could do as well. It was annoying, but it had its own kind of charm, the old FMV games. Like Night Trap. Didn't they recently re-release Night Trap, I think?
Yeah, they did re-release Night Trap.
One of those games where you could actually, it could take timing and skill, or I think it's always the same game, and you could just, if you know when everyone's gonna jump in.
So, I'm trying to think.
Shivers 2 for Windows 3.1. So I see you two are ahead, chilling. Very cool.
I'm thinking. Most of my PC gaming was done with the Sega Smash Pack CD-ROMs, but I remember that there was a specific Christmas when I got the Sega Smash Pack. It came in a bundle, So it was like Sega Smash Pack 1 and 2. It had like a Sonic, not a collection. It had Sonic 3 and Knuckles. The PC port of Virtua Fighter 2, which is fucking great, by the way.
I'm still pissed off we don't have a nice, good definitive port of Virtua Fighter 1.
Virtua Fighter 1 never got an arcade perfect port though.
Not counting
It had a couple- it had-
remix.
Remix is not arcade perfect. That is a Saturn exclusive. That was made specifically for the Saturn.
Right.
I don't remember if Virtua Fighter 1 got a PC port. I don't think it did.
I know Battle Arena Toshinden got a PC port. That's
Yeah,
because
it
you
had
can play.
Earthworm Jim in it.
Yeah. I thought that was so fucking cool until I played it, and it's just a reskin of Rungo.
Yeah, but
It's better
The-
than nothing.
yeah.
I tell you, Toshinden was fucking everywhere growing up, though. When on the magazines and
It-
everything. Specifically, Sophia was everywhere. You thought she
Yeah,
would be the
Sophia's
mascot of Sega. Or Sony, rather.
Of Sony, yeah. I mean, she was for a while, and then Laura Croft came in and took over as the advertising sex symbol of Sony.
Because she also had guns.
Yeah, she did. I find
It's not capturing Balatro for some reason. Oh, there it is. It just took a moment. Now, Balatro may look a little bit different to anyone else who's watching, because I turn off the screen shake in the CRT, because it just fucks
Which
with
is
my
good.
head. Yeah.
I mean also CRT filters also just tend to look kind of bad,
Yeah, I turn them off whenever I do.
especially if
5K
you're
or anything.
streaming it.
I gotta unplug the keyboards and put in the controller. I need more ports, man. I need more fucking ports. I got like 3 on this laptop, and no, I've got 3 on the laptop. One of them has to stay plugged in for the second monitor, and I do that through the laptop fan I have built in underneath. So I've got 2 free ports for my keyboard, controller, and microphone. So if I'm streaming, I got to keep switching between the keyboard and the controller, because I don't like using the. I think I've showed this before, but the way I'm set up, I have the laptop on a big old tower, so it gets ventilation and everything. But it's really awkward to type, so I went ahead and bought a USB keyboard, and so my writing screens are so much more comfortable now. But I've switched between that and the controller, and I guess maybe I need to invest in a wireless mouse or something. Oh shit, this happens.
Wireless mouse and keyboard are really useful.
But sometimes it takes a moment to read when I put the controller in. That's old fucking controller. I really gotta spend some money getting a good controller. I got this fucking generic Xbox controller. Started wigging out when I plugged it in. I think it's just easier to plug it in and then play. Hopefully I haven't detected from the beginning. Well, fucking TV, right?
Generally, you want to have your controller plugged in before you start the game, because although modern games are slightly like this, where it can detect the controller in the middle of the game, for most games, it cannot detect the controller after the game booted up. So you have to have the controller plugged in before the game boots up, depending on what kind of game it is. I know that in some games, well, no, I talked about it before, but when I play fighting mech games, I have to make sure the controller is unplugged, because it's not going to register. The game won't boot if I have a controller plugged in, so I have to unplug the controller, boot up the game, plug the controller in, make sure that the controller support is turned off, and then you turn joy to key. Well, I use anti-macros, but joy to key is more well known. I use joy to key to configure my inputs, and then play the game. Because the engine is so old that it cannot register. It doesn't recognize when a controller's plugged in after the game boots up.
At that point, it's almost easier to just use the mouse and keyboard, or just use a keyboard rather. But I don't know. I played emulated games on a keyboard for a very long time, for many years, and it just got so much easier when I got a physical controller to plug in. Okay, so
I played a lot of funny games on keyboard. Not necessarily. I mean, PC Board Virtua Fighter 2. That thing stayed in my fucking computer for a long time. Virtua Fighter 2 and like the PC port, Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2000. Those two were always in my system. But I played a lot of Flash fighting games, so I did eventually get used to playing fighting games on keyboard. But since we're at a point where now we're like PC fighting games are like made in parity with consoles and other systems, it's harder to play them on keyboard now because they're not developed with the idea that they're playing on keyboard now. Or rather, well, actually, some of them kind of are, because now that fight sticks are more common and hitboxes. Hitboxes are more common now, and a hitbox is basically a keyboard specifically for fighting games. So there is that going on. I'll have to actually hold up. Did you wait? What is it called? You want to? Since I'm bringing up custom fighting game controllers, what the fuck was this thing called?
I think the coolest one I ever saw was this guy Coefficient, who was kind of my link between VTubers and fighting games, getting back into fighting games after a while. He had one made of Choco. That was real fucking cool.
Yeah, the custom arcade stick. Yeah. Most people that. Yeah, a lot of people that get into fighting games and have sticks, almost every single time they get really big into customizing sticks. Even if it's just something like aesthetic, like, oh yeah, you get a custom faceplate or whatever. But a lot of them really get into like the custom hardware, because like, you have to change it. It's basically the same autism that that people get when they it's basically keyboard autism, but for fighting games.
Right.
So it combines keyboard autism and fighting game autism. Let's see. Fighting game controller. Because this was relatively. God damn it, it's not there. There's that. What? Is it pad? Ooh. Wait. No, it's not this. Wait. I think this is made by the same company. So let's see. Controller. Out of stock. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. Is it this? Images. Yup. Okay. Wrong window. This one. Bro, you got.
I thought you were doing an impression of the grunts there for a moment there.
Well, yeah, I just tend to do that.
Pulling it up right now. Padbox GS.
So, you want to talk about custom controllers? Break that shit up on the stream, bro.
Yeah, I'm just resizing everything right now when I closed.
I should have sent you an image, actually. Hold up, if you want, I could just send you an image. I feel that would be
yeah, please do. That would be easier.
Okay,
Everyone else are just vibing out to the theme from Balatro as we go. Catchy fucking song.
Oh. Well, I have the stream muted, so I can't hear it. I assume the music is good.
It's
Video
weird.
games tend to have good music nowadays.
It's interesting because it's in 7/4 time, so it kind of throws you off a little bit, but it's good.
Ooh, I like music with odd time, with weird time signatures.
And the cool thing about the music in Balatro is that there are certain different things, like different shops you can go into, and there's bosses in the game, and the music just goes seamlessly into them. Kind of like when you ride on Yoshi in the Mario World series, and they just add drums to the music that's already playing. A little more complex.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, but that's really cool too. I like when the music seamlessly changes between one another. That's taking too long, so I do this instead. Boom. Check that shit out. Whoop.
Ooh, oh, wow. We'll save the picture, I'll share it with everyone. Save the image.
Yeah, you want to talk about custom fucking controllers?
Save the image to download, so next to image. Browse. Look at that shit. That is a weird fucking shape.
Oh yeah. And this is a relative, and this is a redesign. There's an, let me bring up the older build just for a point of comparison. I'll use this one because it's a different color. It makes it easier to see. Okay,
So what's the thing on the left? Is that just where you bend your hand? Like you move the D-pad
There's
with your
older-
thumb, and then just have your fingers down forward.
There's no. Yeah, so what this is attempting to do is that the left part is basically like, you know, the left half of a standard controller, right? Because some people play stick, some people play on controller, some people play on this is trying to combine a default standard controller, which is on the left side, and on the right side is an arcade stick layout.
Right.
Because and I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted, because the thing is, well, for one, right, when playing fighting games on the controller, right, number one is you have to worry about the death grip, right? Some people have a fucking death grip.
Right.
Like you can hear the plastic bending when I'm holding it. Some people have a death grip in the controller. It's meant to ease up on that, but also fighting games for a long time. That's the older model.
I don't like that. This one looks like it's a pain to use. Like you can only just use it. I see now why that handle is there.
Yeah, it's to make it more comfortable.
Yeah.
So, I'll say, Saint Jinx. Oh boy. So, fighting games for a long time, and you can even argue not even. Okay. For a long time, fighting games were built for arcade machines, which means that the layout that you would use is also built for arcade machines. So, there's a reason why if you are below a certain age, you would likely be a stick player. That's why a lot of the culture of fighting games for a long time was purely stick focused, because a lot of people played in arcades, would get their exposure to fighting games in arcades.
Right.
As arcades kind of died out and home ports and home releases of fighting games became more and more common, more people became stick focused, and then there's emulation, which is why the hitbox exists, because a lot of people started playing on computers. So a lot of people got used to playing fighting games on keyboard, and so that's how there's like you can kind of I feel like you can kind of date people based on what controller, or rather what method of controller that they're used to. You can kind of tell like when they got into fighting games. like, you know, if people are like super hardcore on fight sticks, I'm like, okay, you came from the arcades. If you're used to playing on a regular controller, that's like, okay, you are used to like home ports. So you either got started with like, you know, SNES or PlayStation, or like just like general like console ports. And for people that are really into fight sticks, I mean, a lot of people now are, not fight sticks, hitboxes. I forget the generic term for it, but for now, because Hitbox is a brand, but I know there is a generic term for that kind of controller, but I forget what it is. For people that are like really big into Hitbox, like, okay, you either were really into emulation and learn about fighting games that way, fighting games or PC ports, or you are transitioning into using the Hitbox because it has the least amount of travel time. So it is technically the most optimal way to play a fighting game, but also leads into a lot of really weird stuff because, you know, fighting games were not meant to be played on PC. So it's like, you have to have custom things like SOCD, which is like not SOC, which is what does it stand for? I forget what it stands for, but like there's a, you know,
SOCD.
Yeah, SOCD, yeah. Like simultaneous, I think it's like simultaneous opposite direction clear. Controller. Hitbox arcade.
Why am
simultaneous,
why am I trying to use the fucking the keyboard that I unplugged to search shit?
Okay, simultaneous opposing cardinal directions.
Oh, there you go.
So for a lot of fighting games, you know, really weird shit tends to happen if you were to hold, like, say, left and right at the same time.
Right.
Because, you know, you can't do that on an arcade stick. You can kind of do that with a controller, but you have to be using both the D-pad and the thumbstick at the same time, which most people are not going to do because it's such a weird input. I mean, I'm pretty sure some people did it for like. Anyway, so if you have press two opposing directions at the same time, weird shit happens. Like sometimes nothing happens. Sometimes it allows, like, say, Guile to walk forward and charge at the same time. That could potentially happen, right? Or it could have you block both directions at the same time, so it can make you immune to cross-ups. Like, just weird shit just tends to happen because, like, that is so, because you can't do it on a stick, and you could conceivably do it on a controller, but it is so impractical to do that on a controller because you'd have to play like you normally would and then switch to this double pad thumbstick thing for like a brief instance and then go back to holding it normally, and the time it would take you to go from one to the other is enough time for someone to smack you for it.
Yeah, it's not working.
Right? Because you can't do it instantly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what's fucking sad about. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say what's sad about. I got into fighting games, a lot of them through emulation, and I don't think I've ever confessed this to anyone before. But one of the reasons I started playing SNK fighting games over Capcom fighting games was because SNK only had the 4 buttons. Capcom usually had the 6. So when I was playing the SNK fighting game, I could just keep my fingers on A, S, D, F and not have to move them around. But if I wanted to play Street Fighter or something, I'd be hunting around for that 6th button, and, like, get my ass beat or something. So that was kind of one of the nudges towards that.
Yeah, I could see that. When I was emulating fighting games, I'm trying to remember. I think by the time I got really into emulation for fighting games, I already had USB controllers for that. So I didn't play them. When I was playing on keyboards, I was playing, like, you know, Virtua Fighter 2, which is only 3 buttons, right?
Right.
Most of the games I played when I was I'm trying to think. I know that's Copera Fighter. Copera Fighter was 4 buttons, but I used like the box layout and not the straight line layout that you were using. So I think mine was like arrow keys for movement and then like ASZX is what I was using. So I was using like the box layout and not the I feel like if I used the straight line layout, that actually would have been better. but
Right.
I wasn't because I wanted to. I didn't want. I wanted. Well, I guess you could say it's muscle memory. So like, oh yeah, what's layout? Okay, it's the high, light punch, heavy punch, like heavy kick layout. Well, actually, I guess it's more similar to Mortal Kombat. Well, no, it's the Tekken layout, right? But it's like, okay, so I know what to press here. I don't have to relearn this. I don't have to relearn my controls. But it's like, okay, no,
Right.
it is the Tekken layout, so I know instinctively what button to press when and where. Whereas if I, but
You're not thinking about hitting the right thing. You're thinking about like getting the boots.
yeah, exactly. It reduces the mental stack.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Because there's always that problem, like, oh yeah, I play a ton of different games on different systems and emulation. Okay, what does the X? Where is the X button?
Which X
Right.
button?
Exactly.
That was just
And
so,
the
so
fun-
much easier to like once I finally got into the SNK games with the 4 buttons, just to keep going with that cabinet because it only had the 4 buttons, and that's how I got into like Neo Turf Masters and stuff like that.
You know the fucked up thing is that when I was younger, I had no problem switching like different button layouts. I always knew what button was where. But as I'm getting older, I am now falling into that problem. Like, oh fuck, where is the X button? Which X button do I use?
Hack supremacy,
You-
baby.
Dude, if you watch, I mean, you did watch a bit of my Fights in Tight Spaces stream. I
Yeah, I
kept
did.
doing that. Whenever I would just randomly hit the intern button, because in my brain I'm like, oh yeah, that's the X button, even though it's the Y button. I'm using a.
And
I'm
it's a
using the fucking-
pisser because the X button, I have to keep hitting the X button because that highlights where the knockout, the instant throw out, the yeet spots are. And later in the game, you need those. You're going to be wasting so much time just chipping away at health if you just instantly yeet someone. But you have to hit X for the yeet spots to turn red so you can see where they are, because they can change from map to map. But then that's right next to the Y button, which ends your damn turn.
Yeah, because okay, so the controller I was using a Switch controller. I was using a Switch Pro controller at that time, but the on-screen layout was the 360. So basically, the A and the B and the X and the Y are completely switched. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna press the button to view, right, which is the X button, which on my controller is the Y button.
Oops.
So it's like, I would, and I end up skipping my turn and dying because of it. Fun time.
Yeah, it is unforgiving. Especially the prison level is really unforgiving. Because I've showed pictures before. I've had matches where I had fought 4 shotgun holding guys at once with the shotguns that knock you back in like a 2x8 area, where it's like literally impossible to dodge all of them. Like that's why if you want to do a full run of Fights in Tight Spaces, you have to start from the beginning. Because, yeah, you can start from other chapters, but the extra cards you get and the power-ups and everything, you really need those to survive later.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the grappler deck looks like, because even off of the default throw, I'm getting so much mileage out of that.
I'll tell you, 100%, I'm not a huge fan of the grappler deck, because it does not have nearly as much mobility options. Plus, warning,
Grapplers,
there are a lot of guys who
grapplers-
can't, a lot of bosses can't be grappled. But,
yeah,
like Shonk and the guy.
the big guys cannot be grappled.
Yeah. So you gotta be real careful. I think the bosses can be grappled, I don't know. When I fought the ninja boss, I was able to yeet him out in 2 turns. That was good times. That was great times.
Yeah, but like basic throw is so fucking good. Free action, enemy skips a turn. It's so good. Especially if it's
when we're done.
Especially if it's throw plus, that's like 12 damage for free. That's
Plus grappler
that's
deck,
so
you
strong.
also get the stomp for 20, which you could follow up with if you've got the momentum.
yeah. I did I didn't unlock the grapple deck in its entirety, but I do remember in one of my last runs I did see the stomp. I did have an opportunity to get the stomp card, but I didn't have the basic throw card, so I didn't get it.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, that's strong. I think that was like,
Yeah, there
damage.
are like 3 or 4 different cards that are stupid powerful, but they're also really situational like that. Like, one of my favorite cards is Jump Off the Wall into a Superman Punch. That's a ton of damage.
Lots of damage. 1 point. Have to be at a wall, which
Right, you have to have a wall behind you.
I am.
Although I believe a large enemy
for
counts
me.
as a wall. So you could, like, jump off a chunk and do it.
Okay, I was wondering about that. I was wondering if I could use the big guy for a wall. I never had an opportunity to do that, but was something in the back of my mind. It's like, can I jump off a big guy after this? I'll also have to test that when I play it next time.
One more question before we go ahead and head into Blotro. You said you got to the second stage. How many times did the biker boss's henchman shoot him? When the boss of the first stage.
Oh, second stage. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's. Are we counting the tutorial as a stage?
No, because you can skip it.
Okay.
With no penalties.
Okay.
But because you've seen a couple clips on my channel.
Yeah.
I kited him into his own henchman and had entire rounds where he died completely from friendly fire with those 2 gunmen. It's fucking hilarious. So hilarious that I think those are a couple of the first videos I ever put up on my channel that aren't streams. Just the guy getting shot by his own henchman again and again. That's why mobility is so important in that game. Being able to move around, get a lot of movement cards. Especially towards the end when you get the rifleman, who can do that as a counter and can do that on your turn.
Well, again, that's part of the reason why I want. Yeah, movement. I feel like if I'm gonna use a balance deck, I feel like movement is the key part of the balance deck. A lot of movement tools, not only for you, but to also move the roundhouse kicks or the front kicks to move enemies to where you want them to be and attack them at the same time. I feel like that's what I have to build towards. But another reason why I'm interested in the grappling deck is that I don't have a lot of movement, but I feel like that's where I get all of the tools to move enemies specifically, like grappling. The grappling deck where I can just move an enemy to an adjacent square, pull and push and shove. Like, I feel like those are going to be the air quotes movement options for the grappler, and like ragdolling enemies into hitting each other sounds really fun.
It is. But even no matter the deck, you can kite a lot of people into just like walking into gunmen, or the armed guys who are 2 spaces instead of 1, or like the one sub boss, the welder guy, who has 3 spaces. Just kiting people into other enemies is a huge thing you're gonna learn to get some high quality play going. And like I said, when we're done here,
I keep forgetting the welder guy has 3 blocks and not 2 for his attack.
Yeah.
It jump scared me a couple of times.
It's where the welder has 3, Shotgun Sadie has she hits 3 in front of her.
Wide.
And then Chonk has 2 his left, 2 his right, and the 3 in front. And he adds to everybody's shield. And he's large and can't be thrown. Fuck Chonk. All my homies hate Chonk.
I haven't had too much trouble with Chonk. Because whenever he shows up, I tend to. Well, the thing is, I'm used to. I either target him first or I target him last, right? I either get rid of him first or I get rid of the ads first. Because I don't have a lot of trouble taking down armored enemies because the armor that he gives is like really small. It's like, I think 4, and any of my normal attacks outside of my jab, which I can just do for free anyway if I do it, do more than 4 damage. So I'm always breaking armor. And again, a lot of time I'm using the balance deck, which again I'm tuning towards moving characters out of the way anyway. So even if I don't break armor, I'm shifting the enemy out of the way so they won't be able to attack me at the end of the turn anyway. So it's I haven't had too much problems facing Chonk, honestly.
My biggest problem with Chong is that his whole massive hit area. But if you kite him
Yeah, the
properly,
big swing he does.
if you kite him properly, he can take out a few goons at once. But then you
Yep.
lose all your mobility options just getting away from him.
Well, it's only one. Yeah, he does like that full like half circle swing in front of him, right?
Right, and to his sides.
Yeah, it's only one. It's like it's only in front of him once, so I just tend to keep at least one block away from him at all times, and sometimes maneuver other enemies to get hit by it. Although recently I have been just tanking the hit. Like I've started upgrading my armor cards.
Yeah.
So like I get a quick block that's like 12, which is how much damage his swing does. So I can just armor up for free with the quick block and just tank the hit.
And that's a lot of what the counter deck is. A lot of counters will give you enough block to tank one counter. But if you're willing to take a little damage, you can counter anyone who hits you on that turn. The problem is you really have to start thinking ahead to like taking as little damage as possible if you want to make it all the way through in one run.
Yeah, counter deck. I'll have to double check and see if the long counter. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I hope that I'm assuming that the counter deck will have a diagonal counter.
I don't think anything. Almost nothing is diagonal.
Well, you have the Chonk has that big swing, which does hit diagonal.
Right, but I'm saying as far as your art, so like stuff that the enemies get is ridiculously powerful compared to what you get. Like I think the final boss actually gets a ground pound that doesn't do any damage but pushes you away a square, which is hilarious because your first round of the boss fight is on like a 3x5 airplane wing where every single thing is a yeetable zone. So if you don't know that's coming, he'll yeet you off after like 2 turns.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. I'll be able to check it out later today. After we're done, I'm gonna try to win again. Once you played a lot, gotten a lot of experience, unlocked most of the stuff, I do recommend what I did, making your own deck. It guides you.
I mean, that's the final. Okay, that's like to me. That is the goal of the game, is to make my own deck.
Right. As soon as you've got enough experience that you've unlocked the grappler deck, I'd say start experimenting with making your own deck, because then you start getting the real good cards.
Oh yeah.
And speaking of really good cards, I got a lot of them to show you right now. Yeah, check out the Electro.
One. So all I know about Balatro is that it's poker, but also there are jokers in the game that just do whatever the fuck, basically.
Right.
That just completely changed the game.
Well, luckily,
That's all I
I went ahead and got us clear. I want to do like 1 or 2 on this clear save, so you can see what a normal game looks like. And then I'll do a couple rounds on my save, which has almost everything unlocked. So, but like I said, I showed you video poker, because this is essentially video poker. So,
Yeah,
as you play, you get new decks. But we start with the red decks.
Whole decks.
Yep.
Okay, I thought it was just Joker cards that just change things.
Oh no, yeah, Jokers come in late. In fact, there's a whole tutorial. Jimbo himself is gonna teach you how. Oh no, the tutorial doesn't fucking show up if you're playing. Oh, what fuck. Well, I'll tutorial it. So basically, Balatro is
that's a conversation for another time.
Right, you've got 8 different levels. There are small blinds, big blinds, and then the bosses. We're gonna go ahead and play everything first. A blind, it in normal poker parlance, is essentially your ante. This one, they're the enemies. Quote
What's an
unquote.
ante?
ante.
I don't know what that is.
In real poker, an ante is you have to pay money to get in. Like
it's
your
a starting
initial
bet.
stake, right? In multi-hand poker, where it's like 9 or 10 people playing, one person puts in the small blind, which is a small amount of money. The person next to them puts in a big blind, which is a large amount of money. And then the person next to them just bets normally. So that it goes around and it rotates, and eventually more people, everyone has to ante up a little bit here and there. But for Balatro,
so
blinds are the enemies, quote unquote.
Mm.
And the small and big blinds don't have anything special, except you have to make a certain amount of money to clear them. The bosses, you'll see the boss blind, they have special stipulations. But for now, we're just going to focus on big and small blinds. It's
Okay,
weird,
so
like...
they're basically challenges that you have to clear in the context of this game.
Right. Let me just go back, though. I want to see if I thought I'd be able to trigger the tutorial, but I guess not. I'll be in the tutorial. So we're not going to... You have the option to skip if you want, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Well, hey, Pillow, thank you for stopping by, man. We can start the block rep. So right now, I went ahead and turned on high contrast, meaning that diamonds are orange and clubs are blue, just to make it easier to see. So you see, you've got a hand, but in normal video poker, you get 5 cards, and you can draw once. In Balatro, you can play up to 4 hands, you can discard up to 4 times, and you got 8 hands at once. You got a lot more options because you got to make a lot more money. So you start out with a big old hand, and I'll show you. Here are all the hands you could make. You see, it corresponds with the card I gave you. High card, any pair, not just jacks or better, any pair. 2 pair, 3 of a kind, straight flush, all the basics. There are a couple special weird ones that we probably won't get into until we get to mine, but here you go, all the basic poker hands. Now, look closely, there's a blue number and a red number. Now, this is the stuff you want to pay attention to, because this is the stuff you're going to see again in King of Currency.
What are those odds?
No, blue, those are the chips. I guess they want to say dollars, but they don't want this to be real gambling, so that's your chips. The red is multipliers. So, for example, you look at straight flush, 100 chips times 8, that would be worth 800 chips on its own. 4 of a kind, 60 chips times 7, that'll be 420 chips, I think. Full house, 40 times 4, that's 160 chips. So basically, you get the chips times the multiplier, and that's the score you get. We have this. You have to make $300, 300 chips in order to make it through.
I saw that vouchers tab and I got concerned.
Well, that comes up to the shop. The shop is not self-explanatory. But again, you'll see a lot of this mirrored in King of Truancy. So we'll go start with I think 2 pair is about the best we have so far.
I mean, my major problem with King of Truancy is how the cards are labeled. Because at least with Balatro, it's like, okay, these are standard playing cards. I know what these are. I know what they look like. I can internalize them. King of Truancy has its own unique thing. It's like, what the fuck are these cards?
Well, that'll actually be a little bit easier to explain once we get into that too, because it took me a while to figure that out also. Like full rotation is not full rotation, and once we get to it, I'll show you the hand, and it'll make a little more sense, not a ton. But yeah, we got 2 pair. That's 20 chips times 2. So we'll play that. Now, you also get chips based on what the card is. So it gave us 10 chips for the 10. You get 10 chips for a face card. The rank, like 9 will give you 9 chips, 4 will give you 4 chips. Ace will give you 11 chips. So the thing that shows up, that's the chips times the rank. That's the base for that. And then you'll add on chips for the actual cards played. Like here.
Okay, so I see. So no matter what you do, you will get chips, but your goal is to reach this chip threshold in this amount of turns.
Correct.
Basically.
So here's another 2 pair, but it's only going to be 4s and 3s, so we're not going to make nearly as much. I'm trying to stagger myself to see what's on screen.
Ooh, that's good.
You see here, we're going to make a lot more with aces and kings.
Do you want to gamble with the queen, though?
Yeah.
I guess not. All right.
Now, that basically, like, the blinds are so small, it's really hard to fuck up the first 2 rounds. Now, because there's not a lot really here we can do. So, you have 4
You have
discards as the
potential
basic.
straight.
So, go ahead and discard. And we got a flush. Look, you can sort, by the way, by rank or by suit. You straight or by... And if you're playing... I like to play for flushes. So, sorting it by suit is actually very useful. So, we got a...
So that'll be the opposite. I was sorry about it.
Got a straight. 35 times 4 plus the points. Oh, good, we made the blind.
Oh, so you can still use the. Okay.
Yep.
So even it's still so you still have So can you get like a I don't know. Can you get like a straight that's like 8 cards? Does that get anything special?
Now, you can only play 5 at max. You can play only
So you
1
still
card
have
if
to
you want.
Play the 5 cards.
Right, 5 is the maximum.
Okay, so the hands are still normal poker hands. You just have more cards, so more opportunities to do them. Okay, got it.
Correct. Now, here is the shot.
Got it.
Now, at the top, here's where you'll get your jokers. Jokers go up here at the top row, the 0/5. And they affect different things. For example, this joker is called the ice cream. It's 100 chips, so every time you play, you get 100 extra chips. And with the multiplier, that could be up to like 800 more points. Ice cream is really good, but look, it also says -5 chips for every hand played. So that's a consumable. It's great, but it eventually gets eaten down the more and more you play. So it's not really a great one to start with. But the top one, yeah. Oh, they show you a planet card too. So you notice how we get the different hands are worth different things. This planet card is for Mars, which is 4 of a kind. If I were to buy and use this, that would beef up our 4 of a kind, that it would be worth more. So you can use planet cards to beef up what your hand... Basically, you're leveling up your hands with a planet card. Jokers are something that stay there permanently.
Okay, so so jokers are permanent, and what's the other one?
Most jokers
Mars
are
card?
permanent, but ones like the ice cream, they do get eaten. Or
Wait, so is the Mars card permanent?
Mars card is permanent. Yeah, once you play it, then it automatically levels up your hand.
Wait, is the Mars card a joker? It doesn't say joker on the
No,
card.
it's a planet. Planets are their own. There are, on top of jokers, there are planet cards, there are tarot cards, and there are weirdo spectral cards. Usually, you get the planet, tarot, and spectral from here in the bottom right, the booster packs. Usually, you'll get an Arcana pack, which is tarot, or a planet pack, which is planets, or this weird spectral pack, which is spectral cards that can really fuck things up. But you can also just buy straight up jokers.
Okay, so these are all basically different modifiers
Correct.
that change. So you're building. Okay, so you use these modifier cards to help buff your own hands
Right.
to basically get as much
Right.
credits as possible before you have to
Yeah. You're still playing hands, but then the hands run through the joker. For example, let's say I play a pair 10 times 2, but I have the ice cream. Then that goes from 10 times 2 to 110 times 2. And that really, really beefs things up. But then we lose 5 chips on this. This is a consumable, so then it'd be worth 95, then 90, then 85, etc. That there aren't a lot of consumable jokers, so it's weird we started with this one. What we're gonna do though is open up this Joker pack, see if we get a couple of more normal ones.
Oh, Buffoon is a Joker pack. I thought that was a new. I thought that was the thing. Like, oh, like Spectre. It's a new.
Okay.
Okay. So Buffoon are all Jokers basically.
Correct. Buffoon pack is for Jokers. Now there are different sizes. Sometimes it's 2 when you pick 1. Sometimes it's 4 and you pick 2. You gotta look carefully at the pack. So this is interesting. This one has another consumable called Turtle Bean, where you can increase the size of your hand. If I were to pick up Turtle Bean and use it right now, then we would be looking at 13 cards in our hand instead of just 8. But then it loses 1 every round, so it'd be 13, then 12,
Then 12,
then 11, and then
11.
eventually just gets
until it goes back. Okay, wait. So now I'm questioning. So does it go lower than 8?
It
Or
can.
does it or is 8 the default?
It can. 8 is the default, but it can go lower depending what other Jokers you have, or there are some boss blinds that mess with it. It's potential
Okay,
to
so
go.
what I'm
It's
asking
potential
is-
to go all the way down to 5 if you really end up fucking up.
Okay, so that was what I was asking. Like with that, what's it called, Turtle Bean? If the rounds keep going, can you get lower than 8 cards in your hand, and just go down to like?
No. This will disappear when it gets back to 0. Like when it gets to +1 and then goes to +0, the Turtle Bean disappears because it's a consumable.
Okay, so it basically counts down your hand until it goes back to 8, which is the default.
Correct.
Okay, my question is like, would it be able to go? Like, because that starts off as a buff, right? It's like, oh, I get more cards, more
Right.
opportunities. But it's like,
Right.
okay, is the side effect that, oh, if I get back to 8, does it stop or does it keep counting down?
It explodes.
And I get to negative cards. Okay.
Plus, you can sell a Joker at any time. If you're done with it or you find something better, you run out of room. You can sell a Joker.
That's a number of times.
Yeah, this one I love, so I'm gonna go pick it up. This is Constellation. If you're playing the same type of hand, it gives you multiplier depending on the time. So, look at the list of poker hands. On the orange on the right, that's how many times we've played a certain hand. We played 3 2 pairs and 1 fletch so far. So if I pick up the Constellation, we play another 2 pair, that's going to add 4 multiplier because we've played 4 2 pairs so far. Basically,
Okay, so it replaces. So does it replace or does it add to the multiplier? That's
it adds to it. That's basically why you go through and add more and more Jokers, because you keep adding, because the amount of money the blinds you actually have to make keep going up. So that's why you got to keep adding and buying Jokers to make that go up. And bottom left is what's called a voucher. That's like a permanent thing that affects everything in the game. This one is -1 handy, -1 hand. I don't think it's too useful, so I don't mess with it. Because it basically rolls back the clock, makes things a little easier, but your hand goes down from 8 to 7 permanently. This is one of the ways it's possible to get all the way down to 5. If you take that, and then there are a couple of Jokers that make it smaller also.
Okay, so it's so it's poker. It's also a roguelike, but it's also a deck.
Right. Literally a deck builder, because I'll show you. This is what the deck looks like. You have the opportunity to actually edit these cards later. You can change aces. You can duplicate cards. You can destroy cards. You can change suits. Once we have a little more money, you can really custom. You're literally building a deck while you're playing. But that takes a little more money to do.
So I could conceivably just replace all of these cards with aces.
that is actually a very valid strategy a lot of people use. But you're gonna need some
Alright.
good RNG to do that too. There are cards that can do that though. Now, here's a skip. You can
So
skip.
just
You can skip.
Cheat the hardest you can. Got it.
Pretty much, yeah. Now, there are skips in this game. If you want to skip a small blind or a big blind, you can, and you get a little bonus. A lot of people don't like to skip, because if you skip, then you miss a shot. Like, you just go immediately to the next one. But if you actually play the hand out, you get to buff things up and make money. For example, if we were to skip out... Oh, Supernova, that's Constellation, something else. If we were to skip out on this hand, we'd skip out on the chance to buff up Supernova a little bit more. So you got to be very careful in deciding whether you want to take the bonus or not, or just play. So I'm gonna go try to get flushes. So we've got 4 hearts. I'm gonna get rid of anything that's not a heart. We already got a flush right here. Now, let's closely. So it's flush basically 35 for 4. We've played 1 so far. Play the hand. That was our second flush. So, Supernova gave us ×2, because that was our second flush this run. Now, you notice the numbers went on fire for a moment. I fucking love that.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That means you have made so much money when they're on fire that you beat the blind in 1 hand alone. That's basically saying, hey, you're doing so good, you've beaten this level with 1 hand. Okay, now we can do a little bit more. Okay, so let's see, the gift box. You can sell jokers if you want. We can sell Supernova for $2. Gift box makes jokers worth more money. So if I were to buy this, like at the end of the next round, it'd be worth $3. At the end of the next round, it would be $4, $5, etc.
Well, so increases. Wait, so just a flat out increases the value of the card, or does it up the rarity of the type of Joker you get?
The only thing it
Like,
does
I'm sure
is
that Jokers are.
it ups the resale value.
Okay.
Now,
'Cause I was thinking
99% of the
valuable.
time, that's just going to be good for making your money back. But there are 1 or 2 cards that give you multiplier based on resale value, like the Swashbuckler gives you multiplier based on resale value. So if you get gift box and there's something like egg, which also makes more money the more you play, and it's otherwise useless, then you can get a ton of fucking multiplier. Basically, like any good deck builder, Balatro is about getting the right combination of things and breaking the fucking game with it.
Okay. Because when you're talking about value, I'm assuming. I mean, I already saw it that the Joker cards are kind of tiered. You know,
Right.
where like by effect, right? So I was thinking, okay, is it purely just money, like resale value, like I said, or is it like, oh no, it actually increases the tier of the Joker cards
The tier doesn't
when
change.
they come up?
The tier never changes. And it doesn't change the effect of the Joker card itself. That's just the sell money. Now, this other one, the Fist, it adds multiplier. Now, there are some weird Jokers like this that you gotta kind of wrap your mind around. When it says it's held in your hand, that means a card you don't play. I'm gonna show you this just to show you how it works. For example, if I play Royal Flush, but I've got a 2, a 3, and a 4 left behind, then it's gonna give me ×4. Because the lowest card I have was a 2, ×2 is 4. But even that is still good. So, that. And I want to go ahead and open up a pack of tarot cards. Tarot cards are going to be very, very useful. There are so many of them.
Do I need to understand tarot cards to make sense of them?
Yep. But luckily, they give you pretty simple descriptions. Okay, so the strength. That increases the... For example, if I were to use the strength on 6 and 7 here, that would turn them into a 7 of clubs and an 8 of clubs. But the good one here is death. Death. People make and break their runs on getting death. Death copies one card into another card. For example, we use death here. But before that, I'll show you the Fool. Fool, people love the Fool also. Essentially, the Fool copies the last card, the last special card you did. We haven't done any tarot cards this run, so the Fool wouldn't copy anything. So we'll just do death. So... And there we go. Instead of a 3 of diamonds, we've added another ace to the deck. Now, if I were to pick up the Fool now and use it, it would turn into death. Because Fool copies what the last thing is. But there are tons of tarot cards like that. All different kinds of effects. And I'm going to open up and show you a few more. And I bring this all up because, like I said, when we start playing King of Truancy, you'll see tons and tons of parallels. So now we're up to the boss. The bosses are blinds of their own, but they also have special stipulations. This one is all club cards are debuffed. So you see in the hand... the clubs have little X's next to them. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't use them or play them. It's just you're not going to get anything special out of them. If you need to, you can play them.
Okay, so those just... So, if you use a hand that has a club card, it deranks it down to normal.
Right. You're not going to get, like, 11 extra chips. You're not going to get 6 extra chips. But it's still going to be ranked, like... If you have a flush with clubs... You're still going to get credit for a flush, just not the extras. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can get a flush going. Ooh. Can't go. We got a straight flush. Now look at the numbers on the left.
I'm looking at
the game is telling, when it's on fire like that, the game is telling us that we can beat the entire blind with this one here. So basically, at the basic straight flush, that's 100 chips on the left, 8 multiplier on the right. So I hit play. It gives us extra chips for each card itself. We get extra multiplier for the supernova. And the lowest thing we had in our hand was a 5. So the fist gave us 10 multiplier. So we got 2,736 chips on one hand. That's pretty fucking good for the first level. And we make money for beating the blind. Alright. Now the world opens up. Now you've actually got some money in your pocket, the world opens. So I'll show you next the Celestial Planet cards. Each hand in the game has its own planet. Neptune, you see here, it's a straight flush. 4 of a kind, that's Mars. Uranus is 2 pair. I'll level up the 2 pairs since we've already got a few of those. But I'll show you first the run info. See, 2 pair, level 1, it's worth 20 chips and 2 multiplier. I'm going to level it up. Trying to count it. I think it's only like 4 seconds behind. That's not horrible. Now it's worth 40 chips and 3 multiplier. So every time you use a planet for a specific hand, it makes it worth more. Not everyone uses planet cards, but they're good. They are good. especially if you're only going for 1 or 2 plants with the hand types. And we've only got $5. I can't get the other tarot. Well, here's the Hanged Man tarot card just sitting up here in the Joker shop. You just destroy 2 cards with the Hanged Man. Literally deck building. You're literally building your fucking deck. This Joker is a little weird. 1 2 chance grid tarot deck, boost packets open. I don't use it. I think people only use it to make big tarot card decks, and I don't do that much. Now, every time you go into a shop, it gives you new packs and new Jokers and stuff. But the voucher is only different every boss. This voucher, it's 1 extra card available. So if we were to buy this for the rest of the run, instead of 2 cards sitting here, it would be 3. I'm gonna mess with that.
Okay.
Just 4 of a kind. I don't think that's what I'm favorite line. Okay, so I want to go ahead and get that buffed 2 pair. We got 2 pair, 8s and 4s. Okay, so you get chips for each of them, plus 10 or 10 multiplier for the fist, and then a big multiplier for the supernova because we played a lot before, and we beat it in 1. It gets crazy, especially towards the end. Okay, now these are 2 really good Jokers. I love the popcorn. I try to get popcorn whenever I can, because it's a consumable, but it's a great consumable. It's 20 multiplier, so another times 20 added. But you lose 4 multiplier per round. So you only get this for like 5 rounds and then it disappears. The Abstract Joker is really good too. This is one of those weird Jokers that works off of other Jokers. This will give you multiplier for each Joker you have. You see? It currently gives me 12 multiplier. It gives me 3 for the popcorn, 3 for the supernova, 3 for the fist, and 3 for Abstract Joker itself. So that's really nice. So right now, doing nothing, we already have another 32 multiplier onto whatever we play. But that popcorn is eventually going to go away also. And that's basically what Balatro is. Getting the right group of Jokers, getting super strong cards in your hand, and then just fucking breaking everything. Ooh, free Jokers. I'll get some free Jokers. I'm gonna be hitting the buffoon packs a little bit more often just to show you the wide, insane variety of Jokers there are in this game. So this is a weird one. The Vagabond. If you play a tarot, if you play a hand, and you've got $3 or less, he gives you a free tarot card. Super powerful. Super powerful. Now there's a pair Joker. He gives you 8 multiplier if you play a pair. We got the face Joker, which if you play a face card, that's Jack, Queen, or King, anyone with a face, that's another 30 chips. And then there's Gold Joker, which is just straight up $4 at the end of the round. Normally, I would, since I'm doing 2 pair, normally I would do pair Joker. But I'm going to go with the Vagabond, because I want to show you just how crazy some of these tarot cards can be. And Vagabond gets really powerful. Every time you play a hand and you have less than $4, gives you Joker. Gives you a tarot card. So now we're up to the next boss, the Hook. Means whenever you play, it gets rid of another 2 cards from your hand. So basically, you're getting rid of a lot of cards in this. Okay, ooh, so we start out with a 2 pair. Okay, we got 2 pair up to level 2. Okay, so the popcorn will give us another 20 multiplier. That's the red box. Supernova will give us another 5 because it'll be our 5th 2 pair. Raised Fist, it depends on what it'll give us, depending on which of the 2 cards it throws away. And then another 15 multiplier for the Abstract Joker. And then we've only got $3, so we're also getting a free tarot card.
Okay.
So
The mental sack is hitting right now. Give me a minute.
fine. So basically, we needed $1,600. With one hand, we made $4,880. Breaking everything is the fun.
Okay.
So what card did
Now
you
I'm
give
kind of
us?
wondering, now I'm wondering, what kind of bullshit modifiers you get to.
Well,
Or rather
I'll
the-
show you what kind of bullshit modifiers you can get. This is one of the best. You can.
Well, I meant specifically that the game would use against you, like for the boss blinds and stuff.
Oh, there are some really fucking bad ones. In fact, when I go ahead and do a sample run with my game, I've beaten all the blinds. I'll show you how fucky some of them could be. Like, there's one where if you play your most played hand, you lose all your money. There's one that takes away all your discards. There's one where you can only play one hand for the entire thing. Okay, so I'm gonna buy the Fool. Just gonna hold on to them for a while. I really want to go ahead and spend the money so I can get more tarot cards. I'll buy a Celestial pack. Uranus is 2 pair. We've been doing good with the 2 pair, so pick that up. Now, I haven't been doing it too much because I don't have enough money. But if you have enough money, you can re-roll what's in the shop here. Spend another $5, then 6, then 7, then 8, etc. And you can get a new set. So I think we'll go ahead and continue. Next round. Fuck the Jews. You lose $1 for every card played. At least that guarantees us that we'll get more tarot cards now. So if we skip the small blind, the next shop will have a nice jump. And if we skip this one, the standard pack, standards, those are actual playing cards. I'll get that to show you. You can buy straight cards. You can just buy cards. There are lots of weird types of cards. I'll show you for this one. Gold card. If you hold onto the gold card, if you play it, no, if you hold on to it at the end, to the end, you'll get $3. And this has a gold seal, which gives you $3 for playing. So if you hold on to it, you get $3. You play it, you get $3. I would get that, but there's an ace of spades here. I'd rather get that. Now look, it's just a fucking block. It's just a stone. You wouldn't think there's a whole lot of use for a fucking stone, but look how much it gives you. If you play an ace, that's 11 chips. A stone is 50 chips. So, like, if you have 2 pair, and we've been doing a lot of 2 pairs, if you play 2 pair plus a stone, that's 2 player plus 50 fucking chips. So I'll put the stone.
All right, so it's just like just an additive when you get a just a free 50 chips. But it also eats up one card that you could use for another hand. So it's important to use it either on a...
Right. That's why you go ahead. No, you can buy cards on top. Like, you can turn a card you already have into a stone card with a tower. But when you buy them from packs like this, they're just straight up added to the deck. Like, we've got 54 cards. So I'll show you.
So those cards that are faded out, those are cards that were removed from your hand.
Yeah, those are ones that have been played already. Like you see, here's the
Oh,
ace
okay.
of spades, here's the queen. Those are the ones we've already played.
Okay.
And if you
Okay,
hold the
those are what's
left
in your
trigger,
head right now.
you can look at it at a glance if you hold the left button. That's a lot more useful if you're trying to get straight to flushes. So I want to show you the steel cards. You can change the consistency of the card. I'm going to use the chariot to make this a steel card. Steel cards are very special. If your card is made of steel and you just hold onto it in your hand, it's times multiplier. Times multiplier is the best thing you can look for in Mulatto. Because you have cards like all of our jokers add multiplier. This is times the multiplier. So it's like, let's say I get 20 for the popcorn, and then 10 for the supernova, and then 15 for the abstract joker. That would be 45. And this would turn that into 45 times 1.5. So, like, what, 60 or so? Basically, it's multiplying the amount of multiplier you have. So, whenever you see that red box with white in it, that's the number one thing you want to get. So, the chariot turns a card into a steel card. Now, remember we got the fool. The fool copies the last consumable we used. So we just use the chariot. Use the fool, get another chariot. And I'll turn this one into a steel card as well. So now we have 2 steel cards. So whatever we play, it'll be times 1.5. And then another times 1.5. What do we play though? Now we've got 7, 8, 9, 10. We got it open-ended straight here, and we got 4 discards. So get rid of the queen and the ace, see if we can get one. Nope, we got a pair of 8s. Try again. Shit, not doing too well. There we go.
Okay, wait.
Okay, so we have not. I don't think. Have
Wait,
we
hold
played a
up.
straight game? Yeah.
So you have that pair, that one pair down there. Is
What, the pair of 4s?
yeah. Why are the cards? What are they? Silver? What's up
There.
with that?
That's
Or is
what
that
the.
letting you know that's?
That's letting you know that's a steel card now. I turned them into steel cards. So if those
Okay.
steel cards stay in our hand when we play a hand, that gives us a stupid amount of multiplier, the X multiplier. So let's.
Okay, so that gives. So when you play another hand, that gives because you have the steel pair, that gives you what, a ×4 on your.
Well, basically,
on the hand that
I'm
you-
going to play the straight, and what's going to do? Our popcorn is up to 16, so that'll give us 16 multiplier.
Mm-hmm.
Supernova's not going to give us anything since our first straight of the run. Raised Fist is going to give us 8 multiplier, because the lowest thing in the hand will be a 4, a ×2. Joker, Abstract Joker is going to give us 15 multiplier, because there are 5 cards, or 5 Jokers sitting there. Vagabond isn't going to give us anything but a free tarot card. So on top of that, it's going to give us, it's going to take all that multiplier we get and times 1.5. Then with the second steel card, it's going to give us times 1.5 again. So trying to turn any of the cards you don't want to play into steel cards, that's really, really important. I'll show you how much you get from it. $3,430. And we got, creates a random joker. I think I'll hold on to Judgment until the popcorn. Because eventually the popcorn's going to be consumed and I need to replace it. So, now you see there's the boss blind. We're at negative $3 right now. Because the boss loses $1 per card played. So, here.
So dollars are basically your payout at the end of the game.
Right. And the red thing multiplier is how many chips.
Wait, can you go into debt?
Yep, we are in debt. Minus $3.
No, I mean at the end of... Okay.
Oh no, there's no way to get negative.
Oh, alright.
So, here is the power of the stone card. I'm just going to play the stone card. Let's see what happens. Because if you just play a stone card by itself, it's considered high card, which is like garbage. So, play stone card. And that alone is worth like a little over 2,000 because of all the multipliers we got. And we unlocked a couple jokers along the way too. While you're playing, you'll unlock more jokers. Depending on what you do. Oh shit, that reminds me. Go back to the main menu. For beating a boss plan without any discards, we get the Matador. Shit. Beating a boss blind with a high card, we get the Ballot, one of the best cards in the game. A Joker's in the game, it lets you copy something 3 times. Anti-4, Showman, I don't use this a lot. But I'll show you, this is, whenever I'm in a VTuber's chat and they're playing Balatro, I remind them to get Mr. Throwback. So we're going to continue this run. And by continuing a run, we unlock the throwback. It's fucking weird, and you're not going to know to do it unless you know it. But throwback is probably one of the best jokes in the whole game. Because he gives you multiplier based on how many blinds you've skipped. And if you skip a lot like I do, he's going to be stupidly powerful. Okay, so here's the free one we got, the Mime. Oh, the Mime is really fucking good in the right one. What the Mime does is he re-triggers cards that are in hand. So you see, when we used the Steel card, it re-triggered. Or it triggered because it was in our hand and gave us that 1.5. If we have Mime, it'll re-trigger again. So it'll be like 2 Steel cards in one. Can I get
Do you get to choose which
all of them? It re-triggers
multiplier that
it triggers all of them.
all of them.
Yep. It can be stupid powerful with the right combination. So I think I'll drop Raised Fist and pick that up. And then there's a tarot card, the Moon. Converts 3 cards to clubs. There are 4 different tarot cards. I believe the World makes converts 3 to spades. Moon is to clubs. I think the Sun is to hearts and the Star is to diamonds. And you can just change them all 3 cards at once to 1 suit. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and pop the popcorn right now. So
can you change it? Can you change it to cards that have already been played?
You have to use it in the middle of a match or when you pick up a card, and it's what hand you have in front of you right now.
No, what I mean is that say you get a straight with like diamonds, right? And then now in this new hand you get a straight with clubs. Can you turn that into another straight with diamonds, even though those cards have already been played?
Potentially, yes. You can turn a card into another card you already have in your deck, yes. Like you can have multiple aces of diamonds, or multiple 7s of clubs, etc. But you couldn't do a full at 1 because these only affect 3 cards at once. So you'd have to have 2 of them. So first of all, okay, so let's play Judgment. What card do we get? Oh, fuck. I don't like Madness. Madness destroys one of the jokers you have but adds multiplier for that. I don't like that, especially when I got a real good thing going. So just sell them if you don't like them. The tarot card, the High Priestess. We got 2 cards, or we got 2 planets from that. So Venus, that's 3 of a kind. You can sell any planet card for $1. It just behooves you to play them. There's no real use in selling.
I mean, I guess it's like, oh no, I found a better card, or
Right.
the new, because sometimes the strategies you're building towards change in the middle of the match. It's like, oh, okay, this card no longer serves or hinders the current strategy I'm going for, so just get rid of it.
And that's a base of death all deck building, and it's really good. So we have enough money to re-roll, and I want to re-roll because I want to spend some more money so we can trigger the Vagabond again. Let's see what we get. Ooh! Ooh, we got Stencil Joker. Stencil's one of the best Jokers in the fucking game.
Multi for each empty Joker's. Okay.
So here's
Plus
the
times
Spade
one
Joker.
multi for
You
each
get
Joker's.
multiplier for each Spade,
How
but
many
Stencil
Joker slots are
Joker.
there? Because
is
I see that 0-2 there, so I'm assuming that's just an automatic 2 times for every.
So
no, wait, Jokers are no.
like these are the Jokers. So
Yeah, up on the left. So
So-
you can just empty that out and get ×5 for every hand, basically.
right, you might want to keep 1 or 2 things. So I'm gonna get rid of Abstract Joker because, as you can see, Abstract is more Jokers. It's powerful. Try and get less Jokers. Mime, I don't have a lot of hand abilities right now. I'll keep Supernova and I'll keep Vagabond for now. Yeah, that checks out. You see, ×3, not just +3. Now every hand is going to be ×3.
Yeah,
Stencil
multiply
Joker
for-
is stupid powerful until the end of the game, where there are actual strong Jokers.
Yeah, so it's a good starting Joker because you
Yeah.
don't have a lot on you.
Right. So we got Supernova, which gets stronger the more of one type of hand we play. We got Vagabond, that'll give us a free tarot card. And Stencil Joker, which is ×3. Discard with 18. Don't want that because that'll affect the Vagabond. Gonna play this one. Got 2 pair here. 2,700 right there off of 1/2 pair. And we get death. It's death here. By the way, you notice it's Cyberpunk, Enter the Gungeon, Vampire Survivors. This is all from what's called the promotion of Friends of Jimbo, where you can change your face cards into other popular games. It's free, and it's kind of a neat little tip. Like, we got Keanu Reeves on the King of Spades here. We got Enter the Gungeon on the diamonds. We got Vampire Survivors Old Man Poe with the garlic on the clubs. And I think I got a Mogus for the hearts. It's a really cool, thing. And it's free, that's...
Yeah, a lot of that whole networking thing is happening a lot within indie games at this point.
Well, it's how they survive, and it is. Okay, so Magician, the one that we got, I don't like it. It turns a card into a lucky card. When you get, there's a 1 in 5 chance to get 20 multiplier, and a 1 in 15 chance to get $20. It almost never hits. I'll hold on to it and use it just because it's there, and it's not worth it to just sell it for $1. But lucky cards don't do a whole lot. Oh, the fucking wheel. Here's the fucking wheel. I hate the fucking wheel. Basically, Jokers can be tempered too. If you have a foil Joker, you automatically add 50 chips. If you get a holographic Joker, it's 10 multiplier. Get a polychrome Joker, that's times 1.5 multiplier. On top of everything else you already do. So, playing the wheel gives you 1 in 4 chance to add this to a random Joker.
Okay.
And... Fuck! I hope I timed that right. It's like 4 seconds behind. Yeah, that nope! That
No, I
fucking
saw
nope! That
No, I
nope is
saw
the
it.
bane of any player's existence, man. Okay, now this is good. If we're doing Vagabond, this is good. Basically, everything is going to be free in the shop this time. So we'll take that tag. Look at the bottom right-hand corner, and it'll give you a running
Yeah,
list
I
of
see
what tags
54
you got
cards
going.
and a lock.
No, that's a shopping bag actually, because everything's going to be
Oh.
free in the next chapter. So now here's the manacle. You were asking about hand size. This is one of the ways hand size can be reduced with the manacle.
Yeah, so now it's 7. Yeah, 7
Right.
quads.
So what do we got? Our 2 pair is the strongest thing we have so far. We got 7 of them, so it'll be the supernova. So go ahead and throw out. Go ahead and throw the. Just see if we match an ace or queen. There we go. Now, like I said, you can mark cards in many different ways. We're going to go ahead and mark these 2 aces with the Magician. Make them lucky. So now there's a 1 in 5 chance that this will give another 20 multiplier. 1 in 15 chance it'll give us $20. Ooh, full house. This is actually a full house. Shit. Now, you see, this is interesting. We have leveled up our 2 pairs so much that it's actually stronger than a full house.
Yeah.
We would make more money just not doing the full house.
Yeah.
Okay, so that gave us the star. Convert 3 cards to diamonds. So, I'm going to turn these to diamonds. So we've got a flush now. But we've also got that pair, so we can do a 2 pair a little bit. Okay, that
I'm
gives
just
us
gonna smile
the
and nod.
lovers. Ooh, a wild card. So, you can get wild cards on the line. Lover's gonna turn into a wild card.
Okay.
So now
Wait,
it's...
you get to make your own wild cards, or
Yep.
the decks come with wild cards?
You get to make your own. So you see, now it's smeared. That can be club, diamond, heart, or spade right now. That can be any of them. And this is where, if you get wild cards, things get weird. Because if you get wild cards, or if you start adding and changing cards, that's when you get the...
Wait, is the wild card effect permanent for the run?
Yep, for the rest of the run. But that...
Ooh.
But when you start, that's when you get the... super secret hands.
Super secret is okay. Yeah, of course.
We probably won't
Of
get
course.
any of the
Why
super
wouldn't
secret
there be?
hands. But so I'll tell you what they are now. There's 5 of a kind, which is just
Yeah,
5 of the same ring. There is flush 5, which is a full house, but it's all the same suit. So 3 of a kind and 2 pair, all the same suit. And then there's flush 5, the strongest hand in the game. It's literally the exact same card 5 times. Those are the secret hands, and they each get their own planets once you unlock them. See, this game gets deeper and deeper the more you learn. Oh shit, it wasn't
What was the one you said where like 3 of a kind is like 3 of a kind but all the same suit?
a full house is 3 of a kind and a pair.
Yeah, but all the
Flush
same
5 is 3 of a kind and a pair, but all the same suit.
I would have assumed that was a normal poker hand.
No, because that would mean having like 3 aces of clubs and then 3
Oh, right,
kings
yeah,
of clubs, or 2 kings of clubs.
I misread the hand. Okay, yeah. All right.
Okay, so now we
Never
only
mind.
have 4 clubs here. But we've got that smeared ace, which is a wild card. So we're going to go ahead and use the Magician on these, make them lucky cards. And you see, since the ace is wild, we now have a flush. I just hope that's going to be enough.
Yeah, okay, I see it. Okay. My brain is expanding in real time.
It's fucking... Well, and you need to learn all these, because like I'll spoil it right now. 90% of these jokers are in the King of Truancy. It's almost the exact same. Jokers are the same. Tarot cards are the same. Planet cards are the same. I think it's got spectral cards also.
Oh yeah, I mean it makes sense considering how popular Balatro is.
Right.
And
Now-
when something becomes as popular, it becomes influential. And then all of a sudden, there's going to be a bunch of deck builders that is just like, hey, Balatro, but...
Yep. That's
And then
exactly what
brackets,
King of
whatever the gimmick
Truancy
is.
is. Balatro, but fighting games. Now, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Because of the
Sure.
tag that I got, everything here is free except for the voucher. So, we could just pick... I don't like this one, the face one. Discard 3 face cards, you get $5. I don't like it. But it's free, so I'll take it and then immediately sell it to make $2.
What's a face card?
10 or Jack, Queen, or King. Anything
Oh,
that's
those are
got a
all
face
cards.
on. it.
Okay. I just call them royal cards. Okay.
Now,
So the royals.
steel is interesting. This will give you multiplier for every steel card you have in your deck. So we've got 2 steel
Okay,
cards.
I was about to say, didn't you use steel already? But okay, that's a
Right.
modifier. for
Steel
when you
state.
use steel.
When you change a card in your hand, that changes permanent. Until you override it with something else.
So that pair you have is just now steel permanently until the next round.
Right, you see right now. The 4 of diamonds and the 4 of clubs. I'll pull up the riff
Yeah.
right now. They're still steel. And I've still got a stone sitting in there. A few different cards, especially the hearts, are still lucky. When you change a card, you change it permanently. Although you can change it into something.
Right. So your 2 of hearts is just that stone block now. That's just
Correct.
hey, free money.
Right.
But it also means you can't use that for a hand anymore.
And that's where the deck building element comes in. You're literally building your deck while you go along.
Right. Okay.
Oh shit!
That's a lot of.
Oh my god! Legendary.
That's a lot of cards.
Legendary fucking joke. Oh my god. The odds of this happening are like literally 1 in 1,000. On super, super, super rare occasion, when you open a spectral pack or a tarot card pack, you get a legendary joker. There are 5 legendary jokers in the entire game. Oh god, this is fucking amazing. You are a lucky motherfucker, Minato. I gotta bring you to the casino more often. Getting a legendary joker on your first fucking run. Holy shit. Let's see who it is.
So you're saying I'm a good luck charm, is what you're telling me.
Hells yeah. So there are 5 legendary, this one's Canio. So this one permanently gains 1 multiplier when a face card is destroyed.
Okay.
Oh shit, I remember this guy. The legendary jokers are based on jokers in real life. And this is the guy from The Barber of Seville, where at the end he kills his wife and her lover. So he gets a bonus depending on how many face cards we kill.
Okay, wait, does that mean there's a fucking John Wayne Gacy legendary Joker?
Oh, no. They do have that one Joker, though, who was like a Revolutionary War Joker or something. But no,
Do
they
you
wouldn't
have,
go that far.
What's the cask of Amontillado? Do they have one for that guy?
No,
Or
but
Pagliacci?
but they do have one. I forget. There's not. Like, I'll be able to pull them up when I show you my collection because I've got everything except one.
Did I say his name right? Pagliacci? Is that the guy?
I don't know. It's been a long.
From that story of like, doctor, I'm depressed. Oh, you see this clown? It's like, no, but doctor, I am. I think it's Pagliacci, isn't it? Let me check. Am I just making shit up now?
So we got it.
How the fuck do I? Pagliacci. Opera tells the tale of Canio. Okay. Actor and leader of Commedia dell'arte, theatrical company who murdered. Oh, during performance. Okay, I thought. Okay, so we're talking about performances here. I thought when you're talking about real clowns, I thought wait. I thought you were talking about like real people, not like.
Well, a couple of them are real clowns. A couple of them are where, like Yorick is one of the characters. Like Yorick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like yeah. Okay.
Okay, this is really fucking nice. We got another death. So we're just gonna get another steel card. Now, you'll notice I got a blank voucher here.
Pop fiction. That's what I'm thinking of. Like, oh yeah, so pop fiction clowns, not actual real person clowns, except.
Well, I think two of them are real. The other three are fictional. Like Perkio is in here. The guy who drank a whole lot. So this blank voucher supposedly does nothing. But over your time, if you buy 10 blank vouchers, it unlocks a voucher where you can just get a free Joker slot.
Okay, so that's the pity, the thing.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so
fucking Pennywise.
Free buffoon.
Okay,
I'm gonna take buffoon pack because now that I've got Supernova and Canio, I don't want the stencil Joker anymore. It's useless right now. Because we're keeping a lot of this shit. Ooh, banana.
Alright.
Banana. Ooh.
Banana.
This is a fucking weird one, and I love it. So
plus 15 multiplier.
This is Gross Macau. It's banana. What banana is 15 mult. But at the end of the round, there's a 1 in 6 chance it gets destroyed. What the game doesn't tell you is that after Gross Macau is destroyed, you can buy Cavendish, which is a banana that gives you ×3 multiplier for everything. So we want the 15 mult, but we also want this thing to fucking explode so we can get Cavendish later. And I think Vagabond has kind of run its course now. We're trying to get more money.
Because I was thinking that was a good thing anyway, because having a card that's just just flat benefit, but sometimes it destroys it, but that also frees up a hand for another.
Right. 15 multi is really good. But the potential to get ×3 is amazing. So we'll also pick up Misprint.
And it's on every hand, right?
Every single hand.
Just a flat out.
Every hand.
Okay, yeah, alright.
Now, Misprint is fucking weird. It's multiplier, but it's random multiplier every hand. Now, oh shit. One thing I forgot to tell you.
Wait, was that a minus? Never mind.
Yeah, but it'll just end up being 0. But, so, the order of the Jokers is kind of important, too. Always have the times Jokers at the end. For example, let's say I get 10 multiplier from a Supernova. It always goes left to right. 10 Supernova. 15 to 25 for Gross Macau.
Yeah, so the effects of the Jokers are from left, so it's like 1, then 2,
correct.
Then 3, then 4, and then 5.
So let's say I get 10 from Supernova, then 15 from Gross Macau, that's 25. Then like 5 from Misprint, so that's 30. Then Steel will make it 45. And then Canio as soon as we destroy a face card or two. So you always want to have the times ones at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So, Uncommon Joker. I think I'll just play this one. Now, here's a question I'm going to find out myself. Do you have to destroy the card or just make it not a face card anymore? Let's find out.
I mean,
I'm gonna use...
judging by the description of the card, I'm assuming it has to be destroyed.
We'll find out, because I'm going to turn these 2 kings into aces with the strength. Nope, doesn't fucking count. Shit. But hey, we got a pair of aces.
Are aces face cards?
Nope, they're just 10 jack and queen. Basically, or jack, queen, and king, I mean. Anything that has a face on it is a face card. The jack, queen, and king.
Got it.
Okay, so I fucked up.
Okay,
So I'm
now I
gonna
have
dump
to
these 5, see if I can get another 2
shuffle
pair.
that in my head.
Yeah,
Usually
jack,
my
queen,
brain
and king.
Aces are royal cards, but okay, no, it's number 1 and not. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so we got 3 of a kind here. Start with that.
Oh, you don't have your wild card no more? Or no, wait, the wild card was the hearts that you turned into the
Right.
diamond, right?
Right.
Okay.
I fucked that up. We got a straight also. Plus we got 2 steals in our hand. So that's extra multiplier there too. That really adds up.
So, okay, so for the blinds, right?
Right.
Oh, is it ante? How many rounds do you have until the blind is considered? Or rather,
You have
I'm
a
assuming
limited
that
amount.
you have a round limit before you have to reach the money goal, right? The chip
No, you have a limited amount of hands and a limited amount of discards. And the amount of hands and discards you have depends on the deck you choose. For the red one we have, it's bog standard, it's going to be 4 and 4. You can play 4 hands and you can discard 4 times. And if you run out and you don't make it, then it's just over.
Okay.
Let's see, this is a tough one.
So you have to. Okay, so right now you have to get the chip goal for your in your next 2 hands, basically.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't want to have to use
Okay.
a full house with those steelies. We might just have to. Or the 2 pairs leave 1 steal in. Hoping to get lucky with that fucking miss. Okay. I'm just gonna have the... Oh shit, wait, no, it's a wild card. I got a flush. Wild cards can fucking save you. Holy crap.
There is.
Just barely made it. That's not a good sign. When you just barely make it, that's a sign that maybe you need to upgrade your pack.
Yeah.
So let's do the Arcana pack.
There is a. Man, imagine if you put the misprint at the end of the Joker.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's a bad decision to do so, but like in the back of it, it's like, dude, if you put Joker at the end on the number 5 slot, and everything rides on the multi you get from that, fuck, dude. And then you get a negative, and you get fucking nothing.
Oh, good. Another chance. I got another steel card. Don't know why I'm making all the 4s. Basically, there are 2 schools of thought on what you want to make a steel card. Either you make your low card steel because they'll be sitting in your hand anyways, or you make your high card steel just in case you need to play them in an emergency. I'm going to stand it back, see if I can get more face cards, so I can eventually destroy them for cameo.
Can you play a pair of stones?
You can. You can play 5 stones if you want, but it's still considered high card.
Even if you replace it like a... Okay. So it's still considered a high card no matter what you replaced it with.
Correct. Shit, it's the mouth.
So it's not gonna count... Wait, so it's not gonna count as a pair, but it will just count as 2 high cards individual.
No, it's just one high card. A hand can only be one thing. So it would, even though it's 5 stones, it'd still be considered high card. Because there's no actual cards being played, just stones. Okay, so
that's just going to be your whole hand if you play the stone, because there is no actual card attached to it.
correct.
God.
Now this is fucked up, because the mouth, you're only allowed to play one type of hand.
For the entire...
Yep.
For the entire...
For the
for this
entire
round
blind.
specifically, or for the entire game?
For the whole blind.
Ooh, okay.
I could play 4 of a kind and get a ton of stuff right now. But then we'd only be able to play 4 of a kinds the entire fucking thing.
Oh, so it's entirely dependent on what your first hand is.
Correct. So I'm gonna go with a flush. That way we still have the steely sink. Oh good, the lucky card hit and gives some extra multiplier. That helps. Okay, now everything has to be a flush for the rest of this hand.
Okay.
Luckily, the quick view can show you, like, I've got 14 diamonds left, so I kind of want to concentrate on getting more diamonds. The stone is going to be useless. Oh, thanks, fuck. The steel Joker's gonna be really pulling some, because I've got a whole bunch of steals now.
Right, it's flush.
Okay.
Flush is just like any 5 cards of the same.
Same suit,
right? Okay, got it.
So I'm gonna try to get hearts now, so I don't have to mess with get that steel yet. No more discards. No more fucking discards. Shit. Which means we're gonna have to play at least one hand that is just no. I'm gonna play these 3, get nothing. Hopefully we get a heart. Because I want to keep that one for the steal.
You got to bet on the heart again? Hearts again?
We,
You got to bet on the heart of the cards?
we can't.
The cards of the heart?
This is the last hand.
Oh, that's the last hand. Okay.
It's not gonna count.
Okay, so I was wondering. Okay, so it's not remaining hands. It's just okay. So,
And that's it. That's the ball game.
God.
That was so fucking cool. I should have focused more on royals than 2 pairs, or the flush and stuff 2 pairs. But yeah, this shows you the blinds can really fuck you. Basically, though, you go until you reach the 8th rank. And the 8th rank has the super strong, quote-unquote, final boss. You beat them, you win. I'll show you some of the shit I have slipped back to my profile.
Oh, but you got a new deck.
Yep,
So
yeah.
those are extra modifiers. Okay.
Well, you got...
So those are your starting decks. Okay, got it. The red one, now you have a yellow one.
Now, I'm just going to pull up my account quickly to show you all the decks. Because I have everything unlocked except for one Joker and a few of the vouchers. Because I usually don't use vouchers. But here are the decks you can earn. I'm going to try to time this. Red card, you got the blue, you got the yellow.
This one hand. Start with an extra $10.
There's a yellow one.
At the end of each round, okay, black Joker slot. Crystal ball voucher and 2 copies of. Okay, now we're getting into the shit. Okay,
We're getting into the weird shit.
Telescope voucher. Spectral. May appear in the show. Start the run with no face card.
Checker deck is the one I use more than anything else.
26 spades and 26 hearts.
This is a flush deck, essentially. It's your flush deck. The checker deck is what I use. You see the little stake on there? That means I've beaten gold level. The different stakes, the different color stakes, they're like martial arts belts. They get harder and harder as you go on. Gold is the best one, because things just get weirder and weirder and weirder.
Okay. Tower merchant, planet merchant, plus the man size.
Hey, Lamone, thank you for stopping by, man. I'm teaching Choco how to play Balatro, so you can teach him how to play King of Thrones. Oh, anaglyph. You could make a ton of fucking money getting anaglyph. Because let's say you... it duplicates a tag that's already sitting there. So let's say, for example, there's a big money blind where if you beat the boss blind, you get $25. Throw a double on there, and that's $50. Or you get the one tag where everything is free from the shop. Throw a double on there, that's 2 free shops. Proper use of the anaglyph deck, you can get like 9 or 10 negative jokers. And like be really powerful. Negative jokers, we didn't come across one yet. Negative jokers don't, like you're limited to 5 jokers. Negative jokers don't add a joke to the count. Ooh, Plasma deck is fucking crazy. Plasma deck is... you notice there were chips and then there's multiplier. There's usually a lot more chips than multiplier. Plasma evens it out. So you get like 9-digit scores with this one. That's why the blinds are twice as big, because they're fucking crazy. And then erratic deck, which I think I only just recently unlocked. All the ranks and suits are random. Okay, so I figured before we play King of Thrones here, I was going to go ahead and do at least one run with my usual rollout. Just to show you how fucking crazy things can get once you've unlocked everything. Now, if you're worried about not being able to unlock stuff, if you go to the collection, anything that's locked here, it shows you how to unlock it. So that's very helpful. Things to keep in mind. So I'm going to play checkered deck, white stake. Now, if you beat the game on white stake, which is just the basic, nothing special, nothing fancy, you can play red stake, which means the small blinds give you no reward money. Then on green, money that you need goes up faster. Then on black, there are eternal jokers, meaning they can't be destroyed, they can't be sold. That sounds great, but you can get stuck with some... You can get stuck with really shitty jokers. Like, imagine, like, the egg. It's worth $3 resale. And every hand that you play, its resale value goes up. You can get, like, $70 or $80 from the egg, holding it for a while. Imagine, though, getting an eternal egg, meaning you can't sell it. It's 99% fucking useless. Unless you get the swashbuckler, which gives you multi based on resale, then it's cool. That's what Balatro is. That's what a lot of deck builders are. Is getting the right combination of shit to really fuck things up. Okay, then you can move up to blue, which is minus one discard. Purple, which ups the stakes again. Orange, which makes disposable fucking go, which disappear after 5 rounds. And then here's the fucking ball buster.
What's the default number of rounds? I mean, I guess it's determined by your...
forever.
Deck, right?
The jokers stay around forever, except for the perishable ones, like the ice cream and the popcorn and the turtle bean. Normally, they stay around as long as you want until you sell them.
Okay, I thought rounds were determined by what the blind you were playing.
Rounds, it's like... If you skip a blind, it doesn't count as a round. A round is a hand you actually play.
Okay.
And at the top, at the very top...
Okay, so in my mind, right, I'm thinking, when I hear the word round, thinking like, okay, what rounds are your... I was thinking of rounds as your hands. As your number of hands and not as... No. Okay. So
for example...
Like, okay, yeah, no, you beat... So every time you beat a blind, the round goes up, right?
Correct. Like,
so
for example...
It's basically just how many times you won.
So if I do, like, for example, ante-1, I play the small blind, the big blind, and the boss blind. That's 3 rounds. If I skip the small and the big boss blind to get the tags, and then I beat the ante, That's one round. A round is a whole fight.
Got it.
Okay, the top level, I fucking hate this more than anything else. Rental jokers. You have to pay $3 at the start of each round to use the fucking joker. I fucking hate those. We're gonna play on white difficulty. Just show you how fucking crazy things can get. I've got like 60 or 70 hours on this fucking thing. Okay, so I'm gonna skip
So
the
you have
small
an
blind.
ace. Does that mean anything, or is that just there for fun?
What do you mean?
Not the. There was that ace of hearts.
Oh, that's just
before the
cosmetic.
blinds showed up. Okay.
That's just a little fancy thing. Just go.
But what if it wasn't?
That'd be fucking great. So
Like, imagine as soon as you start the game, oh yeah, that card that burned away, yeah, no, that was removed from your hand.
well, you can check though. Just hit the right trigger button and it'll show you. Look, I got nothing but spades and hearts.
Uh-huh.
So now, luckily, there is a Joker called the Smeared Joker, which means you can make it essentially turns anything in checkerboard. If you get the Smeared Joker, like clubs become spades and diamonds become hearts. So you could make any board a checkerboard. So the first ante is skipped. If we beat the boss fight, we get another $25, and the other one we get more money for as many that we skipped. Most people don't like skipping blinds unless they absolutely have to. I skip a lot more than most people do. So here is the first
when
boss.
I was playing through fights inside spaces, I would have a tendency to skip events most of the time because I would rather
you'd rather
have the fights play out.
Yeah, then just get the card and then the potential bonus for reaching the other objectives.
I have to experiment more with fits when I play it again. I don't know if I'll stream it.
It's fucking
Like
great.
I will like yeah, it does. No, I knew that I would like it, but it's like, again, it wasn't until you started streaming your playthrough, and then was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll get it myself, right? But I knew that I would like the game because I remember Wooly talking about it during one of his podcast episodes, and me and Wooly tend to have the same taste in games. So if he was gassing it up, I knew that I would like it.
Well, there you go. Okay, so here's the first boss blind. All diamond cards are debuffed. We don't have any fucking diamonds.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you don't have any diamond cards.
I fucking hate this, though, with the checkerboard deck. Sometimes it just gives you 4 spades and 4 hearts. You can't play a club. Oh! Gives me 4 more fucking hearts. Keeps splitting the fucking pot on me. Keeps giving me 4 of each. It knows what I'm trying to fucking do.
It's half your deck, dude. What do you mean?
But why couldn't it be 5 and 3 or 6 and 2 or 7 and 1 or 8 and 8 so I can get a fucking flush?
Because it's random and it's half your deck.
There you go.
You basically have 2 of every card.
So basically, look, get a ton of fucking money with that blind.
Yeah, I see
So
that.
I'm gonna be going a little faster than you because I think you get the gist of it right now. I'll just point out anything if you missed it. Overstock. I don't like that.
Yeah,
too
I'll
much.
just be sitting here mystified like a child seeing an iPad for the first time.
Well, if you have any questions, man, just let me know. 8 ball.
Well, because I'm going. Well, the thing is, I'm trying to intuit in my head by myself, like, okay, what's going on here, right?
Right.
That's just how I just tend to do things.
Banana.
Oh, Lemon. Hey, Lemon.
Oh, Scholar is really good. Every time you play an ace, you get 20 chips and 4 more. And aces are pretty powerful anyways. Why did I buy fucking Gluttonous Joker? I don't have any clubs in my deck. God damn it. Let's get some...
Jumbo deck.
Dollars. Diamonds.
Temper.
All of these are fucking useless except for the wild card. Okay. Grab the two. I don't want to blow all my money. Okay, anti-tail. Okay, so here's the mouth again. One hand type. Good thing we're doing nothing but fucking flushes. Get rid of the spades because we got an ace of hearts here.
Does the value of a flush increase depending on what cards we use to make it?
No. But remember, you do get chips based on the cards played. So like a jack will add 10, an 8 will add 8, 5 will add 5, ace will add 11.
So technically, yes, because of the value of the card itself. Got it.
But not just flushes, everything. Oh shit, my banana burst. Immediately. Fucking immediately my banana blew out. Wow. Whole fucking John Wayne Bobbitt situation is crazy.
Yeah, but you did beat the blind in one.
No, I wanted the mana to blow up because now we might get Cavendish, which is ×3 multiplier. Period.
Alright, yeah.
So this is a good voucher, Telescope. Whenever you open a planet pack, it's gonna have your most played hand. So you immediately have the option to buff up things you're already buffing. Okay. Ride the bus. Multiplier for each game with without a face card. No, I'll sell that. Erosion. You get molt for having less cards. We'll sell that. Although Erosion is good for the Ancient deck. The one with no jacks, queens, or kings in it. Because that's only, I believe, 40 cards. So that would be plus 12 molt immediately. We got 2 free buffoon packs. Okay. 100 chips if we get a straight. Or a green joker. Go with green joker. Green joker is interesting. If you play a hand, it adds molt. If you discard, it takes away molt. So if you keep playing more consecutive hands again and again and again, this thing gets stronger and stronger and stronger.
Okay.
Okay, now this Mystic Summit here, this is foil. Which means on top of what it already does, it's another 50 chips.
Plus 15 molt and 0 cards.
Now normally this
Discards
is...
remain.
Right. Normally this is really powerful. I would just go all my discards and then it's add 15 molt. It's really nice. Problem is now we have Green Joker also, which gets weaker when you discard. So,
Okay.
I'm going to hold on to it just because it's going to give me 50 chips because it's foil. I might have to dump Green Joker later to again, it makes it better. Oh, this will be weird. It's Marble Joker. It'll give you a free stone every single time. Like, we're just going to get more and more and more and more stones. And I think that's going to help, because...
I feel like stones would be bad by the further you get into the game, because you can't use normal hands with them.
Well, you can also play a stone by itself, and stones are always counted. Like...
The stone counts as a hand, but it's only, like, what, 50 chips, right?
Right, but if you have 5 stones, you can get 5 stones. That's 250 chips.
I feel like you can get more from that by by all the multiples you're gonna get with the Jokers though. Per hand.
Right. Well, we're gonna get rid of it pretty quickly because I just got a polychrome, which is 1 times 1.5. Go ahead and enter the shop.
Well, I guess what I was trying to say is that like stone seems really good early game and then just kind of falls off really fast.
Right.
Is what I was trying to get at.
Right.
Well, I guess this is like what your second blind, right? So I guess it is
Third.
valuable now. Okay, wait. If you get rid of the Joker card that gives you stones, doesn't that mean that even though you got rid of the card, Does all of those stones are still in your deck?
The stone still stays in there, but he just will stop adding new ones.
Okay. Well, I guess. Well, I was gonna say. I guess. Well, it's your flush thing, so okay. That's fine. Okay, no, that's fine. All right. Since you're specifically aiming for flushes, it's not that big.
Just barely made it thanks to that stone. Okay, so the tag activated, we get a free blue Joker. That's good. Get rid of marble here. Get rid of green Joker too, so I can make use of Mystic Summon. So polychrome is the best possible bonus you can get for a Joker. Means automatically times 1.5. And blue Joker is really good also. You get it throws in chips for every card you have in your deck. So the more cards you play, the later it gets a little weaker. But getting that 106 chips at the very beginning is really useful. Reroll. And here's the other. Ooh, seltzer. So the good news is we've got 2 polychromes. So that's 1 point times 1.5, then times 1.5. Bad news is seltzer is a consumable, so it's eventually gonna explode. Seltzer is really fucking powerful though. It replays every card.
For the next 10.
So basically, you're playing 2 hands at once. Like you're dipping your toe into the multiverse just a little bit. Shit. Half my deck is fucking.
After.
That's fine though. I'm just gonna max out my discards. Get rid of all my discards. So now Mystic Summit applies. We're gonna get an extra 15 multiplied. It adds up fast. It adds up real fucking fast. Oh, good, a Jupiter card. That'll buff up my flush, which is all I'm doing. The Swashbuckler is normally nice, because his molt is, like, how much the silver. So there's... Oh, first of all, I got to get this voucher. Money up. So, the egg. It's only worth $3. It's useless, except that it goes up every round. Because you could resell it for 6, resell it for 9, resell it for 12, etc. Otherwise, it's useless, other than getting the money. But then Swashbuckler, which gives you molt depending on that money. If you've got an egg and Swashbuckler together, that alone is a ridiculously powerful combo. But I don't have the egg. Now, you see, I got the telescope voucher, so it's going to guarantee that I get a Jupiter. It's going to make my Jupiter stronger and stronger. Shit, the fucking needle. I hate the fucking needle.
Doubles your money.
Normally, I would have played the small blind, but we've got the seltzer bottle, and I want to keep as much seltzer as I can for the bosses. So we've got 1 hand.
Play only 1 here. For the entire game. Okay.
For the entire blind.
Yeah, right. The blind. Yeah. Okay.
You know, we've got a flush now, but I want to see if I can get that other heart for that skull. No. So here we go. This is going to give us another 20 chips and 4 malt for the scholar. This is going to give us another 15 malt. That's add discard plus 50 chips. Abstract gives us 15 for having 5 jokers. Blue is weakened pretty badly because now it's just 70 chips because there's only 35 in the deck. But Seltzer's going to replay everything. Plus these 2 have malt. I'm hoping this... It should be enough. I'm hoping that's enough. your butt cheeks always end up clenching. I guess it was enough. Now you see that seltzer, that's how powerful seltzer is. You see that I got 420 for the scholar. Hitting seltzer gave me 420 again. Keep a mime. I want the mime right now. Ooh! Extra hand. That's always useful, extra hand.
And the vouchers are permanent for the entire
Vouchers are permanent the entire run, but they only restock after a boss fight. Okay, so the mark. All face cards are drawn face down. That's not going to be too hard, because you can use logic to figure out what you have. I'll show you when we get to it. You got 2 foils.
The actual legitimate gambler strats.
There you fucking go. Now you see...
You gotta count the cards now?
Well, yeah, actually, so you see it's blank right now. We sorted by suit, so we know for sure this is a spade. But if you wanted to by rank, let's...
Okay, yeah, you do both.
Let's say, for example, that the 3 is face down. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So we know it would either be lower than a 5 or a high heart. Then we go by suit, and then just slid to the end so we know it's a low spade. So organizing by suit, we know this is a face card. We know it's a spade, so we know it'll give us the flush. A lot of logic.
It was a jack.
Involved.
Okay.
Didn't even need to activate Mystic Summon for that one because we got the seltzer. Ooh, 2 foils. I couldn't use either of them with these rollout I have right now. Erosion, that would give me nothing but the chips. Drunkard gives me an extra discard, but I want 0 discards so I can activate Mystic Summon, so I'll just hold off.
Oh, okay. Because of the fidelity of the stream plus the quality I'm watching it, I thought that was a -1 discard for every game. It's like, why the fuck would you?
Well, I'm looking at it right now on my screen, and it still looks like it could be plus or minus. But there are a couple that take, like, one of my favorite is the Burglar. It takes away all your discards and gives you 3 extra hands. So basically, you're playing and scoring all your discards. Hearts, bonus. Yeah, so this is going to be a heart run now. We're going to try to turn all of our spades into hearts, just to add to the odds of getting lucky. Get the Jupiter. No line. Okay, sure, let's get some free clowns. We got 7 hands for seltzer left. I don't want to drop anything because we got polychrome on that seltzer. I don't like any of these better than that. Line of the wall. The wall fucks a lot of runs up. The wall kills a lot of runs because it is stupidly high blind. I'm gonna try to trigger Mystic Summoner. I'm gonna play
like
one.
Your last one was like what? Because your last one was like what, 30,000 from the points that you got.
Right.
So now you got to get 80k.
Well, I think that's bad. The boss blinds, the final boss blinds, are really nasty. Okay, shit. So this will trigger Mystic Summoner. That'll give us another 15 months. Shit, it splits the pot again. I'll play it 3 hours, so just at least get it there, right? Oh, the wild card is gonna fucking save us. Good thing I smeared that too.
Oh, you got it.
Yep, because they
Like,
got the
literally any
ace.
hand will just clear it. Yeah.
Now, if I had Supernova right now, think how fucking powerful it would be. Because I've played so many flushes. Checkerboard is essentially the flush deck, and that's why I love it. So, how much is left? It's only got 2 hands left, so I'll go and sell it and get the popcorn. That's 20 melt. And you can buy playing cards, or rerolls cost less. I don't use a whole ton of those.
Question.
Yeah?
When you end a run, does the amount of dollars you have roll into your next run, or you always start with like 0 or like
Every run is fresh.
Okay.
Every run is fresh. I believe you start with 10 depending on the deck. Ooh, this is great to try.
So you can't roll up a new game with like $500.
Correct. What do I
Okay,
do?
so every run starts fresh, but you have a bunch of modifiers depending on your deck
Correct.
that you start with. And okay. Alright.
I want to get rid of something
it's
for
a
the
roll.
tribe. Tribe gives you ×2 for a flush. And that's guaranteed for what I'm running. That's 15 left. I almost want to get rid of Mystic Summit, but there's the chips attached. Get rid of the Scholar, because that's not a lot compared to everything else. So, there are super ones like this, like the Tribe, the Order, etc. That gives you multiplier if you play a certain type of hand. These are really hard to get, because to unlock these, you have to beat a whole run without using that type of hand. Like, if I want to get the Tribe, I have to beat a whole game without using a single flush. Or if I want the one that gives me a multiplier for getting a pair, beat a whole game without using a pair. Like, I unlocked like 6 or 7 of these with my first win of the checkerboard deck, because I was doing nothing but flushes. Sucking
okay.
muscle. We trigger all face guards. Ooh. I mean, is it gonna be worth it? Yes. 1 in 2 chance to get extra multiplier. Or do I get rid of that? I hate getting rid of the popcorn, but that's gonna be useless in a few points. So now I'm trying to play nothing but hearts. There's a 1 in 2 chance I'll get an extra multiplier whenever I play a heart, and that's 5 hearts per hand. Plus times 1.5. Plus times 2. Potentially be really good or really shit. Hand size. 3 planets, because that guarantees we get a Jupiter. High card in case I get in a bad situation. Oh, thank fuck! I hate the Serpent. I fucking hate the Serpent. Because no matter what you play, you draw 3. Usually you draw back as many as you played. With the Serpent, no matter what, you get 3 back. So if you play 5, you get 3 back. Play 5, you get 3 back. You could run out of cards in your hand. Luckily, we got a tag that gives us 3 extra cards. So hopefully we'll go ahead and hit that once.
So you start with 6. 11.
We
Oh,
start
and
with
draw.
11, right?
Okay, so when you play your hand, you should have a maximum of 6 cards? Question mark?
Well, when I play this flush, I'm supposed to get 5
Or you
back.
draw 6.
Well, when if this were a normal hand, after I play these 5, I'll get 5 back. But because this is the Serpent, he'll only give me 3 back.
But you have a modifier that gets you another +3, so you can draw up to 6.
No, the multiplier gives me +3 on the top. I start out with that much. So you see, now we have slightly less than we originally did. But that's okay, though, because thanks to the Bloodstone... Yeah, I was trying to see if we can get more hearts. Don't mind me saying, oh shit, that was me being intentional trying to do that. There we go. Normally I get wasteful, but I got Mystic Summit that gives us a bonus for getting our discards guns, so I just added just
Gain
that to it.
+1. I'm wondering now, because I feel like this game would have it, if there is a modifier that makes it so that the game, the round does not automatically end when you get the point threshold. You can keep going until you run out of hands, and however many points you go over is like added to your money or something.
No, unfortunately there's not.
Oh, that sounds like a cool thing.
Get another ace.
Like I don't know, like every 5,000 points you go over, you get like +$1 or something.
I'll play this because I don't like the tag.
Wait, is the tag
The tag is what you get when you skip something, and that was just a free standard pack with just free basic playing cards.
Okay, like I'm trying to compare. Okay, wait, he said the tag. Okay, is that a tarot? Is that a joker? Is that a voucher? Is that a blind?
Get rid of all my
Because it's
discards.
always the blank, so it's like, okay, what are you talking about? Small blinds, or at least 50,000. Reward money. Wait, so can you get like straight up cards as a reward?
No,
Or is it just all just money?
you can purchase them in the shop.
No,
Now,
I meant like if you clear a specific blind, do you not get money but get something else?
No, it's always money. But then at the end of the blind, you always immediately go to the shop.
Okay.
So I'm gonna crack
Well,
open
because-
both of these Celestials because it'll give me 2 Jupiters.
No, because of how the UI is presented.
Right.
I could have thought that, oh, there are specific blinds where your reward for clearing it is not money, but like another card. A +1 card instead of money. Like that kind of thing.
Now, I think the only thing that changes is occasionally you'll get saved by Mr. Bones. There's one Joker called Mr. Bones. It's probably one of my favorite Jokers. If you get Mr. Bones, if you die, if you don't make it, if you've got at least 25%, he dies in your place, and you move on.
Oh, it's
Mr. Bones is the only way some of these bosses can be beat.
I was gonna make a reference to this platformer game for the Sega Saturn called Mr. Bones.
Oh,
but I
I fucking love that! Oh my god. The music in it is... I don't love it as a game. The gameplay is shit. But the music is really
Yeah, but the
fucking
soundtrack
nice,
is fucking
yeah.
great.
Like, at the very end, like, of the soundtrack where it's a big, nasty soliloquy by the villain, but then you just sit around and you actually get to hear Mr. Bones being nice and wholesome about the Southern Knights. It's really cool. Okay, so this is gonna be the last we got, but the final ante. I'm so tempted to trade Mystic Summit for something. Oh, why didn't we fuck Space? I like Space Joker. We should have gotten that earlier. Whenever you play a hand, it's a 1 in 4 chance of leveling it up. Shit. I think that's it. So I'll show you as far as blinds go. For the final boss, this is easily the easiest final boss, Cerulean Bell. The game's having mercy on me. I'll show you the rest of them.
Always been
Blinds.
cool to always be select.
Goes to test. Here's the blinds. Here's all the blinds you can face. So there's the Acorn, which shuffles the Joker cards. It doesn't sound too bad, but remember, they go from left to right, so it might fuck up your multipliers. Look, if you stare closely enough when you play your first hand, you can tell which one is which and reorder them. Verdant Leaf.
Oh, okay.
It destroys all your Jokers until you sell one. Cerulean Bell, that's what we have. It's going to force us to pick one card no matter what. And with the checkerboard deck, that's not horrible. Crimson Heart, it randomly disables a Joker every hand. That's hit or miss. Violet Vessel. Violet Vessel has ended so many of my fucking runs.
So
Instead
it
of
is
being
6
2
times.
times, it's 6 times. It's basically the wall, but final boss form. I hate it
It's
so
the wall,
fucking
but made
It's the wall, brother.
wall but made out of cement.
Yeah. With fucking spikes and rebar jutting out of it. And the skulls of your enemies. Sir Cerulean Bell is, it's, unless, see, it's being really nice to us. So no matter what, due to this final boss blind, the next hand is going to have to be the Queen of Hearts. That's fine though, because we got enough for Heart Flush. May not trigger Mystic Circuit. Mystic. I see we're all... Oh, nope. Now it's giving us a spade.
Could have gotten a royal flush, man. If you... Well, okay, no, that's just me. Okay.
So
that you need to play a 7 of hearts.
yep, makes it mandatory. And there we go.
Okay.
That's basically what Bellatra is about. Getting the right jokers, fucking around with your cards, getting the right suits, and buffing it up. Now you can stop here. And by the way, his name is Jimbo. Jimbo's a homie.
Okay.
He'll talk shit if you lose, but if you win, he'll give you your promise. There's a man's up play. You can stop if you want to. I'm gonna go ahead and stop because, before we go to King at Fluency, I'm gonna go ahead and push back 5 to tight spaces an hour, just because I want to get some lunch between the two. But you could go into endless mode.
Yeah, I'm assuming that endless mode just saves your progress.
No, endless.
And then you just.
Oh, I'll show you endless mode. You just keep going.
Yeah.
Blind 9.
I saw the copy. It's like, oh, it saves where you're at, and it just keeps going out.
Right. Problem
So
is,
9, 8.
it gets ridiculously high. The amount of money you need is ridiculously high. So to beat Blind 10, it's 580. Blind 11, 7.2 million. Blind 12, 300 million. Blind 13, 47 billion, yes. Then Blind 14 is 13 zeros. Blind 15 has 16. Basically, if you're able to get to Blind 13 or 14, you found the way to break the game, and that usually involves the legendary jokers. So, just turbo through this. Just so we can go ahead and get to King of Currency.
Yeah, it's New Game Plus, right? Yep.
Right. So round 9, read the films. Yeah, swashbuckler, so I don't have to keep discarding. Again, we don't care about speed. Food shop. Ox, play your best hand and it puts your money to 0. I've got $3, so I don't care. Might make it if I get lucky with the multipliers. Trying to get nothing but the hearts. Swashbuckler's only giving me 9. Trade that off as soon as I can. Hold on to this. The wild, just in case. I'll go ahead and do the spades because that'll put me in there. Now you see, I bought a voucher earlier that gives you an extra hand. That is super powerful, super helpful. You always want to get the extra hand if you can afford it. Okay, so buy the Midas Mask to sell it. Plus 3 mults, so it'll be 15 mult for every flush. It's not great, but it's something. Okay, that diamond was a wild card, so I'll take it. let's get another Jupiter. Free Celestial. Give me another Jupiter. Straight flush this case. But my Jupiter is so overpowered now. Straight flush or royal flush, I think would be a step down. Just roll them. Fuck! The fucking flint! I hate the flint. It cuts your chips and your multiplier in half. You know, hopefully I've buffed. At what level is my Jupiter? My Jupiter's level 11. Hopefully I'll get enough with the hearts. Fucking see. It's not gonna be enough. Hold on to both the wilds. No, play them so I can just... Because the wilds are essentially going to be hearts. It's going to be trying to play nothing but hearts. Just need to get really lucky with those times 1.5s. Not going to make it. You see they go up exponentially, it's already a fucking million.
Yep.
You know what I'm going out playing a fucking stone. But yeah, when you play endless mode, it gets so high, they're not even real numbers anymore. But it's fun to see how broken you are. But that is Bellatrix. You get the chips, or you play the hands, you get the jokers to enhance your hands, and it's fucking great. You got any questions?
No, I get the gist of it.
Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and close it out. I gotta use the restroom before we play Commit Crime, so that.
Okay, you go ahead and do that.
So I'm gonna go ahead and mute everyone and be right back. Also, anyone who's checking out my schedule, before I come back, I am going to move Fights in Tight Spaces back to 2 o'clock. I wanted to have 8 hours to do it, and going from 2 to 8, that should be fine for work tomorrow. That's not a problem because I don't want to rush it through this. So
unmute me so I can rant about Dead or Alive Extreme 3.
so you want me to unmute you? All right. There we go. You know, no, then I will go ahead and BRB you to the airport and let you just fucking have at it. BRB.
Okay, let me see if I can find it first of all. Dead or Alive, okay. Not be released. So I told Splatts to remind me to talk about Dead or Alive Extreme 3, but he didn't, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to talk about it right now. Very minor thing, but it's a very minor thing that annoys me a lot. So, first of all, number one, despite the reputation that Dead or Alive has, and especially the extreme games have in America, over half, or rather about, I forget these specific numbers, but at least half of the total sales of the entire Dead or Alive Extreme series came from America. That's number one. Keep that in mind, right? So, when Dead or Alive Extreme 3 was first announced, Tecmo, I don't remember who at Tecmo said it, but it's important to remember that due to Dead or Alive attaching its brand to Xbox for a few years, like exclusively to Xbox, Tecmo pays a lot of attention to the overseas market when it comes to like developing their games, right? So not early, but Tecmo are definitely excessively prone to Western corporate meddling. So I'm looking for it right now. But there is a direct quote when Dead or Alive Extreme 3 was first being announced. that someone in the company, like an actual, I believe it was a manager, like one of the money people, straight up said that the game would not be released in America due to the due to fearing backlash about, you know, the concept of the game, basically about the girls in the bikinis, the beach episode concept, because, you know, they got flack for it when DOA Extreme 2 and 1 came out, but, you know, it made money, so who gives a fuck? But, you know, corporate, the corp, I don't want to name people, I don't want to name any specific persons, but, you know, the Alphabet Corps are gonna do what they're gonna do. So they managed to strong arm Tecmo into not only not releasing Dead or Alive Extreme 3 in America, which, you know, in spite of how fickle the Western fan base is, and in spite of how much we like to bitch about things, you can't argue with money. You could get a lot of people to buy horny. I mean, fucking hell, look at how gotchas are right now. You can, it is very easy to convince even the brutish Westerners to buy a bunch of horny slop, right? So not only does Dead or Alive, and I remember that when the news of that broke, like, no, specifically, like, yeah, we are not releasing this game in America due to fearing backlash. I mean, it wasn't, these quote was not fearing backlash, but it's basically that's the whole thing, that the whole atmosphere surrounding the depiction of women in video games and shit like that, right? When that was going on, you know, this is before Twitter became worse. Twitter was always bad, but this is before it became worse. You know, people wrote Twitter were celebrating, like, yeah, fuck you, this game is sexist, right? And then there was like, I think it was Play Asia. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Play Asia. It was like, oh yeah, so, and Play Asia. This was during the, you know, the sassy corpo intern Twitter marketing, right? So some intern at Play Asia is like, oh man, that sucks. Anyway, you can import the game. I think they were running a sale or a discount or something, like, yeah, no, so because of this, you can go to our website and buy the game. And then there was like oh, that's how horrible Play Asia, we're gonna boycott the game. And then there was like, oh wow, and then at some point Play Asia was just like, oh man, what's this, like X thousand copies sold, man, this is the worst boycott of all time, right? That whole thing was happening, right? And then people just forgot, and then Dead or Alive Extreme 3 got let me check. I believe at this point it's like up to 4 expansions. Like, it is the most profitable Dead or Alive game by an extreme margin. Dead or Alive. Let's Dead or Alive Extreme 3. Let's start there. Let's wiki, sure, whatever. Okay, so there's Dead or Alive Extreme 3. Then there's Fortune, Venus Vacation, and then Scarlet. No, wait. No, there's Dead or Alive 3, Extreme 3, then Extreme 3 Fortune, which is an update for the PS4. Because it started off as a PS... Did it start off as a PS3 game? No, it didn't. Okay. Base DOX X3, then DOX3 Fortune, then DOX3 Venus, then DOX3 Scarlet. And then the gotcha one. No, the first gotcha one is Extreme Venus Vacation. Right? Which is now on Steam. And then there's a separate one. There's a separate update to Venus Vacation, which is Venus Vacation Prism, that's the new one. That's the new one, okay. Anyway, yeah, so the DOA X3, which started off as a spin-off, DOA X3 is so popular that it got 5 spin-offs. 4 spin-offs. So DOA X, the Extreme series is making money, right? So, and that's keeping in mind, right, that Tecmo listened to the overseas money people, the overseas influencers, not the on the ground influencers. I mean, like the corpo influencers, right? And it's important to bring up that as much as people now like to complain about the desexualization of Dead or Alive when DOA 6 came out, I should remind people that this started with DOA 3, not 3, DOA 5, vanilla DOA 5. Because vanilla DOA 5, I remember very specifically, it had this whole marketing of being, quote, fighting entertainment. Which is like, okay, yeah, it's not a... Well, okay, so it's 2 things specifically. Number one is fighting entertainment. So it's like, okay, no, it's not a fighting game, it's fighting entertainment. That was the original pitch for Dead or Alive 5, where it's like, okay, yeah, it's basically an acknowledgement that, yeah, most people are actually shit at fighting games and don't want to actually get good at them, so we're going to simplify the whole thing and try to market it as an interactive movie rather than a game. And that was fortunately shot down early enough during the game's development that DOA 5 just became a solid fighting game. But the other one was the whole the tagline of "I'm a fighter," which you could still see in the in the box art and in the game itself and the actual UI of the game itself. This whole tagline of "I'm a fighter," it's like because the girls are more, because it's trying to say that no, the girls are more than just sex appeal. They're like legitimate fighters and stuff, and that kind of bleeds into the aesthetic of DOA 5, and also which bleeds into 6, where it's like no, it's more gray, it's more finger quotes cinematic, which means it's less saturated. It is a Japanese game trying to be more Western in its aesthetics, so there's less saturation. There's a lot of attention to details like skin textures and making the faces look more realistic instead of DOA 4, where they are simplified to the point of being basically manga faces, like incredibly simplified, which, you know, I thought looks cooler, right? I think it gave it a unique look compared to other fighting games at the time, right? And, you know, costumes, right? And the costumes are more realistic, which is to say they're more bland and boring, right? Compared to the more extravagant, like, pin-up tier costumes of the older DOA games. Because, like, let's be honest, DOA always had cheesecake, right? Especially when you got to, like, DOA Ultimate 1 and 2, right? Which were the final expansions of Dead or Alive 1 and 2, respectively. Where it's just like, yeah, just add in as much shit as you can, and that's where a lot of the cheesecake that gets associated with DOA comes from, are specifically the Ultimate games. Because when you look at, you know, the original, you know, Dead or Alive 1, 2, 3, 4, they're not that raunchy. Like the extreme games are, but like the normal games are not that raunchy until you get to the Ultimate games, right? However, the raunchiness of the Ultimate games got rolled into Dead or Alive 5, because, you know, Dead or Alive 5 had its own Ultimate expansion, right? But vanilla DOA 4 and 3 did not have Ultimate expansions, so they're relatively safe when it comes to costumes, right? DOA 3 actually has the least number of costumes per character in the entire series, but it's also DOA 3, which kicks ass. Like, I would say that Dead or Alive 3.1, DOA 3.1 is largely considered the best game in the series when it comes to the pro scene, but when it comes to me, who is a fucking casual and I just like things that look cool, I would say that DOA 4 is the best game in the series. Just simply due to how it looks and how much crazy shit that can happen in any given match. In terms of, you know, competitive scene, it's a joke, but I'm not a competitive player, so I don't give a shit. You can get run over by traffic in DOA 4. It's fucking sick, right? Halo is there. Not John Halo. I think it's yeah, no, it's an original character. I think it's Nicole. I think, yeah, it's Nicole.
By the way, I'm back.
As it turns out, is unironically a big booty Latina. Unironic big booty Latina. Who is a fucking weeb. They canonize that she's a weeb. Because sometimes she speaks... I think if you win with a perfect, she speaks Japanese. Because it's a Japanese game, so they had to implement that of some sort. So yeah, let me check, actually. I think it's Nicole... MI847. No, that's Nancy. That's Nancy MI847J. That's a Tekken character.
Nancy, my beloved. Bring back Nancy for Tekken 8, please.
DOA Nicole. Yeah, Sportin 458 is the one that shows up in DOA. Let's see here. Trivia. Let's see. No, Filipino, actually. She's Filipino, and she's a goddamn weeb. Oh, it's great. technically, Spartan 4x8 possesses the largest bust size. Because she's a giantess. Okay. Yep. First guest character to speak native tongue, regardless of language options and overall settings. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
I'm enjoying me some Five Alive. You ever had Five Alive, man?
I don't drink.
Oh no, it's not alcoholic. It's a fruit juice. It's really tart though. It's lemon, lime, grapefruit, tangerine, and orange. Really bitter, but it's really good.
Well, I drink raw cranberry juice, so where's it rank compared to that?
Well, I'm not gonna get a bladder infection with this shit, but I guess it's fine.
Okay. Let me I'll write it down. You said it was lemon, lime, orange, tangerine, and what else?
Grapefruit. Makes it particularly tart.
Juice. I don't think I've ever drank grapefruit juice before. Minute Maid. Oh, it's a branded thing. Oh, okay.
Right.
Five Alive, Minute Maid. I've never seen this before.
I drank it a lot growing up. It's not nearly as common now. I gotta get kind of lucky when it's in.
Okay.
I'll give you a warning right now. I'm starting to get some guarding errors. This may be a little powerful, but I think that just might be all the flames rising up in the fucking intro screen.
It's powering up.
No resolution.
The game's
I think once we get out of here.
Oh, there go the Fugies. Okay, they're back. Oh yeah, so teach me the ways of this colored cardboard fighting game. Since it seems to be the middle point where both of our interests are.
Right. So here's the thing. Here's the fucking Zen master thing for you. You needed to learn poker to play Balatro. You need to learn Balatro to play King of Truancy. You didn't need to learn poker to play King of Truancy. Because you're not playing with actual playing cards. Now, we only get one guy in the demo. I think I like the woman better. Because she does like martial arts and shit, but you don't get her in the demo. Just get the guy. I said we just get the...
Did your game crash?
Nah, it's... Oh no! Oh shit! It's window cap. It's the fucking window capture problem. Cause I think it's based on Chromium or something. It's all fucking weird.
Nerf Nina, please.
So we got.
You know what? No, fuck you, Dead Mech. Nina deserves it. Nina deserves to get face fucked into the fucking ground for how. God, I hate fighting Nina so goddamn much. I still want my run back, by the way. I didn't forget. I'm gonna turn your Nina into a fucking puppet on my Steve Spitz boy.
I thought Anna was his main.
Apparently Nina's his main.
Close enough.
Yeah, pretty much. Not anymore, but basically, yeah.
Okay, so King of Truancy. Here's the interesting thing. Instead of the blinds being generated at the beginning, or at the beginning of each hand, they give you all the blinds now. This guy, Sharp Xiaofu, he's a blind. Tiger Bro is a blind. Zhao Shu is a blind. All the way up to Agent 48, who's the big blind, or the boss blind. And so you can actually plan your run right now. Because, okay, so this guy, you're going to lose 10 chips. Notice that at base damage, it's in blue. Those are your chips. And the fist cards gonna grant no points.
Okay, so because fist cards, so the fist and feet cards.
That's the A and the C. Tiger Bro is gonna have the ability. Like, remember
No,
in
wait, what's A,
Balatro,
Okay.
chips were
Oh,
blue.
right. A, B, C, D. Okay, the
Right.
types of the hand. Okay.
Right. Chips were blue and multiplier is red. It's the same here. Chips blue are base damage. Red multiplier is the ability. So Tiger Bro takes away ability. This woman takes away base. This is a weird fucking translation. Nullify attack when playing duplicate combos.
It's not a good translation. That's.
I think
think
this
it's
guy is the Mao. Where it's only one hand type per fight.
Okay.
And then this, I think this one is... Yeah, this one is, I think, the Tooth, which you lose money for playing a combo. You lose money for every card. And then minus chips for Dollar Store Athena Samaya here. Then you lose money and chips for Dollar Store Bruce Lee. And then no points for... So basically, you notice as we go on, they're taking away more and more chips. So now we know that, we can go ahead and try to mitigate that. Go ahead and get started. Just hoping it doesn't look too chunky on your end. Because I'm starting to get, like, occasional encoding errors. But that might be just the game loading and getting ready. If I have to, I'll close Chrome. But I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. So... basically, we're here in this academy, and there's a conspiracy and a lot of assholes. So now this is one big thing that's different from Balatro. Instead of just going the route that it has with a small blind, big blind, and boss blind, that's pretty fucking loud. Down a little bit. There we go. You actually have like a little Slay the Spire type map. But here you got the skulls, those are the blinds. You got the shirt, which is get a rare Joker next turn. Shop, that's a shop visit. Money, double the money. So basically, you get to pick your route, which is one thing this has over Balatro. You're gonna go and start by going to a shop. Oh no, we gotta start. Well, yeah, let's start with a fight. So this guy is gonna be like a small blind. My system is taking up a whole bunch of disks for some reason. Like Task Manager's taking, that might be what's slowing things down a little bit.
It's that Chinese spyware.
Yeah, system is taking up a lot of fucking space right now.
The game is mining crypto.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so you look at your hand. It takes a little bit to load the deck for you for some fucking reason.
Okay, so I guess the arrows are numbers, right?
The arrows are essentially like 2 through 8. It'll make more sense when it loads up the deck for you. It takes a long fucking time to load the deck for you for some reason. So basically, I don't know why it loaded them backward. It loaded them backwards for some fucking reason. But basically, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So basically, that's 2 through 9. 10, Jack, Queen, King. Or basically, this is basically if it's a deck of cards the way you had it in your weird fucking fever dream without any 10s. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ace would be a Jack. B would be a Queen. C would be a King. D would be an Ace. So when you think of it that way, like when you try to get the type of hands that are 4 arrows consecutive, that's like 2, 3, 4, 5, kind of like a straight. or like 3 5s, the arrows in a row. So now it makes a lot more fucking sense. You're doing a lot of straights and flexions and stuff. But now, I'll show you the hands. You see, it's just like Balatro. On the left is the chips. On the right is the multiplier. And then the white one is how many we've done this run so far. Now, there's the different types of hands. Stylus. That's your high card. Where it's just... But the interesting thing about and you as a fighting game fan are going to understand this a lot better than the normal Balatro enjoyer. You're doing controller inputs. So Stylus, that's basically like just you're tapping in. You're just like getting the footsies going. That's just one attack button. If you don't have any attack buttons, if it's all arrows, it's considered Stylus. It's considered high card. And that's the big twist that sets this apart from Balatro, is that you're making fighting game inputs. So 1-1. So that's one and one arrow. So that's like moving out of neutral, like your basic 4, 6, etc. Then 2 and 1. There's the dash and attack. There's the dash and the EX. So basically, you got 1 pair. You got 2 pair.
Yeah.
And here's the flush, where no matter what it is, it's just all the same color. And here's, I guess, what would be the straight, which like 5, 6, 7, 8, or 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8, 9, and then a face card because it's a fighting input. So here's your 3 of a kind, because it's 3 of the same attack button with an arrow. Here's your full house, 3 of one, 2 of the other. And here's your 4 of a kind, 4 of one arrow and a fighting input. So it mimics a lot of the... So you don't need to know poker to play King of Truancy. But number one, you need to know poker to play Balatro. You're going to see a lot of similarities. And number two, you're going to see a lot of parallels for everything else we've seen.
Okay, yeah, I see it now, but because when I was looking at this for the first time and I saw the ability combo, I'm like, oh, these are cool. These are fighting game inputs. Pause. These inputs make no fucking sense.
Because
these aren't
the inputs are straights and pairs. Like
I
two arrows, that's like 2 5s. The 4 directional input, that's like 5, 6, 7, 8. Now that is why, and it pissed me off. You would get like left up, right is not considered a straight. That's because that's looping around. That'd be like 8, 9, 2, 3. And it does not tell you that. As a guy who's played grapplers like Zongi for a long time, you think you could start and end anywhere on the circular. Apparently no. So if you think it's up, it's 2.
Some games
it makes more sense.
don't let you do that.
But someone who's playing nothing but straights and flushes, it pissed me off. But yeah, up is 2, and that's where you can start with these, because this is gonna be, you're gonna use that a lot with all the arrows you get. But you also got the 3 of a kind, full house, and 4 of a kind. But like with any fighting game, no matter what it is, it has to have at least 1 attack card. Otherwise, it's just gonna be considered high card. So,
Okay.
go ahead and do 2 pair. Now you see, because they're trying to ape the whole fighting game aesthetic, he's got HP. That's your blind. His HP is your blind. Now you see I put it in, 25 chips, 3 malt, 75. Plus we're going to get points for each of the cards we play. See, they add the plus for each of them. Now, he hit us. We've got HP.
It's 2 pair.
Problem is, you'll notice no matter what, whether it's the first guy or whether it's the final boss, they always hit us for the exact same amount of damage. Except like one of the 2 special blinds. That's because that is secretly your hands. Like, discards, it's the discards. That's the same thing. But your HP, it's secretly your hand counter. Because you're down, you have 700 HP, now down to 540. I believe that means this guy gets 5 hands. So that when they hit you, that means you've lost, that's played 1 hand. So we got we got a full house right here. Or as they call it, 3-2 style strangle. Play full house. And there we go. We've just beaten the small blind. And here's the rewards we get. Here's the money screen. $2 for clearing it. You know, money for remaining HP, that's giving us money for every hand left over. And interest, we didn't earn any interest because we didn't have any money to start with. Okay. So let's go shopping.
欢迎光临。
Now you'll notice the shop. Exactly like the Balatro shop look. Here's where the Jokers show up here. Here's your voucher. And here are your card packs.
Okay.
So, now that you played
Why is Leatherman here? The fuck?
He's one of the
this Gachi
bosses
shit
of Act 3. He's like one of the boss blinds of the 3rd stage. Up here, the top left, here's where your Jokers are gonna go. Top right, here's where your consumables are gonna go. Oh, now the interesting thing about the Jokers in this game, they're all pictures of the boss blinds. Okay, so this one is Lucky Cat. For every lucky card, you get 15 damage. We don't have any lucky cards, I think. And this little CD, those are your planets. Why is the Fugi fucking up?
Computer dying, please. Please be patient.
I don't fucking get it. I'm looking at
Your PC can't handle all of this.
Well, it's weird. I have okay memory, and but it's taking something's taking a fuck ton of disk.
Yeah, the game just probably unoptimized.
62% disk. That never fucking happens.
Or it's mining crypto.
Yeah, fucking probably. I don't know that for sure, but the only thing I know for real is there will be bloodshed. You know, the man in the mirror nods his head.
物美价廉。
Okay, so this guy is a Joker. Gain 2 for every $5. That's the bull. When I play this game, I talk about the Jokers like everyone knows, as if everyone knows Balatro. So this guy's the bull. You get more chips for more power. Or no, bootstrap. You get multiplier for more money you have. The bull gives you chips for as much money you have. He gives bootstrap. So, right here we go. The food is tarot cards. So we'll buy this tarot card. We'll hold on to it. Because I like to play flushes. And this is essentially like the star or the world, etc. Oh no, that's not. This is the glass. It turns a card into a glass card. A glass card is like a stone card, but it's got a 1 in 4 chance to be destroyed at the end.
包您满意。
Get to another battle. I don't know how far we're gonna get because they don't have any Jokers.
You don't or the game don't?
I don't.
Okay.
Because you really do
Oh,
need
you
to
don't
get
get a
some good
guaranteed.
Jokers.
You don't get a guaranteed Joker at the shop.
No. Although when you plan out the routes, you can usually get a lot of good tags for yourself.
Okay.
Okay, so Forget if A, B, C, D gives you something. Yep, that's essentially a string. We may not make it through the whole demo. I may have to cut it after we finish the boss blind.
Oh, that's fine. This is more of a
欢迎光临。
tutorial stream question mark,
Alright.
I guess.
But knowing Balatro, now you know what the shop looks like. Now you know what Jokers look like and what Jokers do. Like, the packs here, those are the planets that buff up one hand. The food are the tarot cards that do a lot of things. And the juices here, those are the spectral cards that do a ton of crazy shit. So we got $6. This one... Oh, this is the egg. We'll go ahead and pick it up.
谢谢惠顾。
It's useless except that at the end of the round, its sell-by cost goes up. So if I hold on to this for a while. Yeah, this one. Each time you use Stylus, get +2 a
谢谢
multiplier.
惠顾。
So that basically is going to give us more multiplier the more times we use hide card. Which is like nothing.
包您满意。
So basically we're going into this with no real good multipliers. Now you see at the right here are your jokers. So I'm going to start just to show you by playing high card. They call it Stylus. You see, it flashed when it did the start to get the bonus here. So it plays your hand, and then it plays the jokers. Just like Balatro. Now, go ahead and check what the boss blind is. Fist cards will grant no points. So basically, fist cards are disabled. You can still use them to make hands, but they're disabled. Okay, so I've got a straight here. 5, 6, 7, 8 straight. You see, it disables the fist itself. I won't get any points off the fist. But I'll still get points for the fact that it is a straight, 4 and 1 straight. Okay. Here's a 3 of a kind with a foot. Then we get 2 more damage from that tiger. I believe you get those wacky effects. That's like when the numbers go on fire. That means you've got enough that you could beat him with just the 1 round. And there you go. That's 1 boss blind down. I'm tempted to keep going until at least we get some jiggle physics, because I know that's why most people are here. Okay, now this is basically... From what I understand, if you make the right little visual novel picks here, you unlock a 9th boss blind. I'm just going to choose balance because I don't think we're going to even get that far. But like if you choose the right choices, there's the bonus boss blind to fight. Now, this is fucked up. I might need this explained to me. There's a gun. And the gun is get 3 free refreshes at the shop. What the fuck? Like, hey, I don't like what you've got on the shop counter there. Can I get a give me a good joker? Give me a good fucking nope. No jokers, just consumables. I would transform into a rare version. Oh, that's the wheel. That's the fucking wheel. Snack, insert anything to a blue suit.
谢谢惠顾。包您满意。
Okay, here. Next shop will have a rare Joker.
欢迎光临。
And here's that rare Joker. Fake Mike you were doing. Double trigger a chance for all ability cards. That's the mime. No. This is Suck and Buskin. One of the best cards in Belectro, Suck and Buskin. Replay all face cards. This is that. This is replay all ability cards. And this guy is... What is this? Oh, that's the Lucky Cat again. Do we have enough to sell? Oh, what? Yes. Oh, wait. This woman's the egg. How much you see what? Oh, you can only click one thing at a time. That's weird. Silver for 3. 5. This is for high card. I'm not playing high card. No, I think I still won't have it. But...
包您满意。
Oh, wasted that. No, I'm not interested in this guy. Turn these all blue. Use that tarot card. Granted, when I initially played it, I didn't have Discord running, so that might be a little bit of it. But yeah, it's using like a third of my disc power right now. That's fucking strange. Got another flush here. Come on. Now, one thing that King of Truancy does that's different is you get like a super power up for each character. This one, whenever you use it, it's really shitty translation, but from what I understand, if you use that power up, you get an extra 2 cards. That gives us another flush.
When you draw?
Right. This again. A lot of the shit's just not in the demo. Got one hand left, we got a flush.
Oh, it's +2 for your hands, not when you draw.
Right.
Okay. For the hand you play, I should say.
God, it's going so chunky that it fucking... It's not even reading my button clicks. Jesus, I should have tested that shit. It updated it back like on the 12th. Oh, that's still enough. Still enough. It's actually pretty cool that I beat him with no Joker. That was pretty lucky. Yes, that is a Jiangshi with gigantic boobs. Don't question it.
I was gonna call her Mori, but that works too.
Technically, she's more like Choco.
谢谢惠顾。
So basically, what this is it'll stack whenever I use 4 of a kind, and we've played a couple 4 of a kinds already, so that'll help. This one. What's another 4 of a kind one?
谢谢惠顾。
So we got to keep playing 4 of a kinds, and these will just keep getting stronger and stronger.
包您满意。
Can't afford anything else, so let's see if we can get the boss one with us. Points. And discard so we can see if we get 4 of a kind. I got three Ds already. Oh, you only get 2 discards with this guy. Yeah. Starting with a 2-1. But yeah, this guy's boss bindability, you see, takes the multiplier away. So this should trigger all the jokers we have. With the fucking card. It's always nice and satisfying when you can beat the boss blinded. I'm just choosing violence today. I don't give a shit. That woman, she's secretly the stage 9 boss. Stage 8 boss is Mr. Bean as an assassin.
Alright.
Yep. Don't fucking question it. Okay, so this will give you a free cards. Here's great. You see, this one has multiplier on it. This one has additional red. Was this steel? No, that's a gold card. Take this one over. This game has steel cards too, and they're just as powerful. Go to the shop, see if there's anything decent. Because I know the boss of this level is female. Because that's what people are fucking coming to see. Oh, this is one extra Joker. Add a Joker. Guys. He's economy based on how many things you discard. Oh, this is death. This sandwich is death. I'm sure we've all had a sandwich like that, right? But I mean, it's literally use the sandwich and you can turn one card into another card. I forgot this guy was in the game. Looks like fucking.
Looks like L.I. Joe.
Looks like Keegan Michael Key or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, the Key and Bill guy. Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so we got 5 yellow. We got a straight, but it'll be considered styleless if we don't have the matching point card too. So get rid of these. Nope, still nothing. Throw caution to the wind and hope that his special ability gives us one. Yep, it did. Good. Now we got a plug. I think this counts. Now it buffs up both of those jokers because it's considered 4 of a kind. You notice he's just called man. This dude is just a man.
I didn't notice. I'm gonna be real. I wasn't paying attention.
That's fine. I'm about to put a man in the corner.
I miss Lucky Glover.
Yeah, missed the fucking sports team. Although, didn't they, like, during the gacha game that they had, Brian Battler's one of the guys.
The gacha game.
Brian Battler, like, they gave him boobs at some point.
Yeah, they made turned some of the characters into female extra characters. Brian.
欢迎光
Let
临。
me.
Female
Let me
Mr.
access
Big
my
was
memory
kind of
banks
hot,
here.
not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was Mr. Big, Brian Battler, Billy Kane, Geese Howard, and Jen Kohan.
物美价廉。
What's this guy?
And of course, for maximum comedy, Jen Kohan is the lolly, but she still carries around the big wrecking ball. It's great.
Was there actually any fucking gameplay, or was that just a gotcha?
It was both. It was a gotcha, but it was also a beat 'em up. All Stars is what it was. KOF All Stars, and of course you had the KOF roster, but you also had the rarities of characters, which were different, based on different years. So hey, here's Joe from specifically KOF 97, right? And I don't remember if their movesets changed. That'd be really neat, but I don't know if that was something. Also, it had collabs. You know, they had the Tekken collab. They had the WWE collab.
The fucking Undertaker and King of Fighters on The Rock and John Cena.
You get the fucking Rock and Angel is freaking out because she's actually a legitimate fan of The Rock. Like, she has the people's elbow and shit.
Yeah, that's her max too, the elbow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fuck, I was hoping that was gonna be 4 of a kind.
I think they got rid of it in the new games, though.
That's a damn
Because
shame.
in the NES games, it legitimately was the people's elbow. She does the whole thing with the elbow pad and the left-right before the big elbow. I think in... Thinking. I think in the modern games, he does like an arm drag. Or like an arm whip into the big elbow. But it's not the same.
Just pulling it out of Norris Max 2 is fucking cool.
Yeah, it's a counter super. She does a counter super into the arm drag into the elbow. I think, yeah. They should have turned it into a rock bottom. Oh,
Well, doesn't she have the rock bottom in O2?
Yeah.
Now, does she speak in third person? Or...
Yeah. She's chuny like that.
Hopefully this will just fucking end this. This is essentially a Balatro stream. I apologize for hoodwinking you. This was mostly a Balatro stream.
Wait.
And there we go.
I'm pretty sure
notice-
everybody already knew that.
Every time we hit her, even though she's just a static PNG, her boob jiggle. Which is like,
I think you can click her. I think you click her to make the boobs jiggle. I know you can do that for the lady on the title card.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't feel like I earned it. Yeah, you can hit him if you want, but I don't feel like I would have earned it.
I wonder what this is
Yeah,
looks like if you turn it on
this
here.
shit right now before my computer explodes. What the fuck? It did not do this last time. I'm at 98% disk.
Maybe it's a memory leak.
Let's see if it goes down.
Like, has the game been getting worse the more you play it? Because if
This-
so, that would be a memory leak.
This is the first time I played it. Steam client, web helper, Brave browser, task manager. CPU's going down. The disk is still going down. If it wants to try. Jesus Christ, am I gonna have to run McAfee? I mean, it's on the Steam page, so you'd think it'd be safe.
No, I wouldn't. Never forget that Street Fighter 5 installed a rootkit in your fucking computer.
Well, so basically, now that you've seen Balatro, though, you see all the parallels to
I know.
going back to Trotsy. So now, hopefully, that'll give you a better idea once you go back and play this thing, preferably in a fucking virtual computer.
I don't know if I'll stream it, but I will definitely look at it again. I will still have to struggle against the translation, and I mean, I guess I could have this stream on in the background to refresh me on like the basics of Balatro, so I can remember everything. Because I'm basically gonna have to take what I learned from Balatro and then just kind of ad lib
Yeah,
the things
essentially
of, truancy into Balatro.
the pictures
without-
the pictures of the guys are jokers. The food is the tarot
Uh-huh.
cards. The vials are the spectral cards. The shit. What was that? The food is the tarot cards. The
I mean, on a basic
CD
level, it's
the
like
CDs are the planets. And the jokers are like the shop looks exactly like the shop in Balatro. You can get from there as well, but you will be fighting that.
yeah. Well, in my mind, all I'm thinking of right now is like, okay, the motions, the arrow keys are the numbers, the punch kick, those are faces. The shop with the stuff, the stuff at the shop is like, okay, those are the modifiers, and I think I need which ones are the vouchers? Because like, okay, these are
the vouchers are the ones in the bottom
these
line.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So the vouchers are like, okay, these are items, and the everything else are like, okay, these are just modifier cards. Like they come in sets, but I don't need to know those yet.
Something called MPEG. OBS MPEG.
Called what?
Something was taken. An obsolete alias for frames. Streaming OBS using FFmpeg instead of NVI. I'm listening, dude. I'm just trying to. Why do I still have the LeBaron advertisement up? We never got to do that bit. Fuck.
I got fun though.
Fuck that shit. I was gonna read the whole thing again, dude. I don't. I'm exhausted. I'm fucking fluent it out. You can hold the fucking crown thing of currency. I'm gonna have to. It's a good thing I moved back quite some tight spaces from 1 to 2, because that's gonna take up some resources. You know, usually when I play that, I just have a static MPEG in the corner. But I do fucking love it. Like, so I'm gonna try it again, and I think if I start at 2, it still won't be a problem with work, and even if I make it all the way, that's great. But whatever it was, it doesn't matter, because the big thing was hanging out with you today, man. And thank you for. I know I can't run a lot of shit. A lot of people do. A lot of the games they do. So I'm happy that you were able to fucking hang out with me today and kind of enjoy the type of dumb shit that I'm into and find it kind of a way to tie into everything else. I'm really happy you're here, man. And as I start moving into my second year here. Look forward to doing more, fucking expanding my horizons. Probably not playing this fucking game anymore. But, yeah. Just always evolving, always moving forward, man.
Well, I don't get no touchy-feely about it. But yeah, no, this stream was more or less just an excuse for you to spur out about Balatro while I just sit here and smile and nod and try to remember what I can.
Well, I legitimately wanted to teach how to play Camp Truancy, and now you've seen Balatro, you're gonna see a lot of parallels. But then I remembered the whole weird fucking multiverse poker thing in Hoyle poker games, and I thought it'd be a good excuse to show that weirdness off as well. Basically, it's just like a five.
I mean, to be fair, it was a good refresher course on poker because I don't really play quad games, so that actually helped a lot when it came to the Balatro stream, because then I had to be like, okay, wait, I pause. What hand is this again? What do the hands do? Right.
Well, if you end up buying Balatro on your own, by the way, it didn't show, I guess, because I already played it. But if you crack open a new game, it does have a pretty nice tutorial. Jimbo himself walks you through a lot of the details. How much is Balatro right now? Let's see.
Well,
it's probably on sale.
I mean, when I did see Balatro, I did see it on sale. not today, but like I did see that it does go on sale regularly, and it has a bundle with Slay the Spire, which I'm interested in getting because
I like Slay the Spire, but I personally don't play it that much because I played it a couple times on stream and it always fucking crashes. Pisses me off.
Fair. No, it's that I'll have to look into that then. See if I have to worry about that.
This is
But no,
this is
Slay the
fucking
Spire
weird. You could get a bundle of Balatro and Don't Starve, or Balatro and Monster Train 2.
Okay,
Those
those are
weird
two games I have
collections.
no interest in.
I'm guessing it's because of the
What was I
whole
saying?
Friends of Jimbo thing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I suppose so. What was I thinking? Right. So, for Slay the Spire, right? I talked to Malone about this a bit. As that certain games become so popular that they become influential, and it sometimes can become an entire genre of game in and of itself. You know, the big one is like Smash Brothers or Mario Kart. Like,
Right.
yeah, they are fighting games and racing games, but they are so unique within their own genre that they become subgenres in and of themselves.
Right.
Like Super Smash Brothers is its own genre of fighting game at this point.
And like PUBG essentially made the whole massive multiplayer even though Fortnite
100.
made it super
I forget
popular, PUBG did start it. The battle royale shooter.
PUBG was really popular though when it was first out, and then there's the Chinese one that's super popular everywhere except here, like Final Combat 2 or some shit. It's basically PUBG but for phones. What's it called? Let me check it. Final Combat 2, is that what it's called? No, that's something else. Final Combat 2. What is this? It's iOS Final Fight. And it looks like shit. Wait, no, that's something else. No, that's Final Combat with it. Wait. No, that's different. That's a different Final Combat. Wait. YouTube saved me. What is this? Final Combat 2. Chinese Team Fortress 2 knockoff. Not what I was thinking of then. Okay, what the hell am I thinking of? Let's see.
Well, that's weird. I'm just looking at my. Apparently, as fucked up as my
Chinese.
computer got, it didn't mess up the stream at all. Because I'm still getting messages saying stream is healthy. That's fucking right.
Chinese PUBG. Let's start there. PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile.
At this point in Fortnite, I'm waiting for flavor skins. Yeah, that might be. Eventually, might just like mod yourself into Fortnite. Why the fuck not?
Biggest mobile game I've never played. Okay. What is it called though? I don't want to go through your fucking game. What is this called? Rules of Survival. Knives Out.
Rules of
Survival
Nature.
Royale. And they run when the sun comes up.
I saw
With their
it's
lives
like
on the line.
that's on sale right now. I wasn't 100% sure whether I'd be able to run it or not, but I would pick it up just for the fucking soundtrack. Because I think it's on sale and the Steam port, I believe, has all the DLC.
Rules of Survival. That's what it's called.
There you
It's
go.
called Rules of Survival. Okay. Why did I bring that up? Right, PUBG become genres in itself. Right. So apparently, Slay the Spire is one of those games that just got popular and influential enough to kind of become a subgenre on its own. Because several of the games deck builder games that I like have apparently are inspired by Slay the Spire. Like Neoverse, like I brought up earlier. Last Evil, which why do I even have this again? Why do I have this? Don't look that up on stream, by the way. I know it's on sale, but was it part of? Why did I get Last Evil?
It's fine, man. Let your
All right, because it
flag
was similar.
fly.
Oh yeah, similar to Neoverse. Basically another deck builder, but you play a succubus, and I guess you fuck the enemies you beat? Question mark? I don't know. But it says, oh, still in Neoverse. I like Neoverse. I'll try that out. It's like two, 3 tiers up on the horny scale, but it's like, yeah, whatever. If the game's good, I don't really give a shit. I'm not gonna be. I'm not
Kind
playing
of like
one.
Balatro is the
Like,
king
so-
of truancy. It's all full circle.
Yeah, so that's
man.
the game. So, but Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Balacho, King Chormsey, right? But that also means that if the origin point of these games was Slay the Spire, then I'm willing to try it out. And especially since I brought up earlier, like yeah, the main one of the main characters in Slay the Spire is influenced from Hakumen from Blaze Blue. Like
Yeah,
it's
you're lucky he's the guy you
like
start
the
out
sword
with.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy you start out with.
Yeah. So I already have that like ooh fighting game reference.
There you
So
go.
so yeah, whenever Spia goes on sale, not this month though, because this month is like well not this month or next month, because again next month is Evo, and I'm waiting for ooh what fighting games are gonna be on sale for Evo for the Evo weekend or fucking whatever. Right?
Remember when I started this channel, I've told this story before, but originally it was just gonna be music and karaoke and stuff like ASCII, but then Evo happened, and I got all the shit I grew up with for 85 to 90% off, and that changed the course of history.
I mean, you could still do karaoke, and it doesn't matter.
No one gives
all
a
fun
shit
and games,
about
right?
karaoke anymore, man. I don't think I've
Yeah,
sung since like my birthday.
who gives a shit if no one else like it? Do it because you like it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Fuck, I got karaoke streams planned.
You got karaoke? Well, when, man?
Well, I don't have a date. First things first, I want to plan a set list. Like as much as it would be fun to just I'm just gonna sing the entire soundtrack of Sonic R, right? Like there's that, but it's like,
I would do that except for like one of Coheed and Cambria's albums. Like I could probably do, IKSSE 3 or 4-1 from memory at this point. I've heard it so many fucking times.
Or I haven't quite haven't figured out when I'm gonna do it. I might even do like I don't know if you knew. I don't know how into the lore you are, but there was a time where Pippa would do a secret karaoke after streams. Like after her stream is over and after everybody left, she would do like a secret one song karaoke to close her stream out. And I don't know, I might do that.
That's neat.
I haven't thought it through yet.
Occasionally, I kind of.
But I'm mostly just feeling nervous because I wanna train my voice first. I want to get back into singing, find my diaphragm right before I start doing this again.
Do some of those 5-minute vocal warm-ups. That's what I used to do. Like me, goo. It's fucking weird, but you feel it.
Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, you do feel it. I do know that. For a while, I don't know if I'm there now, but I do know that for a while, even if I'm still like cold, I was able to go as high as like Necro. If that's any if you remember what I'm talking about, Necro in Third Strike, he does that little thing where he does an upper note, and I remember like even cold, I'm able to hit that note specifically.
Yeah, he was like Dalsim and Blanca, but Russian. Right?
Yeah, pretty more or less. Yeah. I did not like him. I mean, shocker. I didn't like the Third Strike roster when I first saw it, much to anybody else, because I want my old characters, right? And the new characters grow on you over time. But man, I miss the freaks. Street Fighter, to me, Street Fighter ain't Street Fighter unless there aren't like a ton of like just weird assholes in the roster.
Yeah. It
adds a bit of levity, and you don't have to. I mean, fighting games all have fake bullshit fighting styles anyway, so just having like, what's his fighting style? Dawson's fighting style, I stretch. Right?
It's yoga. And
yeah, sure.
It took me way too fucking long to realize how fucking hilarious that is. His fighting style is yoga because he does a lot of stretching. That when I saw it, I shot bricks metaphorically.
And then you have like, and then you have fucking Aki, whose snake kung fu is actually more similar to real life yoga due to how flexible she is. Right?
Aki is
bullshit, I love it.
Like Street Fighter's attempt to rehab Fang.
Yeah, it's the classic strategy, right? You made a character didn't go too well, turn it into a cute / hot young girl and people like the character.
Try to outdo Jury in terms of crazy. That's not why people like. Well, it's only.
So here's the thing, right? So here's the thing, right? Aki's level of crazy is exactly where Jury was in Street Fighter 4. As Jury got more and more popular, Capcom felt the need to sand down a lot of the rough aspects of her to make her more marketable because she was the breakout success for Street Fighter 4. Because Capcom thought that Viper would have been the runaway success of Street Fighter 4. Like that's why she's in Marvel 3. Like she's there to represent Street Fighter 4. She even has a fucking focus attack in that game.
I thought she was just a ripoff of like she's like another attempt at Dan, another bite at the apple for making fun of SNK characters.
She doesn't really make fun of anybody. She has, I guess you could say she has the same base concept as Vanessa, as like, yeah, businesswoman, red hair. Like, there's that, but that's not really... I brought it before. She's more similar to Beatrice from Rumblefish 2, because, again, Dimps made both games. So you can argue that Sea Viper is more of a send-up to Beatrice, because she's, again, boss lady. She wears a suit that gives her powers, right?
Of course, you know, if they really wanted to make money, if they really wanted to focus on Street Fighter 4, instead of Abel or Sea Viper or any of them, they should have put all their money on Hakan. People would be all in themselves up across the fucking country, baby.
I would like to see Hakan. I like Street Fighter. I like the weird assholes of Street Fighter, right? So yeah, I would welcome Hakan. I would welcome Street Fighter 6 adding another grappler. That'd be nice.
Well,
like hell, most fighting games don't get like 4 grapplers, and Street Fighter 6 had 3 in its starting roster. Most games don't even get 2.
It's hilarious that plus the big giant muscly woman Marissa is not a grappler.
She's just a big body. She's just
a
big body striker. And again, that's also kind of rare because grapplers in fighting games tend to have both play styles. Like, yeah, I can do big body swings, or I can kind of like armored, heavy armored strikes in addition to grapples. Whereas Marissa is all in on armor and big buttons, right?
Just getting in
big
and not giving.
Right? She does both. And she also doubles as like weird asshole in terms of like her characterization and her proportions and all that, which is fine, right? I'm fine with that. Street Fighter, I feel like 6 is really trying to find that line of like, okay, cool character, goofy character, cool character, goofy character, right? Street Fighter's always had a mix of both, right? But it feels like 6 is really trying to get half and half on that line, because 3 was mostly cool characters. You got some weird freaks like like Necro and Q, right? But they're not as outlandish as what Blanca and Dawson were in Street Fighter 2, right? And then you have 4 and 5, which are headed by Ono, which leans really hard into the goofy shit, and that turns some people off because then you got characters like Rufus and Abigail and
Cage,
for some Hakan,
which is like evil Ryu on steroids.
Oh, Kage, yeah. Yeah, no, Kage was meant to be a send-up to what Evil Ryu was in the Alpha games and Street Fighter 4. It's like, okay, it's like Evil Ryu level 2, like the ultimate form of Evil Ryu.
Eviler Ryu.
Yeah, pretty much. It's much like how Oni in Street Fighter 4 was like Shin Akuma level 2, but playable, right? Where can we take the concept of Shin Akuma, right?
And then you can be Shin Akuma in Street Fighter 6 if your opponent's just willing to step back and wait while you eat a fucking rice ball.
Yeah, it's great. I forget that Bison. You can do it with Bison too. You can turn into Shin Bison, Final Bison from like the Alpha 3. I forget how to activate his though.
Well, maybe one of these days when I get a new rig, I'll actually be able to play it. Like, I couldn't even run the demo on this fucking thing. Although I was able to play 4 and 5. Like, I had to turn things to potato for 5. But I was able to play 4 no problem. But I'm still having issues fucking modding it. Because I essentially got 5 just straight up for the mods.
Well, I feel like if you want to cheat, your PNG, what you could do is you can put a PNG in OBS and then put a filter on it so that it scales by sound. So that when you talk, the PNG moves. It's not gonna look good, but you can do it. I did that for a while.
That's a thought.
What was I doing? Right, 6. The new roster, the new DLC character is 6. So you got what? Sagat, pretty normal guy. Alex, normal guy. Elena, normal. And then you got, I feel like Ingrid takes the weird ass.
No, Elena's the second. It's Sea Viper, Sagat, Alex.
No, Elena's already out.
Right. You said Elena.
Oh, right. I'm interested to see what they do with Ingrid. I really want to see what they do with her.
If this is a foothold to them, like somehow soft releasing, the Capcom Fighting All Stars.
I've said it, yeah, Capcom Fighting All Stars. I've said it a million times. Like I've been following Nakayama. He will just occasionally post a video of like, yeah, here's Fighting All Stars. By the way, we still have it. It's like, fuck, just release the damn thing. I don't care if it's bad. Like, yeah, I could see. I saw the location test footage. It looks mid. It looks subpar. Honestly.
It can't possibly be worse than Final Fight Revenge.
Final Fight Revenge is funny. It's at least funny. Fighting All Stars just looks mid, which is honestly the worst a game could ever be, because it's not bad enough to be interesting, but it's not good enough to hold. It's not good enough to be interesting, but it's not bad enough to be funny. So it just looks mid, but that's fine. That's a piece of history. I'll take it. And again, I don't know if I told you this, but the original. Ooh, wait, hold on. So Capcom Fighting All Stars was going to have an SNK guest character.
Right.
People were clamoring. Yeah. Chances are it would have been Kyo Kusanagi, because at that time he was the Kyo Kusanagi was the face of SNK. And again, Fighting All Stars. The original concept of Fighting All Stars was going to be CVS3, but they had to downsize. It's like, okay, we can't do that. You know, SNK is going through their shit, and you know, these 2D fighting games are not really making money anymore. So make it 3D, right? All right. So, but also make it with less money and less budget, because you know some of the resources that you spent making CVS2 and also that went into the proposed CVS3, that's coming out of the budget of the game. So okay, let's start over. Right? Capcom does it a lot. Like, okay, this game isn't working so good, scrap it, make it new. Make a new one, right? And God, I love Capcom. It's so fucking stupid because it works out sometimes, right? Sometimes it's strike gold, you know? Resident Evil 2, right? Oh yeah, Shinji, was it Mikami? Was it Mikami or was it Kamiya? Was like, oh yeah, no, this game isn't shaping out too well. Give me enough money to make. We're gonna scrap it. Give me enough money to make the new one. So Resident Evil 1.5 gets abandoned, and then it makes Resident Evil 2, which becomes the best Resident Evil game until RE4, which got scrapped and remade, like, I think 3 times. And then those different versions of RE4 became different games, like Onimusha and Haunting Ground, and of course Devil May Cry. And they all became their own. Like, so Capcom is willing to just like completely write off a game and make a new one. But Fighting Jam is just one of those times where it didn't work out, because every new version of the game just had less time and less budget than the last one, to the point that we don't even know who the director of Fighting Jam was, because he just left halfway into the project and then put Ono in charge of like, okay, yeah, you got like what, 6 months to make something, and it's like, fuck, all right.
Well, it's that lost media, man. But you know, with them releasing stuff like Star Fox 2 beta and things like that, actual stuff released by the companies, we may know one day, man. We'll just have to keep an eye to see what happens on the fucking Battle Hub, right? See what they upload there.
Actually, I have an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I have an idea. So you might not know this. In Street Fighter 6, you know, as you go play the game and if you pay attention to the season passes or whatnot, or if you go to the Battle Hub Game Center, you can get ROMs for like Capcom arcade games.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Just like put it in there.
So wait, no, hold on. So with the Elena update, they added console ROMs. So let me check. So for right now, you can get like, oh yeah, here's Street Fighter 2010. Remember that shit? Street Fighter 2010. You could play the NES port of Bionic Commando. You could play Mega Man 3, right? So they added a bunch of NES ROMs, right? But it doesn't say NES, it says console. So I'm thinking, when Ingrid comes out, they actually might put Fighting All-Stars. They might add Fighting All-Stars to the ROMs that you can play in Street Fighter 6. Or Fighting Jam if they're being assholes about it, which, you know, Capcom, they might be assholes about it, but I genuinely think that for Ingrid, for her season pass, one of the rewards is going to be the location test build of Fighting All-Stars.
That'd be fucking crazy, man.
God, could you imagine if Ingrid gets her own stage and they put DD and Rook in the background? Oh, dude.
Anything is possible, man. Anything is possible. Are they gonna go ahead and start wrapping it up, man? Because like it's almost 1 o'clock, and I did want to go do Fight Spaces at 2. But man, I'm real happy you came out here today, man. Hanging out with you for a while. Good shit, man. Always good shit.
Yeah, it's been good to hang out with you, man.
Jinx, thank you for stopping by. Chili, thank you for stopping by. Darren, thank you for stopping by. Zuki Calf, thank you for stopping by. Clanker, thank you for stopping by. Dead Mac, thank you for stopping by. Pillow, thank you for stopping by. Gwen, thank you for stopping by. It's surprisingly popular, man. Whenever you come out, all the people come out. We're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Get something to eat. Get a quick nap before Fight Space. Later they can take like 6 hours. But we'll definitely do this again.
Oh yeah, I've been
sometime,
eating up your time. You get so go ahead and take your hour. I guess it's like an hour break at this point, right?
Yeah.
No, you're starting at 2, right?
Yeah. I was gonna start at 1, but I didn't want to rush anything. And that's good because fucking King of Truancy slowed everything down. Like, quite literally.
Yeah.
So
I was not expecting the stream to last this long.
Me neither.
I thought it'd be like, oh yeah, like 2 hours tops or whatever. It's like 5 hours.
Well, when you get going, man, you really get going, and I fucking love that one.
Yeah, well, the problem is starting that engine in the first place. But again, yeah.
So you got anything you want to?
We gotta
get
talk
going, man?
more, dude. I mean, there is the left. I don't know when it's happening, but Malone wants to set up another Left 4 Dead stream. I mean, you're there, you know about it. So
they even rubbed Rika 1 into it. That's fucking old school flavor.
Rika 1, I can never remember. I think is Rika 1 the Chilean one?
No, Rika 1 I think is like Puerto Rican. I think 2 is the actual Chilean one.
Okay, yeah, okay, right, okay.
Yeah, I don't know when they want to do that. I know that Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday, me and Malone are going to be doing the Final Fight trilogy in the afternoon. And I forget what I'm doing in the morning.
I'm thinking. I mean, I know Final Fight 1 will be fine. That's Fightcade. That's easy. Final Fight 2 and 3 were only on the Super Nintendo, and the Super Nintendo emulation on Fightcade is kind of spotty. So I want to like before Wednesday, like Monday or Tuesday, I want to see if I could have y'all hooked up with RetroArch and you could play through that instead. Because I feel like that would be a better play experience than using Fightcade.
No, we'll go ahead and look into it after that. We'll talk about
RetroArch should be on Steam. It should be free.
Yeah, I downloaded it, but I haven't had a chance to fiddle around. It's just a lot easier to use Fightcade.
Yeah, it is.
With that script that you got me, that just easy.
It's hard to compete with free and easy to use, right?
There you go, man. So you want to give your outro then?
All right. Remember, everybody, time is the only currency that you cannot refund. Unlike these chips, and I'm pretty sure I might have put Splatts in debt with that interdimensional polka game. So we'll call it even, right? So anybody that spent your time here, yeah. So for anybody that spent your time here, an hour, a minute, second, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And don't cash out too early, yeah. I am gonna go eat. I haven't eaten all day. I only had coffee, and my stomach's feeling it. So
Yeah, and I'm so fucked. Like I haven't eaten since like 4 a.m. when I woke up to do my exercises. So I think I just might fucking crash out and let Sandy handle fucking tight spaces. She hasn't been here for a while. So I hope you stop by anyways. Pick up some tips. Do thank y'all for hanging out. Choco, always a pleasure. I'm your faithful Amanda Splatts, the Golden Eagle of Flavor, or the Desert Eagle of Flavor. This is the Amanda Splatts. Job. Good night.